Forum. We have quorum? Do we have quorum? No need. Do we have quorum? Let me see. We have 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Okay. All right. We do have quorum. Folks, we ready to start? Good morning. Mayor Olivia Chow. I'm the chair of the executive committee. We have quorum. Calling meeting 12 to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall at Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewan. We love your ringtone, however. Chippewan, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. And is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. If you're registered to speak today, please listen for me to call your name, and I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be reviewed online by visiting the Executive Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I will, of course, read it out later on. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. The Clerk's IT staff is available to members if you need help. Submit your motion by email. Staff available at exc@toronto.ca with help with motions. Are there any declaration? Good morning. Of interest? Anyone? Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting of January 30th? Deputy Mayor Malik moved. All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. We have a new business item to introduce, which is, can I trouble the clerk to display it? It's extending the declaration date for the vacant home tax for the 2023 taxation year. This is just for introduction. All those in favor to introduce? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Let's run through the agenda. Okay, item number 1. Excuse me. We have speakers on this item, and excuse me. Item 2, FIFA World Cup will hold this one, I am sure. And item 3 is 2A. Item 3 is, just a second here. Parking levy, I am sure is being held. Item 4, long-term financial plan, we're holding that also. Item 5, higher order transit projects. Is there any speaker? Let me just see. There are speakers? Okay, thank you. And we will hold that because of speaker. Let me just get all my. Item 6, which is the Toronto Island residential property tax, is being held by Deputy Malik. There's speaker, okay. Item 7, it is new gas pipelines that drive up Toronto's energy cost. Is there a speaker on it? Yes, okay. Wow, all right. Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. There's a recommendation.
Speakers as well.
There's a speaker as well. Wow, this is going to be a great meeting. Let me just see here. And then, of course, there's the new item, right? Have I missed any? We're good? All right. Okay. The first item. Vehicle for hire. We have a few speakers on this, and the first one, I'm just going to quickly read through the number of speakers so you know, in case you don't have a list. Aaron Binder, and then Raphael Gorman, Charles Komanoff, and Michael Rich, Baruch Kamarash, Harrison Amit, and Grishat Dillon, Toronto One Taxi. Don't excuse me for being bad in pronunciation. Mira Baduthan and Ali Hamas, Jin Mula, JJ Fusa, Ara Phillips, and Sheila from TC Riders, Mohammed from Toronto Limousine Drivers, George Wedge from Rideshare Driver Association, and Torben Ritz with Ride Fair Coalition, okay? So Aaron Binder, yes?
A point of clarification.
Yeah.
I know that you had submitted a motion by letter, and so I'm just wondering, your motion was, is it deferring the report? Because if so, if they speak today, I don't think they can speak again on the item when it's deferred, like when it comes back. Because that's what I was told on an item we were deferring.
Can the clerk clarify it and be very clear so that maybe some of the speaker may choose to speak at a time when the item comes back for debate?
That only applies to
Can you,
statutory.
yeah, please.
That only applies to statutory items, and this is not a deferral. It's just asking them to report back. They haven't. There's no report before us to defer.
People here, okay, we cannot hear you. I don't know why you are not protecting. Yeah, go ahead.
What the Deputy Mayor McKelvey is mentioning is in regards to statutory items. In this regard, there is no report before us to defer. It's just recommending that staff report back by the fourth quarter.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have people speak and then they lost an opportunity in the future. So great, thank you.
So my interpretation is that they could speak today, and then when the item is fully in front of us, they could speak again. That's the interpretation, okay? Are we all right with that? Okay, thank you for that clarification, it's helpful. Aaron Binder. I just want people to know that there is no staff report in front of us, so there's really there is no substantive debate on this issue at this time. So, however, you have every right, because it's in front of us, to speak to us about it. Aaron, are you there? Oh, he's online. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Executive Committee. I want to give you a bit of a unique perspective today on gig work, on rideshare programs. I'm going to talk a little bit about rideshare. I'm also going to talk a little bit about food delivery. I'm actually one of the co-owners of Segway of Ontario, which is an electric scooter sales and repair shop. And we've been in the Distillery District since 2005. We serve as a hub for a lot of Toronto's gig workers, especially those contracted with Uber Eats and Skip the Dishes specifically. And in our shop, we meet a lot of these gig workers daily. We service thousands of these devices that they ride around on every year. And we've heard a lot of stories from the folks that get their scooters repaired from us. And a lot of them share how they have to now navigate an oversaturated market when it comes to gig work. And a lot of them are often unsure of their rights and struggle to make ends meet, whether that's rideshare or food delivery. And a lot of these stories reflect a broader trend that we've observed in our business. And that's few rideshare drivers and food delivery riders manage stability. Some can do it, but a lot of them are facing daunting economic insecurity. And one of the things that we've identified here is like Uber has this open door policy for new riders. They don't have a wait list. And we really think that this exacerbates the issue of flooding the market and diluting individual driver and rider earnings. And because of their massive upfront investment over the years, they've been able to afford some of the best lobbyists in the world. And as they've argued that workers being contractors is a good thing for everyone, people have actually listened. But the truth does tend to come out, and we disagree with that. We know that many drivers can spend good portions of their shifts unpaid and waiting for a call. And the funniest thing to me about this is like at app companies, this labor practice is called innovation. If I were to do that at my business, it would be called illegal unpaid wages. So, I want to highlight something that I saw on YouTube the other last week, which is that evidence is showing up that Uber specifically is paying riders differently for the same job. And this is a practice that's described as algorithmic wage discrimination. And this completely undermines the principle of equal pay for equal work. On the Q2 2023 Uber earnings call, their CEO, Darek Koshra Shahi, brought up algorithmic wage discrimination as one of the big reasons the company finally became profitable. He used much more polite language, but he described that practice as one of the things that led them to that first quarterly profitability. And more recently, as the company has been talking up the use of these labor practices, on February 14th, Uber actually announced a $7 billion share buyback program. And just today, this morning, announced a $136 million bonus package for the CEO. Instead of rewarding their frontline workers or even just paying them an actual minimum wage, they've instead decided to pad the pockets of already wealthy shareholders. So today, I'm urging the City of Toronto and the Executive Committee at this update to keep pursuing fair regulations on gig economy companies. While Uber exemplifies these issues due to its market influence, they are the biggest player, it's clear that the entire industry needs some reforms. The gig economy as it stands is unsustainable and detrimental to both workers and small businesses. With small businesses, it drives down prices at the expense of quality and fairness. It burdens with unsustainable fees and fosters a race to the bottom that benefits only the platforms themselves. As a business owner, I do understand the allure of hiring contractors. Upfront, it can be cheaper, but in the long run, it only hurts my business, my relationships, my community, and our economy. To build a whole business model around misclassified workers this way is actually kind of insane. We don't need more precarious employment. We need businesses, especially the size of these rideshare companies, to support our economy with good jobs so their workers can afford to live. By implementing transparent wage policies, guaranteeing job security for gig workers, and committing to fair labor practices, we can foster a gig economy, if we need to have one, that uplifts our community, supports small business, and ensures dignity for all workers. If we don't do this, the price we all pay for convenience will be somebody else's poverty. So let's not sacrifice the dignity of labor at the altar of convenience. Those are my remarks today. Sorry about the loud Australians in the background, and thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you so much. Any questions to the deputant? No? And folks that are in this room, if you have your phone, do put it on vibration so that we don't have to interrupt our speaker. Thank you so much, Aaron. Raphael Corman from the University of Toronto. Raphael, are you here or are you online? Ah, okay. Maybe you'll be speaking to us in another time. Charles Komanoff, which is the Komanoff Energy Associates. You want to connect with us by video? Are you connected? He is not connected, okay. Michael Rich, University of California, Berkeley. Video conference. He is there. You have 5 minutes, Michael?
Okay, can you, I just want to check, can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go for it.
Okay, all right. So my name's Michael Reich, and I'm a longtime economics professor at the University of California, Berkeley. I'm a specialist on low-wage labor markets. In the past half dozen years or more, I've been conducting studies of gig driver pay and the mechanics of minimum compensation standards for gig, or I'll call them TNC drivers. My studies with James Parrott for New York City and Seattle led to the adoption of successful driver compensation standards in each of its cities. And we've now prepared a similar report for the state of Minnesota, which will release that report in the near future. My remarks today draw from our studies of driver pay and minimum compensation policies in these and other jurisdictions. I understand from a recent study that the economic conditions of gig drivers in Ontario are similar to those in these other areas. The drivers receive well below the equivalent of the applicable minimum wage for employees. Meanwhile, the number of TNC vehicles in Toronto has grown rapidly and faster than the growth of passenger demand. Drivers on average are therefore receiving fewer trips per working hour, while the increased number of TNC vehicles makes traffic more congested. This setup opposes the interests of the companies and the drivers, unfortunately. To respond to these problems, I understand the city is considering imposing a pause or cap on the number of TNC licenses, as well as setting a minimum pay standard per trip. New York City enacted both of these policies in August 2018 after our report and recommendation. Both policies have been adjusted recently, the cap to permit a transition to electric vehicles and the pay standard to reflect inflation. My colleagues and I have studied the effects of these policies using data that we were provided both before and after their implementation. I am therefore confident that a properly designed cap on licenses would immediately stem the growth of TNC drivers and traffic congestion in Toronto. Moreover, a pay standard that specified a minimum per minute and per mile amount for every trip, if properly calibrated to account for all the time the drivers work and all their driving related expenses, would improve driver pay both immediately and over the long run. You have to understand how the pay standards are set in New York City and Seattle. They basically set a minimum level of pay per engaged minute and compensation for expenses per engaged mile of each trip. Engaged here is a TNC term that refers to the time and distance when drivers have a passenger in their vehicle. So to be compatible with the minimum wage for employees, the pay standards in these two cities have scaled up the minimum rates per engaged minutes and miles to compensate the drivers for all their working time and expenses. Here's an example of how the scaling process works. Suppose drivers have passengers in their cars for 60% of each working hour on average. That's close to what researchers have found in many cities. The ratio of total working time and miles to engaged time and miles is then equal to 1 divided by 0.6 or 1.67. The scaling factor then sets 1.67 times engaged time equal to minimum wage and 1.67 times the miles driven during engaged time to compensate the drivers for all their driving expenses, not just during engaged time. In the future, driver pay per hour will then increase also because drivers will receive more trips per hour. Why is that? Because the annual adjustments to the scaling factor, presumably which would occur, would align the incentives of the companies and the drivers. Instead of being opposed to each other, they will both benefit when drivers have more passenger trips during their working time. That's because the drivers have more trips and the companies will have a smaller scaling factor. How could the companies accomplish this? By limiting access to their apps during non-peak hours, as the companies in New York City did. The pause or cap would also reduce the number of vehicles on the road because of driver attrition, which would lead to continuing drivers to obtain more trips per hour. The city should study the likely responses of passengers to potential fare increases and the likely responses of drivers to pay increases. And future economic conditions may very well affect both the demand for trips and the supply of drivers. And the policies of the TNCs are always changing. The pause or cap in the pay standard should account for these changes annually. My final point, the design of good policies, rational policies, needs to build on analyses of detailed trip and driver data.
May I trouble you to wrap up? Thank you. Just finish your point, but time's...
Thank you. Okay. The companies already collect and retain this data, but they are reluctant to share it in many jurisdictions. I recommend the City of Toronto formulate a policy that obtains these data. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If you have anything in writing, feel free to submit it. Thank you.
We'll do that. Yes.
Any questions, anyone? Thank you very much, Professor. I believe Charles Komanoff is now available on video. Mr. Komanoff, can you come online? I see the thumbs up. Where are you? Mr. Komanoff, are you online? If so, can you open up your camera and your mic? If not, I'm going to move to our next, oh, here it is. You're on. Can you say something? And there's a mic in the lower left-hand corner, just click it. Okay. Are you available? Can you say something? Good morning to you. Good morning. You can't hear us, obviously. Our IT team?
He's unmuted. He just needs to speak.
Are you unmuted?
He just needs to speak.
Speak, please. Charles, are you Charles? If you are, say so. You're going to lose your opportunity to speak. Can you speak up, Charles? You obviously cannot hear me. Okay? I'm going to go to the next deputant. Baruch Kamsa. Maybe our IT staff can assist Mr. Komanoff later on. I'm glad you're here in person. You have 5 minutes. Yeah, press it.
Yeah, it is on. Hi, my name is Baruch Kamsa, and I've been in the taxi business for quite a long time in the city of Toronto, and many of you guys have met me, and we have talked about this problem of the taxi issue. There is a few things that I want to talk today, but one thing I want to tell you that I started a lot of these internet taxi business back in the 2022, before the Uber was born. And I brought it to this city, and we were able, to book online and give the order through the phone to the taxi driver. And that was in 2022, before the Uber cars come to Toronto. Right now, it looks like, the city is talking about Uber drivers are not making money. But nobody is talking about the taxi drivers are not making money. Taxi drivers, their back is really broken. All their investment has gone down to the tube, and nobody is talking about it. I saw the couple of the councillor the other day, they were beating their chest that the Uber driver is not making any money. And what about the taxi driver? Taxi drivers, is it dissolving? Are you guys trying to get rid of the taxi by pushing this agenda? Like Uber is not making any money? That's not our problem. Number one, you guys made this decision yourself in 2016. Many of these councillors that are sitting on your committee, about 7 of them are the ones that they voted it on this thing. Nobody thought that allowing unlicensed, uncontrolled, unlimited cars on the road eventually is going to come to this point. This city doesn't have the capacity of all these cars. 55,000, according to the numbers that was revealed in December. How could 55,000 cars make money in this city? I bet you maybe in a couple of months or in November, there's a report that's going to come out that they're going to say that they're going to reduce the number of the rideshare. You're going to have another problem. That problem is going to be, how are you going to reduce these numbers? Then you have to do another study to find a formula. How are you going to reduce their numbers? 7 councillors sitting over here, they voted it during the Tory. And nobody is taking any responsibility. Nobody is taking responsibility that they broke the back of the taxi industry, the professionalism that was created here in the last 40, 50 years. They broke it. They had all kinds of training, this, that, to make professionalism out of the taxi drivers. What happened? To bring Uber over here, operated by a bunch of drivers that they don't have a clue of where they're going. They don't have a clue of the business of a taxi handling the passenger, not knowing where the points of interest are in this city. I mean, you gotta come and take a look at, come and see how they treat the customers. I was talking to the police. The number of the sexual assault in the Uber is phenomenal. But this city doesn't want to talk about it. Why? And then, they come and talk about that there was a credit card scam was running by the taxi. That was more important for them than revealing the number of the sexual assault that is taken in this city by the Uber driver. Now, there is an issue here. The issue is the price disparity. There is no way for the taxi to survive under these prices that we have over here. Unfortunately, in 2016, when they passed these laws, I was not at the table to discuss this thing. There's no way for the taxi industry to continue under these prices. What are you guys going to do?
Yeah.
What's the plan?
Thank you so much for your perspective. Your 5 minutes are up. Thank you. Any questions to deputants? No? Okay. Our next speaker, Harrison Emmett.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Harrison. I'm the CEO and founder of Hover. We are a new rideshare company here launching in the city of Toronto. And I've introduced myself to a few of you fine people in the room here, but I wanted to take some time to introduce myself to everybody all at once and talk a little bit about Hover. So I'm originally from Stellarton, Nova Scotia, a town of about 4,000 or 5,000 people, and I moved to Toronto in 2018. And I'm happy to say that we've recruited about just that a population amount, about 4,500 drivers to join Hover on our wait list just prior to us launching here in April. I've been listening to drivers since I moved here in 2018, from their stories to their challenges to what it looks like to a day in the life. And that's what really drove me to create this opportunity, this company, this platform. So I use my experience and background in communities, my experience and background in business, and my experience and background in technology to put together a model that's slightly different than what we see here in the ecosystem. So right now, the current company, the rideshare companies, are taking from the earnings as well as charging a platform fee. With Hover, our slogan is 100% fair is 100% fair. So we transparently describe the fares and the fees as two separate things. The fares are what the driver earns, and the fees are what we have to pay to, well, the city, the insurance, the payment transaction, and we do also charge a platform fee, significantly lower than the competitors, but it makes it so that riders pay less and drivers earn more. It's really simple. We have a membership-based model. We turn drivers into members of our platform, and we encourage them to become full-time members, but they can work for whoever they want. Because at the end of the day, the goal is to help the people who are behind the wheel to make a better living, earn an income, and make a living wage. We've seen a lot of publicity around the low income that the drivers are taking home after expenses, and we believe that with better business practices, better business models, we can solve this. So I also want to take a little bit of time here to talk on the points that have been raised in the different city councils around congestion, around the environment, around some of the goals in limiting the number of drivers. At Hover, we actually support a driver cap. We do think that there is a right point and a right place for the appropriate amount of drivers to the demand for the market. With an unlimited amount of drivers, you'll never be able to properly have individual drivers make a decent living. The algorithmic choice of drivers was mentioned by Aaron earlier. That's geared towards new drivers so that they can get sucked into the platform, and the people who have been working full-time don't get the same opportunity, the same shot. So we don't have these types of back-end algorithms that it's all about proximity, timing, and we want to provide a good service for the rider, fast pickup, low rate, and a high pay for the driver. So that's what we're all about at Hover. I'd really invite some questions to be asked if there are any from the panel, and I'd love for the opportunity to speak with you outside of this room about our vehicle transition program, our Safe City program, and what we're able to do for members versus independent contractors or employees, and finding that middle ground for them after spending a lot of times with groups like Ontario Co-ops, some of the worker unions, and discussing with a number of drivers what their actual needs are and being able to meet those within our membership model.
Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to the algorithmic discrimination that you described, in which, as I understand it, when you first join the platform, you make a lot of money, so then you start to rely on it, or you make choices, you rent a vehicle, whatever. How does that relate to the need to have a constant cycling in and out by drivers? Can you just describe that a bit further? Because we've heard opposition to the notion of a cap, saying that it doesn't provide opportunities for new drivers to join. But what's the relationship between having that kind of, you start high, go down low, and having the cycling in and out?
So the opportunity of new drivers means that they aren't aware of what they're expected to make, what they're expecting to get paid. And so when you invite an onslaught of new drivers constantly, you can keep taking less and less and less from them without anybody really finding out and really getting to know. So, again, it's a practice that allows the platform to recoup the billions of dollars they spent spreading like wildfire, rather than building a sustainable business model that is profitable and ethical and provides a platform of opportunity for people And so to answer your question, Councillor Bravo, the reason that the other companies would want to have open door policy for unlimited drivers is so that they can continue to charge more for the service and take more from the new drivers without anybody really catching on, and which ultimately just affects the full-time people who are behind the wheel doing this to make a living.
Thank you.
I don't know if I have any time left, but to answer the question of the gentleman previous, or not really answer it, but to comment on it, the way that you could limit the number of drivers is looking at the part-time versus full-time. It's real simple, right? If it's a full-time worker, they depend on it. If they're part-time, then, you know, they have something else on the go.
Okay,
Right?
thank you for that suggestion. Seeing no other questions, Gurjit Dillian from Toronto One Taxi.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Chow and executive committee members. I appreciate you listening to me this morning. My name is Gurjit Dillian. I'm the Vice President for Toronto One Taxi and Scarborough City Cab. We've been operating in the city of Toronto for over 30 years, and we participated in a lot of industry consultations over those years. There are many stakeholders, and it's a really complex system. So we really appreciate you continuing to listen to and hear from all the stakeholders to make an informed decision. Over the years, city staff has worked alongside the industry to implement ideas and processes to ensure safety of the riders and the livelihood for drivers. So unfortunately, removal of most of those safeguards and major changes have basically demolished the industry and negatively impacted many hardworking individuals, as you are hearing today. The results have been disastrous, which is why you're hearing from so many PTC drivers who are struggling to make a living. I want to take this opportunity to draw your attention to what has worked in the taxi cab industry and why it is important to have reasonable and realistic number of how many vehicles should be available for hire so that riders get a good service and drivers can make a living. The open entry approach was always wrought with concerns which were voiced at the very beginning. Yes, having the freedom and the flexibility to work is an essential component of this industry, but it doesn't mean a free-for-all. And to illustrate, I want to share a couple of examples. Firstly, balancing the number of vehicles with the amount of overall potential revenue is essential for us as a taxi cab brokerage. Of course, we would love to add more cars to our company. And since that is our primary source of revenue, the monthly fees, brokerage fees that we charge to the drivers is our primary source of income as a brokerage, because 100% of the fares do go to the drivers. So it would be excellent for us to, keep adding more cars, but on the other hand, to keep our brokerage members happy and staying with us, they must make sufficient income. So we cannot dilute the revenue potential by adding more vehicles. So as an organization, we know that we have to make sure our vehicles are earning a sufficient living. And we're committed to that. And this is the reason we've been in this industry for over 30 years. And we have drivers who have been with us for that long as well. And then on the other hand, secondly, drivers making a good living is essential for providing good service. So, this is something that even the TTC recognizes, which is why for the accessible services contract that we operate, Wheel-Trans mandates to us how much we must pay the driver. So that's part of that process. The city has done the same thing with the taxi cab drivers by implementing the taxi meter, which is set by the city, and it reflects what they get paid based on the distance and the traffic patterns and so forth. So that's something that we already know that works and is necessary. I want to suggest that, this industry is not perfect, but there are many things that are working. And because of that, like the regulations in the industry, in the taxi cab industry over the years, were set up based on real life situations that the staff heard, counselors heard, and implemented those regulations to protect riders, to support drivers. So, there's still more work to be done around that, but we don't want to, the overall impact of removing those regulations or getting rid of all of those ideas that were implemented is what we're noticing now, is the fallout that we're seeing on the ground now. So it really is important to go back to those basics that we all know work, and to set up certain limitations. The formulas are there in terms of how do you decide how many vehicles should be on the road. Taxi cabs have always been capped. There has been a limit to the number of vehicles that are licensed as taxi cabs. And that formula was something that staff had worked on, and it had operated. But we understand that it is now time to take those basics and fundamentals and incorporate those and update them in the new world that we're living in, with changes in population, with changes in the requirements of the city. So it's time to update those systems, not remove them. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen, and we do hope that as you go into, like, the report comes in Q4 2024, the research has been done. You've heard a lot from all the stakeholders, and that you will be able to make an informed decision and set up the industry for sustainability and success, and all the individuals that are part of it, the taxi cab drivers, and all of the stakeholders involved. So thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions to the deputants? No? Thank you for taking time. Misra Badusan, Mr. Ali, are you here? Okay. Ali Hamza. Mr. Hamza, are you here? No. Amrajit Mullah. Amajid Mullah? Okay. JJ Frusa, right, fair. Those of you that your name is not on the list, I will ask you after we hear from all those people that have registered, okay? Okay.
Okay. Good morning. Hi.
Good morning.
My name is JJ Fuser. I'm with the Ride Fair Coalition. Good morning. Thank you for hearing our comments. We're not speaking to the matter we originally thought to, but it's good to be able to share some perspectives. I wanted to specifically speak towards the mayor's motion to take into account driver wages in the work that's heading towards Q4. And I wanted to actually take us back to the moment where a couple of other speakers referred to 2014, the taxi review, which was the same year that Uber began operating illegally in Toronto. Some of the outcomes at the time, I think, although we know that City Council cannot set wage rates, it is able to consider economic impacts. And the report in 2014 noted that when we limit the number of taxi cabs, I'm quoting from the 2014 report, we reduce congestion on city streets, especially downtown where taxis congregate, and promote industry viability. Research has also shown that an oversupply of taxi cabs leads to dangerous driving behaviors, degradation of services. Regulating the fare means that the city is able to ensure consistent prices that are fair to both the public and the industry. And at that moment, they also did a demand forecast study. So in 2022, how many vehicles do we think we need to service Torontonians? In 2013, there were approximately 4,800 cars and 15,000 workers. The demand study said that was adequate to meet service standards where the cab arrived under 10 minutes. There were 65,000 daily trips. And the researchers concluded that by 2022, we're going to see a 9.6 increase in annual demand. That's up to 71,000 daily trips. What happened was really different. So fast forwarding to 2023, 8 years after we set aside the 2014 regulatory framework to make way for ride hailing, and we find population has increased by 10%. The number of vehicle for hire, so that's taxi and ride hailing daily trips, increased by 183%, not 9.6%, to 185,000. Even more striking, the number of licensed taxi and ride hail drivers increased 340% to 66,000. Now, that's entirely coming from ride hailing because we've seen the number of taxi drivers drop by half. And as the previous speaker noted, there remains a vehicle license cap. So this increase is driven entirely by ride hail drivers. Since October, when we learned there were 52,000 ride hail drivers, we've seen that number grow to the end of the year to 62,000. There was a labor force survey in Statistics Canada that came out in January that says about 1 in every 5 gig workers works in Toronto. So we are really the epicenter of the gig worker crisis right here. So there are two issues. First, the number of rides has blown way past our prior estimates. So I think we can safely conclude that the kind of under-regulated industry led to induced demand for car-based travel. We know from studies in Toronto and other cities that this demand has come first and foremost at the expense of public transit. The second issue is that the increase in the number of drivers is more than double the increase in the number of daily trips. And that is why we see some of the results that we reported about 2 weeks ago in legislative poverty that, if you start from Uber's median, that the median driver earns $33.35 per hour. You take into account how long they actually drive on average and the kind of expenses they have to pay out of that, and they're left with $6.37. That gives you sort of a sense of the dynamics behind that. The provincial policy fix that the company has offered to pay 120% of minimum wage, but only for that piece of engaged time, also does not provide a floor. Your expected earnings, given that median, are about, given the provincial minimum wage, are about $2.50, but it can go lower. And that's what we need we need a system to stop that. People aren't getting work, they're not getting paid for their expenses. It's a waste of drivers' time, but also a waste of road space and carbon allowance. A more efficient system protects communities and drivers and customers, because drivers can improve their earnings even before any adjustments to fares are made if they're just working more.
Your 5 minutes are up, JJ.
Okay.
I actually have a question. You mentioned that right now there is 62,000 Uber drivers?
We did an FOI request to find out the number of unique licensed ride-hail drivers, and at the end of the year, that was almost 62,000. So it went up quite a bit.
62,000.
Yeah, 62,000, and then there's I don't know, 6,000 taxi drivers on top.
So 62,000.
PTC, unique PTC licensed people.
Okay, and then the taxi is about 6 or 7.
66,000.
How many?
Sorry, 6,600. It's about 10. It's 10% only these days.
Okay, so I'm hearing 62,000
And 6,000.
platform and 6,600.
Yeah.
The report that we saw earlier in the year, or last year, in October, the number was at 55,000, I believe.
Yeah, I think I heard the staff say 53,000 at the time. So there was
many?
indeed a 52,000 at the time in the council meeting, I think, is what we heard.
So you're saying that within 2 or 3 months after we lift the cap, there's an increase of 10,000?
Yes, so far 10,000, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow?
Thank you, Mayor. JJ, City Council approved the following, and I just want to get your take on how it would be helpful for us to, make better policy decisions at this juncture. City Council direct the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards to provide anonymized data to the public through the City of Toronto's open data portal. This is provided by New York City and Chicago to reduce traffic congestion and greenhouse gas emissions and improve road safety for all vehicle for hire trips, including time spent and distance traveled. On each trip by driver with fares broken down into the following but not limited categories: cruising on route and passenger transportation portions and closest pickup and drop off intersections as provided by the city. This was council direction. To your knowledge, was that direction ever followed and completed? And how could we use that information at this point?
That's a great question. Those data are not yet available, and they're very rich and significant. And the glimpses we've gotten from when staff report out of them have been informative. That's why we know that the average driver, for example, spends 60% of their time active, which is why we could make the wage estimates for Toronto, but Vancouver couldn't do the same for their drivers. So it's a treasure trove. And we could learn, estimate we could model potential policies, for example. There are researchers at U of T and TMU, like throughout the city, who can take those data and with their research budgets, tell stories about how many drivers are earning below the minimum wage, like what proportion, what's the variability we see, how many active drivers do we really need, right? Providing researchers with independent data where they don't have to be mediated by the companies is incredibly empowering and would help have a good public conversation grounded in evidence about this industry.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions to the Deputy? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Erla Phillips of Rideshare Driver Association of Ontario.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor Chow, Vice Chair Malik, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. Not about what we had originally planned, but I want you to take a moment to imagine, just a moment, that one of your friends or your family members had to resort to this type of work. The people who do this are just like your friends or families, who could end up having to resort to the reality of a system that is set up to work against the workers. We need to stand up for them because they are the backbone of an essential industry. Toronto drivers are putting in their efforts in the most expensive city in Ontario, and it is a hub for vulnerable newcomers to Canada. These workers are putting in an effort for the busiest market in Canada for these companies, but are the second lowest paid workers in the province. These workers are registered, regulated by the City of Toronto, and it is time to ensure that these workers are paid so that they can not only survive, but they can foot the bill that has been imposed on them for a mandatory transition to EV. Companies claim to support green initiatives while penalizing drivers who try to make environmentally friendly choices. It's like a slap in the face. It's time for rideshare companies to walk the talk and support drivers who want to go green, not punish them for it. Our report has more information on that. What do I mean? Incentives only for full-time drivers. Temporary incentives given, and 50% taken back for a green fund. Additionally, higher commissions and the same rates as regular UberX rides. Drivers are in a financial crisis right now. The council has an opportunity to lead and say that these workers should be treated the same as other higher paying jurisdictions, such as Niagara, Kingston, Windsor, even London. Drivers struggle to make ends meet, and many are working upwards of 14 to 17 hours a day because of the glut of drivers. But the bucket they are trying to fill has huge holes in it, such that they cannot fill it. These companies are increasing rates to customers, and they did so recently with a new contract, a copy of which we've submitted to you. They continue to increase their take through increased rates to customers, and it is not sustainable for the drivers. We need change, and we need it now. Imagine if you were facing these challenges, wouldn't you want someone to stand up and fight for what was right? It's time for action. We need regulations to protect workers' rights, ensure fair pay, and hold companies accountable for their actions. It's not just about fairness, it's about basic human dignity. We can work together to make this happen, but the workers must continue to be part of this so that the decisions made are not a continuation of favor for a group of companies that will not do the right thing. Let's make this a healthy industry where all can benefit, not just the companies, riders, and the city. Some municipal remedies that we can suggest can include some or all of the following. Right-size the fleet. Oversaturation dilutes worker earnings. Regulate the fare structure. For example, hire per kilometer at a minimum to be in line with other jurisdictions. Ensure the time and distance continue to be with full transparency to all parties, drivers and riders. Instead of the upfront system in the US with the AI that they announced last night, which one of you may have attended, that AI has decimated pay rates to drivers in the US, which prompted the global protest that happened on February 14th. This was announced months ago, and again, they announced it again. Limit the commission. Some of the drivers are having 28% plus additional fees taken, like the Tesla drivers being paid the same rate as regular vehicles and higher fees and surcharges. Providing a path for drivers to communicate with each other, with the city, and to help monitoring earnings and compliance. Lobby the provincial government to include rideshare drivers and all gig workers in general to be included in the ESA, and monitor driver earnings to ensure that they can sustain the fleet transition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, Deputy Mayor Malik?
Thank you very much, Ursula, for coming to the committee today and sharing your experiences as well as those of other rideshare workers. I think it's really important for us to be able to understand a bit more about what the experience is right now of rideshare drivers, and you shared some very practical areas for staff to look a bit more closely as this report gets drafted. If there was one big priority from everything that you shared, one piece of advice for the staff in this room who are going to be working on this report, what would that be?
One piece of advice is to ensure that the drivers continue to have a role in the data that is being researched, such as the recommendation that Mayor Chow made with respect to including driver earnings in the report coming out in Q4. drivers themselves need to be part of this for accurate data on the driver behalf. Thank you.
Questions? No? Thank you very much. And I'm sure you have it in writing and you've submitted your deputation,
Yeah,
right?
it was a substantial submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheila Prissy Allen from TDC Riders.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Sheila Pizy Allen, and I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders, a membership-based transit advocacy organization. I rely on the TTC every day. And tonight I'm going to celebrate an old friend. So last night I baked a beautiful cake. It's an upside down blood orange cake, and I didn't want to mess it up by schlepping it around with me today. So after my day wraps up, it's gonna take me about an hour to get home on the TTC, and then about 45 minutes, I hope, to bring my cake over. But it all depends on whether I can catch the DuPont bus. If I miss the DuPont bus, the next one comes 30 minutes later. And so, I have to consider taking a vehicle for hire. It's very expensive though, because I always make sure to tip if I take a vehicle for hire, because we just heard that drivers earn poverty wages. But the point of me sharing, just a tiny window into my commute later is that we have to understand how many people are choosing to take ride-sharing vehicle for hire trips who would otherwise want to take the TTC if it was more frequent and more reliable. And so today you're going to be evaluating a commercial parking levy, which would generate up to $150 million or even more for the TTC to make it more reliable, and we urge you to support that. But at the same time, as work is done to update the vehicle for hire policy, we urge you to consider protecting and increasing transit ridership and sustainable transportation, and those remain key goals. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to generate $150 million that we could use to boost TTC ridership and then see some of that undermined by vehicle for hire. And I just wanted to remind you finally that in 2021, first the TTC board and then City Council approved a motion initiated by Councillor Carroll to study the impact of ride-hailing on public transit ridership and revenue. And we still haven't seen a strategy to address that. So I just wanted to remind you of that and encourage you to consider how ride-hailing impacts public transit. Thank you.
Hi, can I ask you about that again? So in 2021,
yeah,
TDC Commission said to ask for a report.
That's right. So, and I'm happy to share
the
link to the motion. It was a motion first at the TTC board that Councillor Carroll brought forward, and it was partly because the Ride Fair Coalition had put together numbers that showed the TTC is losing up to $79 million a year in rides that are being lost to ride-hailing. So the motion was, let's look at the impact of ride-hailing on TTC revenue and on ridership. So now is the right time to make sure that's built into looking at the vehicle for hire policy.
The report never came forward
There
yet,
was no report back to the TTC board about that topic.
even though TDC asked for a report.
TTC asked for it, and City Council also said, let's look at this.
In 2021?
2021 in April, yeah.
Right, okay. And how much was it again, sorry?
So this was an estimate, I didn't estimate it, by the Ride Fair Coalition, based on publicly available data, that every year the TTC, pre-pandemic, mind you, was losing $79 million in fare revenue to vehicle for hire, ride sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mohammed Isha Butt, the president of the Toronto Limousine Drivers Association.
Good morning, ma'am. So I am alone here in this room representative all three categories: taxi, limo, and Uber Black car. More than that, I have a position for the 20-country World Alliance working for the gig workers. It's called International Alliance of App-Based Transport Workers. I'm General Secretary of that World Alliance. So I have a very good news information share with you all. At last, United Nations part working for the Workers International Labour Organization now finally recognized gig workers. And this year, they are arranging a conference for the gig workers. And hopefully next year, new article will be introduced to cover gig workers for the many employee status, this and that. So I'm hopeful our governing body member of Canada and federal government must be voted in the favor of workers in that voting. So now I'm coming to the directly about our Toronto muscle. You, Madam Mayor and City Council, done a very, very good job in October. You put stop in new hiring. That is very, very good a step on that time. I don't share what happened after 2 months is lift this and that. We must look for the future clean environment provide to the current people and coming people, because already if you see in winter folk coming more, we have only 2 roads, 401 and Gardner. 407 not too many people use because money is there. At least we put pause to restrict commercial vehicle no more. You already decided for the 2030 due to environmental protection for changing electric vehicles. The time is long. At least we again put pause for the new hiring, for the new, because 52,000 drivers' vehicles are enough. Before Uber, we have only 6,000 vehicles. And that is with the survey of university, we done that. 56,000 taxis are on that time and around 400 limousine. Now flood of vehicles. Must put cap for current people, for future of clean, safe environment for the Torontonian. Otherwise, everybody will be suffered. We hopeful you will take this opportunity for us and for the future of the clean, safe environment. Few months ago, last year, in Canada, particularly in Ontario, every 30 minutes, 1 car stolen. 12,000, more than 12,000 cars are stolen last year. We will put protest in Queen's Park. After then, the Ford government understand that, and they will put the strict type of law. After that law, now the percentage come down like before in last year. So same we will looking to you. You must take that initiative which you've done in October. You have to continue again to put pause for better future for us and for others. This is my request to you, and everybody in this room agree with me, we want that. That is my last words.
Thank you for that. Questions to the deputant? No. Thank you very much for your time and your passion. George Wedge, the president of Rideshare Drivers Association of Ontario. He's online? Okay. Yep. Mr. Wedge, we know you're there. Can you turn on your camera?
There we go. I'm trying.
Oh, we could hear
My
you.
camera won't turn on. Yeah, my camera won't turn on though.
Oh, well, we could hear you. Go for it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to try to share, which I can't do either. Okay, so good morning, Mayor Chow. My apologies for being remote today. Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to depute on this important topic. Although we use Uber as our primary example, it's important we also mention Lyft when we speak of vehicles for hire in the City of Toronto. I'm going to go straight to numbers because I think numbers are important in this. We can't lose sight of exactly what it means to be part of the fleet for Uber and Lyft in the city. The 60,000 drivers with PTC in the City of Toronto, with a current average cost of $64,000 per car, is a $3.8 billion investment made by private citizens for the sole purposes of providing fleet services for Uber. Using Tesla's which is Uber's favorite choice of plug-in electric vehicle as an example. In Canada, a 2023 Tesla ranges from $99,000 to $125,000. To convert just Uber's fleet from the gas hybrid plug-in to plug-in only and using Uber's favorite car, the Tesla, the fleet would have to reinvest between $6 to $7.5 billion, all solely to serve Uber's interests. In our written submission, we have provided a real tax summary from a real driver for demonstration purposes. In that summary, the driver's fare earnings were $55,135, of which Uber took $13,784. That's a classic 25% commission take. The driver gross earnings before expenses and taxes were $44,526. The mileage consumed for those earnings was, as stated by Uber, 39,114 kilometers engaged, but a total of 58,694 kilometers while online. It's fair to consider that online mileage is the mileage a driver would incur for the purposes of providing full end-to-end service, as well as reposition themselves to prepare for another ride request. It's reasonable also to consider that mileage is legitimate cost for the driver, and the driver's accountant will be using that mileage to file for their taxes. It is well understood that if that driver was my employee and I asked them to use their vehicle for the purposes of performing their job, whether it was to get from the office to a work site or go from home to the airport or any other purpose related to their employment, I would reimburse them for that use at the CRA reimbursement rates, which for 2023, 70 cents a kilometer for the first 5,000 kilometers and 64 cents for each additional kilometer. In a nutshell, and for the purposes of this demonstration, that cost would eliminate all but $6,662 of the $44,526. I think we can all agree that from a business perspective, the ROI isn't great driving for Uber. But worse than that is if you consider that each kilometer took 1 minute to complete, which in Toronto is pretty good because that's 60 kilometers an hour. That's a total of 982 hours and 45 minutes driving for Uber. On $6,662 net earnings after expenses, that driver earned $6.78 per hour without considering any of the hours that driver sat parked waiting for a ride request. It's ironic that the $6 and change number keeps showing up with every time someone cares to look at the reality. I would say it's not ironic. I would say it's iconic. Based on recent news articles citing Uber's CEO, Uber has been busy implementing AI in their algorithms. That AI is being used to essentially profile drivers and their behaviors and send them trips and orders they would be more inclined to accept. What does that actually mean? In the US, where it's been rolled out, it means decreased earnings based on the early reports from drivers. Driving Uber is a very rewarding experience. Share rides where we have the Uber think tank and solve the world's problem is very enjoyable, and I do try to make a difference in my rider's day. Today might be the day we add a new word to the urban dictionary. That word would be Uber, and it's a verb. Number 1, Ubering, the act of being unwittingly exploited for financial gain. It could be used as I'm Ubering today. Hopefully, I might earn some much needed cash. And 2, Uber, that's the act of lobbying and marketing false promises and providing misleading information. That's commonly used as, okay, team, today we Uber City Council.
George, you might
And
have
3
to wrap
is,
up. Your 5
I'll
minutes
be 30 seconds, thank you. And the third is Ubered, the act of realizing that one has been duped and that there is a very little one can do to fix it at this point. And that is, I've been Ubered. I can't believe I fell for that. How do I get out of this now? In closing, I urge the executive committee to provide ample warning to the entire city council to watch out for Uber, don't go Ubering, and don't get Ubered. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, folks? No? Okay. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, Rye Fair Coalition, Tobin Weisitz. Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Torben Wieditz. I'm a member of Ride Fair, a coalition of groups and organizations with an interest in regulating transportation, private transportation companies, so-called PTCs, in the public interest. By public interest, I mean that the regulations must support other transportation-related public policy goals articulated by the City of Toronto. This includes reducing traffic and congestion, reducing emissions, and increasing the share of public transit and sustainable transportation among Toronto's modal split. Most importantly, regulations should also ensure that companies pay their drivers at least Ontario's minimum wage for their time working, including on-call time between ride requests. Unfortunately, Toronto's current PTC regulations present significant challenges in achieving these broader public policy objectives. One main reason for this is that companies have no restrictions on the number of private vehicles they can deploy in Toronto. The sheer number of Uber and Lyft cars contribute to congestion and emissions and reduce TTC ridership. Their sheer number also induces poverty wages, as drivers competing with tens of thousands of others spend an increasingly disproportionate amount of their time driving without a customer, unpaid but on call for the companies, simply adding to traffic and emissions. There are currently over 60,000 licensed PTC drivers, more than 10 times what the City of Toronto once considered to be an appropriate level of PTC vehicles per resident in the City of Toronto. That number will likely increase to pre-pandemic levels, which stood at more than 120,000. It is understandable why companies like Uber want as many licensed drivers to operate in Toronto as possible. It means that customer pickup times decline and consumer convenience increase at no cost to the companies, as they don't pay drivers for their time, for their on-call time between ride requests, and externalize costs associated with congestion, emissions, or transit fare loss to the broader public. It's their way to monopolize this industry. Uber's ability to flood the market makes total sense from its business perspective. It's excellent for its shareholders, but it's terrible for drivers trying to earn a living and for a city that is trying to reduce its reliance on private automobiles and increase the share of sustainable modes of transportation. To be clear, I'm not saying there is no utility for PTCs like Uber, but Uber and other companies must be regulated in the public interest. There are two simple recommendations I want to leave with you today, and one insight that I would like to share with you. First, you should decouple licensing from PTCs. This is precisely how the city does it with short-term rental companies. If you want to rent your home on platforms like Airbnb, you can apply for a city-issued permit to advertise it on legal short-term rental platforms. It's not Airbnb that is issuing the license, it's the city. By decoupling licenses from companies, you will have greater control over licensing and a greater ability to communicate directly with drivers, and drivers can more easily switch between PTCs, which forces companies to compete for drivers through better pay and better working conditions. Second, you should make PTC data publicly available through Toronto's open data portal. Again, this is how MLS is doing it in the short-term rental market, allowing independent researchers to analyze short-term rental data, qualify company claims, assess housing data impacts, etc. If you support data-driven decision-making and transparency, make PTC data publicly available. Council already passed a motion to this effect in 2021, yet 3 years later, we are still waiting. Lastly, we often hear that Uber threatens to leave a market when regulators pass rules they don't like. That's precisely what they did in Minneapolis just on Tuesday. They told Minneapolis they'd leave should the city pass a minimum wage ordinance. Imagine paying minimum wage is a deal breaker for Uber, a company with a $160 billion market cap. How can this be? Next chance you get, you should ask them. Let me share what a former Uber Canada employee recently told us. Uber needs Toronto more than Toronto needs Uber. If the company says they will leave, you should know it's a bluff. Everyone knows it's a bluff. That says, if the city takes back control over licensing and directly issues licenses to drivers, a potential Uber exit wouldn't pose much of a problem. City licensed drivers could immediately start driving for any other competitor company. To reiterate, taking back control over the sector must include decoupling licensing from the companies and the public sharing of PTC data. Toronto is already doing this with short-term rentals, and there is no good reason not to also introduce this into the vehicle for hire sector. It will foster healthy competition between PTCs and contribute to holding companies accountable, which is good for drivers and ultimately increases choice among consumers. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions to the deputants? Deputy Mayor Malik? No? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I believe Charles Komanoff has now, his computer didn't work, but his phone works and is phoning in, right? Is he in? Okay. Mr. Komanoff, would you like to speak for 5 minutes?
I hope I'll beat that mark. And I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go for it.
Terrific. Thank you. I am Charles Komanoff, a policy analyst specializing in urban transportation. In 2017 and 2018, the state of New York employed my spreadsheet model known as the Balanced Transportation Analyzer, or BTA, to scope legislation that has brought congestion tolling to the brink of implementation in New York City. Included in the BTA's 160,000 equations are algorithms that translate increases in traffic volumes into declines in traffic speeds and then into increased tailpipe emissions, reflecting the tendency of stop-and-go driving to worsen vehicular emissions. My statement submitted on February 13 outlines my data sources and methodology. Last October, the New York Taxi and Limousine Commission promulgated a regulation exempting electric vehicles from a citywide cap on the number of permitted ride-hail vehicles, as we refer to Ubers and Lyfts. Using the BTA, I analyzed the extent to which a possible net increase in New York of 5,000 ride-hail vehicles, all of them electric, would slow traffic movement and cost drivers time. I also estimated increased emissions from both the rise in miles driven and the slower speeds. The projected impacts were substantial. Nearly 6 million more hours spent stuck in traffic per year, an additional 35,000 metric tons of climate destabilizing carbon dioxide per year, and additional emissions each year of more than a ton of human health damaging fine particulates, PM 2.5. These and other externality costs from the 5,000 additional electric ride-hail vehicles summed in my calculations to around $300 million US per year, or around $60,000 a year per additional electric ride hail. These figures should not be applied to other cities without accounting for differences in underlying traffic volumes and patterns. Still, they carry a clear warning for any urban area with chronic, extensive traffic congestion that is contemplating allowing additional ride hails, even vehicles with zero tailpipe emissions. To the extent that the new vehicles add to, rather than substitute for existing ride-hail vehicles, they will not only compound traffic congestion, but will also add to emissions from incumbent vehicles on account of slowing them down and pushing their operations into higher polluting registers of their combustion cycles. Expanding Toronto's fleet of ride-hail vehicles will, therefore, worsen traffic and air quality, even if the increase takes the form of electric vehicles rather than traditional internal combustion vehicles. The magnitude of these harms will depend on the net number of the additional vehicles and the prevalence of traffic congestion in the areas where the vehicles will operate. Conversely, replacing some of Toronto's internal combustion ride-hail vehicles with electric ride-hail vehicles, again, replacing rather than supplementing, will reduce emissions and improve air quality, provided this is done without increasing the number of ride-hail vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, your deputation. Any questions to deputant? If not, are there any other speaker interested? Come ahead and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon.
There's a
Yeah.
mic in front of you. Make sure it's pressed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ali Porhashim, or Alex Porhashim.
Can you come closer to the mic so we can hear you better?
Good morning. And I just want to indicate something like, I just want to remind our mayor, Ms. Olivia Chow, this is my picture with you, ma'am. We've been at the Island Airport. We took a picture. We did a campaigning for you for 45 days, walking in downtown Toronto, building to buildings, from one side of the city to other side of the city, with this hope, with this respect, that you promised us to take a fast action to stop this shenanigans happening in the city of Toronto that is costing over $180 billion annually, not only to the Torontonians, to the taxi industries and Uber and Lyft drivers and many other forms of transportation, plus $70 million lost revenue in TTC. Torontonians, with great deal of respect, they are fed up with this tax hike of 9.5, and it's not going to be the first one, and it's not going to be the last one either. So the point is, we have to stop this shenanigan, and either we need an action right now. Either we have to suspend the Uber and Lyft operation, or we can, you promised us in the meeting, you're going to bring a price match between taxi industry and the Uber, same as this things has been practiced in New York, and you jot it down on a piece of paper with your associate during a meeting. And dear, I campaigned for beloved our Mr. Mike Layton, God bless his soul. And also I did a campaign for you, and I don't mind to do it again. But the thing is, people, they need an action, they need a result. Postponing a meeting again to Q4 is not going to resolve any issue. Just we're trying to sugarcoat any political agenda that we don't need it. People in the city of Toronto, they're suffering. Hardworking people are suffering. Not only that, as a result of those kind of inaction not being taken by the city of Toronto, there are a lot of people, including the taxi drivers, they overcharge, they scoop, and they ruin the city reputation, and then they're costing the city of Toronto so much money. So please, rather than having so many fancy, schmessy conversation and political agenda, we need action now. Because you promised us during a private meeting, you said by March 10, 2024, you're gonna what do you call it? You're gonna bring a motion in order to put the cap on the number of the taxis, Uber and Lyft in the city of Toronto. As hoarded right now, Uber has so much power over the city of Toronto. They issued over 10 to 12,000 licenses before even getting any permission or red signal from the city of Toronto. This shenanigan must be stopped, because not only is costing a TTC $70 million annually, not only is going to cost the taxpayers over 9.5% more, not only is going to cost $180 million, $180 billion lost revenue. Also, the taxi drivers, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, they don't make any money. TTC is not making any money. Everybody is suffering. I don't know, why do we have to have that kind of big meeting here with so many people here that none of us will come into this sense. In order to control this shenanigan, we have to stop it, put a cap on it, put a limit on the number of the gig companies, and then price match the taxi and the Uber, same as being done in New York, same price. We should not let this Uber undercut us and then abuse us on a daily basis. It is not fair, it is not right, it is not human right. Basically, city is encouraging Uber and Lyft to abuse the public in the city of Toronto. Please, just take action right now, without even postponing it for November 2024. And guaranteed by November 2024, you're going to postpone it again. This study has been started 10, 11 years ago during Mr. John Tory, and I don't know why do we need to have more studies. The study says per 1,000 people in Toronto, we need one Uber, one Lyft, which means out of 3 million people that live in Toronto, we just need 3,000 Uber and 3,000 Lyft, which is 6,000. We don't need 62,000 or 70,000 Uber and Lyft drivers. That the benefit goes to those companies, not even to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Yep, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Sir, thank you for your submission here today. Are you aware that the city did in fact move a motion to put a cap on ride
But
sharing?
Mayor has changed her mind
So
multiple
just
times.
to
First of all, she brought it.
One second,
she
allow
changed
the
her
question
mind.
first before you answer.
Madam, please.
But
We are
allow her
fed
to
up with
finish her
this.
question.
We are fed up with this game we're
But
playing here
you
in the
should
city
allow
of
her to
Toronto.
finish her
You
question,
brought
though,
it,
sir.
you canceled it, and then you said you're going to bring it on March 10, 2024, and then you change your mind again for November 2024. And I'm sure, guaranteed, everyone is sitting here. You're going to change your mind again by November 2024.
Sir,
1,000% sure.
Just hang on a second. Can you allow, yes,
Thank
Deputy
you.
Mayor Morley?
Thank you. And I just wanted to also advise, as part of that, there's a court proceeding that has happened. So I just want to reassure you that action is being taken, and it's a matter that we continue to take very seriously. And thank you for your submission here today.
Any other questions to the deputant? No. Thank you so much.
Please stop issuing licenses.
Okay. Madame Malik, you had your hands up. You have questions to staff.
Thank you very much, and appreciate all the speakers who came today. My first question is about something that was mentioned by a few folks who came and spoke to us today. It's the 2021 request to MLS for rideshare operator data to be shared through open data. And I just wanted to hear a little bit more from staff confirmation about where this responsibility now lies, and if there is a status update that they can share on the progress.
So thank you for the question. It is something we are aware of. It is something we are working on, and we're working very closely with our colleagues in Transportation Services, who I will defer to provide more details on the specifics related to that.
Right. Hi. I guess just really quickly, the current status of it is we're working through a pretty significant IT project right now. That integrates Uber data, Lyft data, and sorts through questions of what happens when drivers are working on multiple platforms at the same time. So it's part of this, this big set of work that we have underway this year, and together with a sort of analysis that we're working on to publish the report in Q4 of this year.
So can we expect this to be a part of or alongside or to even get a status update as the report that we're discussing today lands?
I guess as of right now, based off of the capacity of our staff right now, we're envisioning prioritizing this after the release of the Q4 report. We're also working alongside the taxi industry because the motion requests not only private transportation company data to be published, but also data from the taxi sector as well, the full vehicle for hire sector. So we'd like to be able to publish data across the entire industry when we go public.
Okay, thank you very much. We know how important this period is, especially for rideshare drivers and the public education piece around supporting their work and efforts. So I just want to hear a little bit more about what the city is currently doing with its capability to communicate with rideshare drivers, to share information on, the supports from the city, the rules in the City of Toronto, and, any current work or projected work that you can share.
So thank you for the question. We are continuing to, between now and November, we will be consulting with various members of the industry, drivers, companies, the public in general. So it's important that we hear from them and we're able to share information two ways.
Share a few more specifics about what public education efforts are being taken?
It's in general, it's about what we're reporting back on. We do have limitations with respect to wages. We do want to hear that, but the city and its licensing authorities and the authorities under the City of Toronto Act don't speak specifically to those. Are there different levers that can be pulled that impact those wages? Yes. So that's a body of the work that's happening. We would, it's a fairly an open forum to listen to what's working and what isn't and what we need to consider.
And we know that there has been some good work done in other jurisdictions, specifically New York and Seattle, towards to work towards a sustainable vehicle for hire industry that does provide livable wages for rideshare workers. What engagement is currently being planned during this interim period to connect and collaborate with rideshare drivers, our advocates, academics, and policymakers in other jurisdictions, and to give them an opportunity to share their insights and inform some of our choices?
So thank you for the question. Jurisdictional scans are a key principle in all of our policy development. We have good contacts with the City of New York, and we continue to work with them on understanding how they've implemented what they've implemented. We need to do an alignment with provincial versus state versus New York versus Toronto, and what we can use as a best practice and what we cannot. We will be engaging Seattle as well and any other municipality. There are Canadian municipalities doing similar things as well that we will be working with Winnipeg and Calgary specifically.
Councillor Bravo and then Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff, the Deputy Mayor Malik has asked some of my questions, but to probe a bit deeper, so the apples to apples comparison is challenging, and we're going to account for that, given that U.S. cities have constitutional powers that are not afforded to cities within Canada. And is that correct?
That's correct, and that's what I was getting at with my previous answer, that we will look at best practices, but they need to fit within the Toronto, Ontario context.
Right, because we are creatures of the province and we don't get to decide what we do, unfortunately. In terms of the good practices that Michael Reich, who is an expert in this area and the U.S. referenced, he talked about a scaling formula that would determine compensation. Is that kind of level of detail within the scope of your study at this time, or would that exceed the scope of your study?
I would suggest that it exceeds the scope of our study.
Okay, so that would be something that we would need to look at in the future. And there was questions about action around the impact on the taxi industry and the livelihood of taxi drivers. From the perspective of staff, the work that we're doing at this time in relation to the appropriate number of PTC vehicles, that has a direct relationship, does it not, on how we consider the capacity of taxi industry to operate in Toronto and to have a good livelihood?
So thank you for the question. That is correct. What your assumption is correct.
Right, so by looking at a cap and the work that we're doing right now, we're precisely doing the work that we need to do to ensure that the taxi industry has a livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked a deputy this same question before, but I just want to ask it of staff because obviously it's your job to complete these directions. There was a previous council decision that the executive director, municipal licensing and standards, provide anonymized data to the public through the City of Toronto's open data portal. I won't read the entire motion to save your time, but you know what I mean. To my knowledge, it has not been completed. Is that correct? Has it been provided to council in a form of a report publicly?
And just, I apologize, you may have been out of the room. Councillor Malik asked the question about open data, and we responded that it is something that we are working on. We are working closely with technical services, privacy, transportation services, and we will be providing that after we provide the analysis on in the November report. Again, we can't have everyone, we need to focus on the framework piece first, and then we will focus on the open data piece second, and that will follow. We are committed to doing that, and we will be doing that.
Uber provides a lot of data to you, does it not?
That's correct. Yes, they do, and we use that, and we will be using that with our colleagues in transportation services in the modeling and understanding how the system is being used. And we will also be looking at that with respect to transit. It is an outstanding piece of work that we have to come back with near the end of the year. In our report, talks about the impact of this industry on transit.
Could you remind me when that motion was approved?
I'm going to say December 2021. I recognize a lot that when you do the quick math, that is a
few years.
That is 2 years. I would also, that my group and this group was heavily involved in the pandemic, and it has impacted our policy work plan and our policy work plan of our colleagues in transportation services.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question to staff? Nope. Speaker? I do want to clarify one thing. There's a motion in front of you. I will move that. I just want to clarify to some of the speakers so that you know. Deputy Mayor Cole and City Council approved a moratorium on the license of a new vehicle for hire. And a month and a half later, I believe, the city were facing a court case in December. And in the December council, we thought that it would be a lot better if we minimize any legal cost. And we have, at that point, asked the staff to report back in February now on a path forward and do some research. The staff have come back and said that they need a little bit more time. The motion in front of you is to say that there will be a report coming back at the latest in November. It could be sooner if we could collect information faster. And that would inform our decision. We already had a decision made. We could make a decision now, but I think it's probably helpful if we get the staff report as soon as possible. And we've been promised that that would be the case. And some of the councillors talked about the motion in 2021, I believe. I'm sure what will come forward is the implementation of, the different motions that have been floating around. That's not the only one. There are other ones that hopefully could be integrated into something substantial that we would then make a decision. Okay, so that's the latest update from my front. Any questions? Yeah, Deputy Mayor Cole. Yeah, please do.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody what we faced here a few months ago when I moved my motion, supported by the mayor and the majority of councillors, to put a cap on the number of licenses. And we were threatened with legal action. And I got flooded with all these angry emails, calls, threatened me because said, what do you got against Uber? What do you got against rideshare? This is so important. And I said, well, I tried to answer them, but it was pretty hard to answer them because everybody was pretty darn irate of what we had done, even to ask for an examination of this and putting a temporary cap in place to look at this thing. So I've got people here today saying, well, the mayor, why don't you do it right away and whatever. We went through hell trying to even get the first step here, and the mayor supported looking at this. And today's motion is, I think, an excellent one where we look at the wage aspect of it. Because as our director said of, bylaws and so forth, licensing said, they can't legislate wages and that. So that's why we need the report, because we'll get sued again. We get sued. We get the thousands of angry emails when we even mention that the people are making $7 an hour. So, and I think the benefit of this kerfuffle has been that the public now knows that there's this problem of below minimum wage earners driving these Ubers, that they're not being paid a decent, half a minimum wage even. They know that now, thankfully, that there has been some brave members of the press have talked about this, and that the council has talked about this. So that's been the big benefit of going through this ugly process of exposing this disparity in wages that exists for these hardworking people that are trying to make ends meet and getting paid $6 an hour, whatever. So that's been the benefit of all this. And so I think we're in the right direction, and we've got to be careful in what we do, because we're going to get sued again, I'm sure, by these multinationals because we dare raise these issues. So again, totally support this item before us.
Councillor Matlow.
I wanted to
To those that want to speak, I'm sorry, you've spoken and it's now councillors. So, okay? Yeah. Councillor Matlow. Yes, allow Councillor Matlow to speak. Just relax, my dear. Councillor Matlow.
Well, actually, to take a cue of what the gentleman just said about taking action.
Okay, it's okay. Just hang tight, hang tight. We're good. Thank you. Councillor Matlow, please, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Ready to go? Speaking of taking action, I know a lot has been said about what the mayor and Deputy Mayor Cole and others have done in recent months to get a handle on the impact of ride sharing on Toronto streets, on our transportation system. And in fact, since some of the challenges that these actions have met, there are some who will go out there and beat their chests and say, well, look, this is what a problem this is. This shouldn't have been done in the first place. I've got a different take on it. Whether one agrees or disagrees with Mayor Chow or Deputy Mayor Cole, who should be dictating what this municipal government does on behalf of its residents? Should it be its elected mayor and elected council, or should it be any big tech company just demanding what they believe should happen? Is that good for democracy? Is that good for our city? What I saw Mayor Chow do, along with Deputy Mayor Cole and others, is say, it's not even an opinion yet about whether you like Uber or not, or you support the taxi industry or not. That's not the question. It's, do we have a handle on the impact that the status quo is having on the quality of life of everyday Torontonians, the quality of life of people who are driving taxis, driving Uber and other ride-sharing companies? Are people who are relying on these jobs able to afford to live in an unaffordable city? And are they protected? Do we have maybe not enough, or do we have too many? And what impact is that having on traffic congestion, on the navigability of a city that has some of the slowest commute times in North America? So if we don't want to know the answers to any of that, then let's just duck. Let's just put our heads in the sand and forget about it. And if we want our public policy to be dictated and set by international big tech companies, that is an option for us, but I don't think that's good enough for Torontonians. What the mayor did, and what Councillor Deputy Mayor Cole and others have done, is said, we're not afraid to ask those questions, but we can't do it while we allow for all that uncertainty to continue. We need to take a deep breath for a moment. We need to take a pause. We need to understand this. We need to collect that information and ask staff to come forward with facts, not hyperbole, not lobbying efforts, but facts to make an informed decision. So yes, have there been some challenges along that road? Absolutely. Have there been setbacks? 100%. It's all out there in the public. It's all transparent. Everybody knows about it. But we don't need to make this into, was this the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do for political gain? Because the actual answer will come in independent, objective information that will come forward from staff when they report on all of this. And then we can debate it and we can discuss what we want to do with it, and everybody can take a position about what sector, what portion of the sector they like better. That's fair game. We'll debate all that. But let's not be afraid of asking for the facts and making sure that we are able to do it in a functional way. That's what the mayor has done. That's what Deputy Mayor Cole has asked for, and that's what I support.
That pretty well summed it up. Any other speaker? No, thank you. All those in favor, we are now dealing with the issue ourselves. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. Next item in front of us, just as exciting, in a different way, is the hosting of FIFA World Cup at 2026. There are deputations, and there are a presentation from our staff. Yes? Presentation first before speaker. How's that? Let us see your stuff first, and then we'll have deputants.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Executive. I'm pleased to be joined here by Sharon Ballenbach, who is the Executive Director of the FIFA Secretariat. Sharon joins us with a host of experience in international games and was involved in the previous soccer events that have been held in Toronto some years ago and came to us from Special Olympics Canada. So we are really thrilled that she joins our organization and is leading the charge from a FIFA perspective. We're going to begin our presentation. There is a short video that precedes some of our remarks, so we'll go to that now. Seem to have broken the system already. Today we're reporting on a journey that started a number of years ago towards the Men's World Cup 2026 that will be hosted by Canada, the United States, and Mexico. Within that hosting arrangement of 3 nations coming forward to FIFA, there was the selection, of course, of 16 host cities that will have the games, which total in the entire tournament to be 104. This work has included a variety of people over a number of years who have been supportive of the effort, not only to support Canada's bid to be part of this 3-nation approach, but also to be part of the host city bidding process that Toronto was successful for in the past. Can we get back to the presentation? So when we put forward the bid as Toronto, it was entitled The World in a City. And this was done very intentionally. This is, of course, one of the reasons why Toronto was selected as a host city. You all know the diversity that drives the city of Toronto. Well, from the context of the World Cup in 2026, this is a tremendous asset. This is a city where the colloquial term around the FIFA table is that whatever match is going to be hosted in Toronto will be a home match for somebody. And that is the reality of the situation here in Toronto. Not only are we a city that is very passionate around the game of soccer, and of course I should note for our FIFA colleagues that I'm sure are listening that I'll continue to say soccer so that we don't confuse this with our American football and somehow consider this to be the Argos contributing to this approach. But of course, for the rest of the world, this is about football coming to Toronto. But you know, we are a city that really enjoys our soccer, and whether that is at the highest level of Major League Soccer or whether that is in parks and other recreational facilities across the city. We are a city that has produced some tremendous players for our national team, and we have the pride of the many, many achievements of our national team to take credit for in this city as well. And so that was the strength of our bid as a host city, that not only do we have the capacity and the know-how to put on a world-class event as being one of the host cities for FIFA World Cup 2026, but we are a population and we are a community that will embrace it. Earlier this month, you heard the announcement, which really brings us to why we're here today, in terms of solidifying exactly what FIFA World Cup 2026 will look like in Toronto from a match and a logistics perspective. We are pleased that we will be hosting 6 matches, including a round of 32 match, which is, as we get to some of those more, as they say, consequential games. But let me tell you, the group stage is nothing to be sniffed at. I know some people say, well, it's, you know, why didn't we get some of the later games and into those rounds? Well, the size of our stadium was always going to curtail which matches we would get as the tournament goes on. But don't forget, those that make it to the round of 32 have to get out of their group. And if you talk to some of the premier soccer nations in this world who have seen their hopes dashed at the group stage, those group matches are just as important. But the real excitement for the city of Toronto was what is listed there on 6/12/26. Toronto will host the Canadian men's national team first ever World Cup match on home soil. It will be one of 3 matches that is the opening match for the host nations, Canada, the United States, and Mexico. These matches will be premier matches in their slot, in their time slot. they will be watched by the world. It is estimated that maybe 500 million people will watch those matches because they, like the Mexico opening match and the United States opening match, will be those premier matches on those days. This is a tremendous honor for Toronto to receive, and it's an exciting opportunity for our city. So with the announcement of the match schedule and how many games we would be achieving, it did lead us to be able to complete some of the other actions that are necessary to bring forward this report today. We estimate that this is always was going to be a major event, bringing a major number of people to visit our community as part of this event. It is an event that lasts 39 days, although we will not be seeing games in Toronto across all of those 39 days. It is a celebration that is just over a month long. So as we move to the next slide, there will be lots of opportunity to engage the city in this celebration that, as we say, is more than a month long. And you know, in a North American context, the FIFA World Cup is often equated with major sporting events like the Super Bowl. Well, imagine having a Super Bowl every day for 39 days. That's what we're going to be looking at in terms of the celebration of soccer, football in this community and around the world. It means that we will be engaging our community at the grassroots level and at the local business level to celebrate, as we do every 4 years, wherever the World Cup is being hosted around the world. It means that we will be hosting one of the 16 FIFA fan festivals, an opportunity for fans to be engaged in all things FIFA, to be experiencing the cultural events and the cultural fabric of this community, and also have a chance to participate publicly in watching sporting events akin very much to what happens in Maple Leaf Square, Jurassic Park, depending on the fortunes of our other professional teams. We'll be looking at opportunities to engage at all those levels. How will this bring out more grassroots soccer support? How will this engage people in their local communities, in their local neighborhoods around this great sporting event? And that's what this celebration really means. And so this is a major undertaking in terms of engagement at various levels. Yes, at the core of this is about hosting the biggest sporting event and one of the biggest events on the planet. But it is also an opportunity for our community to be engaged in these celebration events. I'm going to turn things over to Sharon just to walk you through some of the elements of this month-long celebration that will be very much a part of the impact of FIFA World Cup 2026 on Toronto.
Thank you, Paul, and good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to share more information with you about the World Cup in 2026. As Paul mentioned, as a host city, we have many responsibilities, and obviously an optimal experience at the stadium and at the training venues for the teams and spectators is priority one. But equally important to that is the unique opportunity we have as a city to showcase our city to a global audience and to create lasting long-term benefits through impacts and legacies that are going to be beneficial for Torontonians right here in our city. So we are absolutely committed and have prioritized both a robust community benefit and legacy plan. And work on both of these is well underway. We are working with our colleagues across many city divisions and with community stakeholder groups to ensure that both our community benefits plan and our legacy plans are a success. Through the World Cup, we will be focusing really on sort of 5 legacy themes. The first is about sport, physical activity, and health. And the development of our training sites at Centennial Park is certainly a big part of this particular legacy theme. We'll be contributing to the park's 10-year master plan. And there are long-term legacies for sport facilities for community use long after the tournament is over. We intend to have an extensive volunteer program that will have many citizens in our city trained and part of this event and playing an integral role in helping us deliver this event. We'll be also working with other local sport groups to determine other opportunities, especially for underrepresented youth. And we are working with PFR, Parks and Rec, on a legacy elements to support the launch of Toronto's professional women's soccer team. Another one of our pillars in the legacy area is arts and culture. and we have the opportunity through programming at FIFA Fan Festival and across the neighborhoods to create a stage on which to celebrate our cultural diversity and shine a spotlight on our local artists. One of the third pillars is economic impact, and as Paul mentioned, we'll be welcoming over 300,000 visitors to our city, which will be a significant boost to the recovery of our hospitality and tourism sector. And we are engaging with our tourism partners and BIAs across the city. This work is already underway as how we can engage small business and the tourism industry to really maximize the economic benefit of this event. The next slide outlines two other legacy pillars that we have, diversity, equity, inclusion, and human rights. And based on the city's community benefits framework, social procurement policies, and fair wage policies, we are working with the community benefits team here at the city and PMMD to develop a community benefits plan comprised of a workforce development plan and supply chain diversity. Work on this is also well underway, and we are building in social procurement terms and language into key procurements and have engaged TCVN and other stakeholders for their input and expertise in this area. The second is sustainability and environment. And again, these two pillars or these two legacy themes really tie into priorities and objectives that the city already has and that already exist. So we are developing a sustainability plan, again, with our city colleagues in environment and climate, and we are aligning with tools and objectives that already exist around the Transform TO Net Zero strategy. And we'll be developing some best-in-class sustainability event management practices as we go forward. So we are fully committed to leveraging the hosting of this World Cup to create a community benefits plan and legacies that will benefit Torontonians long after the tournament ends. And we are working on these plans as part of our Secretariat work as we speak.
As many of you know, hosting a world-class event like this takes a tremendous amount of work, years of preparation to get us to that celebration in June and July of 2026. As you see in the report, we have updated projections in terms of the operating and capital costs for this. And I understand the impact that that revised projection has. We'll talk a little bit about what drives that. But it's important for you to understand as we continue to move through the milestones and the gates of this project, exactly what our current thinking and our current projections are. And that's why we provided that for you in this report today. At $380 million, this reflects what we believe now constitutes the full package of capital and operations to put on this event. And I'll talk in just a second about why some of those numbers have changed from the previous estimates between 2018 and 2022. It is important to note that this is now 3 levels of government working on this project. The province of Ontario has committed nearly $100 million to this project, and we're incredibly thankful and grateful for their signing on so that they can fully participate in the planning for World Cup 2026. The federal commitment has been there even before the City of Toronto was a host city. The federal government needed to commit in order to fulfill the host bid to be a host nation. They have always been at the table, and in fact, we want theirs to be the last piece of the puzzle, because their contribution will reflect the eligible total costs of this project for both Vancouver, who will host games, as well as Toronto. They are working through the budget submissions, and they have the updated numbers now based on the matches that both Vancouver and Toronto will host, and some of the other variables that have gone into the work. So the question of whether the federal government is involved or not has already been answered years ago. The answer is yes. And while we don't have the actual investment figure yet, we do know that this follows a policy framework. Simply ask the folks at Winter Olympics in Calgary or Vancouver, or the Pan Am Game folks. This is a formula that works out to be in the area of 35% of the total eligible costs, but not more than 50% of the total public investment. Some of this increase cost for the City of Toronto comes, quite frankly, because of the fact we now have 6 matches. The number of matches has always been a question mark, and we have been pushing FIFA for a while to say we need to know what our total investment is going to be based on the number of matches. We were never guaranteed even the 5. We were notionally planning on 5, but we didn't know if that would be lower or higher, and now we have that answer. We have seen increases in 2 areas that were unanticipated and are above the projections and inflationary increases that were included in the original budget. One is at safety and security, and we are actively continuing to work with our federal counterparts and provincial counterparts to see what can be done to mitigate those concerns. And the second is inflationary impacts, particularly related to capital. The reality is, as you've seen on some city projects as well, they simply are beyond what we had put in as contingency and inflationary impacts back when budgets were being produced between 2018 and 2022. There are some revised FIFA requirements that have come along the way, and we now feel we have a better handle on exactly what that looks like. But I can tell you that we continue to work at ways that we can reduce costs for this project, not increase them. We've already seen some movement from FIFA on some of this in the areas of transportation and in the rescoping of the fan festival that will take place here in Toronto and the other 15 host cities. We do have mitigation plans in place, which we're working through at the moment. Those include revenues from potential short-term implementation of an additional municipal accommodation tax leading up to the games and through the games. Private sector sponsorship, I'm pleased to say, is taking on a much more positive outlook than it was in the original proposal that was shared with me as I was trying to get up to speed on this project. In fact, an anemic $2 or $3 million was at one point what we were expecting in private sector sponsorship. That is no longer the projections we're talking about. We have a world-class team working on the commercial rights, which FIFA have provided to host cities, which is capped at a number of folks that can be in that basket. But we believe we can extend that to other sponsorships and opportunities for people to contribute to what is going to be an amazing celebration in 2026. So the mitigation strategies will come forward. Our commitment is to find ways to bridge the gap in the resources that are required to put on the games in 2026. And we look forward to the discussion that will ensue on that. But I do want to end where I began. This has been a journey that Toronto's been on for a number of years. We're now just over 2 years away from the completion of that journey. Our goal is to get down to work to do the very things that Sharon talked about. Focus on those baskets of work. Yes, to put on a world-class environment for a world-class sporting event, but make this an element that engages Torontonians in a way that is new and different and leaves a legacy for this community, as we always seek to do with these types of events. Thanks very much, Mayor and members of this committee.
I have a suggestion. If you can hold your question to the staff. We have 4 deputants. We could hear from the deputants. And let's hold this item to after lunch, because it'll be longish, I think. I'm just suggesting. And then we could perhaps just get a few things done before lunch, okay? Then people wouldn't have to wait for a long time, especially those that have speakers, if that's okay. So we have 4 speakers on this. If that's all right, okay? Yeah. Mark Lasson, are you here, Mark?
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, members of the committee. We're talking about a project today that is 10 times over budget and 1 year behind schedule. And why do I say this project is 10 times over budget? Because the first time it was discussed in City Council in January of 2018, it was projected to cost $30 to $45 million, including a $7 million contingency, making the $380 million figure almost exactly 10 times over budget. Why do I say the project is 1 year behind schedule? Because in July of 2022, the City Council requested the City Manager to provide a community benefits plan in the first quarter of 2023. this did not take place. In July of 2023, City Council requested again that the city manager provide a community benefits plan, this time by October of 2023. Today, we're discussing the matter, and there is no plan to deliver any community benefits plan. Why is this? It's a good question, because in the same meeting that the council authorized a community benefits plan, the council authorized a negotiation of an agreement with MLSE, a complicated agreement which took 7 months to negotiate, but which was nevertheless delivered. This agreement can be safely described as the MLSE benefits plan. MLSE receives a free stadium, and in return, they're indemnified against any loss. And in return, we give them 100% of the commercialization rights, and in return, they're going to keep 40% of what they earn. So this is a really good deal, and the people of Toronto deserve a deal like this. So we're 10 times over budget and 1 year behind schedule. And what is the proposal? What is this? And as the city manager points out, the clock is ticking. We're 2 years away from this. What is the proposal to make this go faster? The proposal is that we authorize more secret deals and more non-competitive contracts. I ask you, how is this going to deliver a project on time and under budget in any way? Further, we already have an example of a sole source contract which has been given on this project, which is to say the contract to Gensler Architecture that was made in 2023 at the same meeting that council requests again the benefits plan. There's a $4 million contract, and according to that contract, Gensler was supposed to deliver by the end of February 2024 all of the construction, documentation, and permits. That has not been done. It's February 29th. It's not been done. There's no timeline for that to be done. A sole source contract is not the way. I'd also like to point out that the business plan attached to this document is 365 days old. It hasn't been updated since it was published on March of 2023. It's important to point this out because in order for us to make the money back that we're going to need, especially giving 40% of the revenue to MLSE, we're going to need to earn about $600 million in the next 2 years to break even. And we have no plan to do this. If we took this plan to a bank, they would laugh at us. This project is 10 times over budget. This project is behind schedule. This project has delivered enormous benefits to one of the largest monopoly companies in Toronto, MLSE, and one of the most corrupt organizations in the world, which is FIFA. If you authorize these sole source contracting powers, you are going to create a financial disaster for the city of Toronto. And finally, as to the benefits, I'd like to tell you the names of some of the other cities that have hosted the World Cup. Cities like Rustenburg, cities like Cuiabá, cities like Gelsenkirchen, cities like Saransk, cities like Miyagi. Toronto is already on the map. If we want to pay $380 million to invest in sports, we can have a legacy that will last 100 years. We could have municipal grass court tennis for this price. We could have 100 Olympic swimming pools for this price. We could have 20 professional women's sports teams for this price. Why, when the management team in charge of delivering this project on time and under budget has completely failed, why are you going to reward them with the authority to give out million-dollar non-competitive contracts? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Questions to the deputant? No?
May I add one more comment? I'd just like to point out that thanks to the letter of intent made available by the administrative letter of
Your time's
Councillor, I'd just like to
5
point out,
minutes.
can I just point out one thing about the right to withdraw from this contract? In the deal that's negotiated with MLSE, Section 1J, the city has a right to withdraw at any time for any reason.
Thank you for that. Deputy Egbal. Eggo? Sorry to muck up your name.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Ige Igal. I'm a fellow at the Maitre Foundation, an organization dedicated to poverty reduction through a human rights-based approach. When it comes to sport, we advance the right to physical activity and participation in sport, and the right to participate in safe environments that promote health and well-being and protect human rights. We also believe that sport can be a powerful enabler in the advancement of a broad spectrum of other rights, including economic rights, social rights, cultural rights, and recreational rights. The FIFA 2026 World Cup in Toronto is not just about celebrating sport. It also represents a great opportunity for leadership in advancing human rights in the context of mega sporting events. But hosting this World Cup comes with serious human rights risks, as alluded to in the business plan that the city had a number of years ago. These risks are around labor practices, child's rights, displacement and/or forced evictions, whether direct or indirect, sexual exploitation and human trafficking, surveillance, privacy, and increased policing in local communities, discrimination and exclusion, the impacts on freedom of expression and freedom of assembly, and the potential for environmental degradation. So these concerns raise a pivotal question, and that's not who is responsible for safeguarding and advancing these rights, and the answer to that question, as you well know, is that it is a shared responsibility, but the City of Toronto cannot hide behind the notion of a shared responsibility and a shared obligation and delay action on human rights in anticipation of others taking the lead. So if the question is not about who is responsible, what is the pivotal question? And that's the one I alluded to earlier. It's about taking advantage of this opportunity to lead. And it is not enough to simply acknowledge these risks, as the city has done in the business plan. Instead, the city must be proactive and take leadership by establishing unequivocal human rights benchmark for how it will host the World Cup in 2026, for how it will host the world. We urge the city to adopt a proactive and strategic approach to ensure the FIFA 2026 World Cup celebrates sport and advances human rights. We have 4 recommendations in this regard. Number 1, articulate a clear and comprehensive human rights framework. This framework must define the actions and the strategies that will allow the city to implement its vision for human rights at the World Cup. Number 2, engage stakeholders and communities in a meaningful process. Engaging community organizations, small businesses, and experts in human rights will ensure a well-rounded approach that leverages diverse expertise and insights. One way to do this is to ensure that human rights is part of the governance framework for the Games, either through a committee dedicated to human rights that will be made up of experts and community organizations, or a subcommittee as part of that governance framework. Number 3 is to center the needs of residents and communities. And in doing so, the city must respond to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, specifically number 87, 88, and 91. Our 4th recommendation is to create a broad legacy of human rights advancement, notably advancing the right to sport and physical activity, and not just in building infrastructure, but ensuring that there is a social infrastructure that allows our communities to take advantage and use the physical infrastructure that we have. Number 2, to ensure safe environments for participation and ensuring opportunities are safe, inclusive, and promote the well-being of our communities and our residents. And finally, to ensure that we leverage sport as a powerful enabler of the fulfillment of the broad spectrum of human rights that I spoke about earlier. By adopting these recommendations, Toronto can be a leader in integrating human rights into the fabric of hosting mega sporting events before, during, and after the World Cup in 2026. Community organizations, including those who will intervene today, stand by ready to engage and collaborate with the city to ensure that the risks around human rights are mitigated and that we advance human rights as a legacy of these games. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Carroll and Bravo had questions.
Oh, well, they might be very similar questions. You came today to make this presentation, but in the meantime, we saw the presentation, and it went a little bit beyond what was in the report that was circulated in time for review. So it goes a little beyond that and gives the sentiment and intent behind meeting all the pillars, including the DE&I commitment. Do you see the bare bones of what you're talking about, and you're just asking us to really formally make it a framework that we can then point to and better guarantee that there will be a legacy? Do you see the start of it, or do you think we're still missing the mark entirely?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carroll. I'm encouraged by the presentation this morning and the update. And there is a framework that exists, but specifically around human rights, I think we need to do a lot more. And if I can leave you with one recommendation, it is to ensure that in the governance framework for the games, there is specificity around human rights and how we mitigate risks across the entire operations that the city will engage in for the games, and how we actually advance those as well.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you for your presentation. The FIFA requires for hosting cities to have a human rights approach. What you're suggesting to us today in relation to the development of a framework that attends to a number of things, including, the things that are associated with these events, like human trafficking, displacement, and interruption of people's civil and political rights, as we saw with the G20 here with these big events. Is this what FIFA requires, or you're asking for something more profound, which would leave the city a legacy? This would be a policy legacy. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. So thank you for the question, Councillor Bravo. FIFA does require certain human rights requirements, and in fact, they're going to release their human rights framework. But what we're asking for today is that the city not wait for FIFA, right, and that we are proactive in ensuring that we do have a policy legacy around hosting not just the FIFA 2026 World Cup, but other events in the future, whether they are sport-related or not, because there are impacts, as you mentioned, the G20 in hosting large events.
So in a way, this would be a policy legacy in the form of a human rights framework with a governance approach and some opportunities for public education about rights that would apply and would be available to the City of Toronto as a convener in a number of different kinds of activities, not just sporting, but hosting any other major event. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sarah Buchanan, Campaign Director of Toronto Environmental Alliance.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarah Buchanan from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. I'm here today to help make sure that Toronto's World Cup Games bring benefits to people who live here, and not just big profits to corporations like MLSE and others. And I think that as you've heard and are probably going to hear from the next deputant, with the help of a solid community benefits framework and a solid sustainability lens, we could use these games to bring in good local jobs, to model programs for zero waste events, in our stadiums, to bring new priority surface transit corridors to move people on transit faster, and make greener public spaces and greener buildings as well. So I see in the report that environmental sustainability is listed as a top legacy theme for planning and delivery of the games. And I've read through, and the initial sustainability steps listed in the report are promising. We strongly suggest, or we strongly support complying with the green standard for all training sites, using low carbon materials, which it mentions, working with TRCA to renaturalize spaces. And Exhibition Place has signed a net zero events pledge, which we applaud and hope will be respected for these games. But sustainability goes further than that. It isn't just about the physical spaces where these games are played. So let's think about how spectators are going to get to these games. Let's think about how people are going to get to the many festivals and celebrations that will happen spinning off of these games. I lived in Vancouver when the 2010 Olympics happened, and I remember the frustration of trying to get downtown to go to some of the free shows that were happening, and there being just packed bus after packed bus going past me. And I really want to make sure that doesn't happen to people in Toronto who want to celebrate this. And I also think it's something that was in the motion in 2022, I believe, which asked for a community benefits plan. Also asked the city to collaborate with the TTC and Metrolinx to make a plan for how we're going to build better transit for these games. I did a Control F through this report, and I haven't seen that plan yet. I would really love to see that, because I think we can build some fantastic opportunities out of this. Even just thinking about our recent rapid TO conversations, if we build that rapid transit corridor down Dufferin Street, that's going to bring people right to Exhibition Place. So building that transit priority corridor and many others to get people not just to Exhibition Place, but also to downtown, other places in the city where things are happening, is going to be extremely important for 2026. And it's something that's going to last. It's a benefit that will go beyond that month-long celebration. It's a benefit that people who may not have time to or be able to celebrate will actually be able to experience in their lives. And we also have an opportunity to model best zero waste event practices, like organics collection, like using reusable cups at games, which is something that big stadiums in North America are already doing in places like LA and Seattle. Happy to give more details on how that works, because I know at TU we've had lots of questions from councilors about, like, what are the logistics of actually giving a stadium full of people not a whole bunch of plastic cups that they have to just throw in the garbage. So we will like set up a show and tell for you. We will do whatever you need to help make that happen, because again, this is a city facility. It's a really huge opportunity to model what's possible. We hope by 2026 this will already be happening, but in the event that it's not, this could be a really exciting pilot project to make sure no tiny plastic cups make their way out of the stadium as garbage and in fact get reused for other games. And I also want to mention that following these sustainability practices will create even more jobs in Toronto. We have a whole lot of modeling and academic research showing that things like building transit and reusing create way more jobs than things like throwing away garbage. So that'll just build on the economic activity that we could see as a result of these games. And T also supports TCBN's call to better follow through on the 2022 City Council direction to include minimum targets for equitable participation of Toronto residents in employment opportunities, whether these employment opportunities are green jobs, whether they're jobs helping to serve people in stadiums, whatever they are, and small business participation through social procurement, supply chain diversity commitments. Just want to say this is all critical to make sure that it's the people of Toronto who benefit from these games instead of big corporations who don't honestly have a good track record of fair wages, of local equitable hiring, or on environmental practices. Thanks everyone for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Councilor Carroll.
Just one, Madam Mayor. You mentioned that there is already a green strategy and exhibition place. You said, but please adhere to it. Is there a concern that because this is big, they'll just, okay, we'll waive all our requirements and make this easy on you? Or is it something that's fairly easy to follow even when you have a volume event?
I hope there's no danger of that. And I'll admit I haven't looked into all the nitty-gritty details on that, but I know that, for example, there are some commitments on recycling in that sustainability plan, but I don't see any on reuse, which could take it a lot further. I know sometimes when we get into the realm of net zero, things can get a little dicey with like offsets, and I would consider, looking deeply there. And thinking about how it's not just about climate commitments and zero carbon and low carbon, but also things like waste reduction and getting people to those games. So the one thing that, obviously in the sustainability plan for that venue doesn't consider as much, the impact of those externalized, like people traveling to the site to get there, so yeah.
So if anything, we should ask their board to look at, is it as strengthened as it could be? If you can strengthen it, do so before 2026.
Sure, yeah, I think that's a fantastic opportunity. Happy to work with folks on that and to look more closely at that. But I think it's a great foundation to build on for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Last speaker, Kushma Baker, the Director of Community Engagement Campaigns, Toronto Community Benefits Network. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Executive Committee today. Also, thank you to the City staff and the FIFA Secretariat for an excellent presentation and update today in terms of what's going on with the planning of the upcoming FIFA 2026 games. I know it's almost 2 years away and lots of excitement. As someone who's a big soccer fan, I'm really excited about the opportunity for myself to maybe for the first time ever watch a FIFA game in my own city. However, as someone that's grown up in a low-income situation, I know that for a lot of people, they're not going to be able to afford to even participate or be able to afford a ticket to watch a game. But I think, with the investments that the city is making into the games, I think there's a really great opportunity to really think about, how, people in our city, especially maybe some of the more vulnerable community members, can still benefit from the games, whether it's through the construction, whether it's through the operations, whether it's through the planning, or also even long-term through the legacies. And I think, the work and the approach that the city's taking around community benefits, and to really look at, for each of these investments that the city's making, how communities could really benefit, whether it's residents, low-income people, diverse groups in our city, but also small businesses. When we look at, the amount of public investment that is going into the project, we know that, FIFA and some of the big corporations stand to, make billions of dollars from the games. In Qatar, FIFA, I think they brought in $7.2 billion in revenue from the previous Qatar games. And just gives you a little bit of an idea of exactly how much money they're profiting from, the FIFA games. And I think with a community benefits agreement, I think there could be a great opportunity for residents and businesses in our city to also share in this prosperity. In 2022, when Toronto City Council was considering how it would participate and approach the FIFA 2026 games, TCBN had advocated with our allies for a community benefits agreement, to be really a focus point for these investments that are being made in the city of Toronto. This included things like minimum targets for equitable participation for Toronto residents in employment opportunities, small business participation through social procurement and supply chain diversity commitments. Currently, what we are hoping to see today was an overarching strategy and exactly that plan of how the city would work with communities and to ensure that there's a plan for community benefits as part of 2026 FIFA games. While we understand that there are challenges and complications with the deal, Toronto community members, small businesses, social enterprises really deserve to know how exactly they're going to be able to meaningfully participate in this prosperity and with the investments the city is making with the games. And without that sort of community benefits agreement or public declaration or some sort of public responsibility contracting framework, this is not possible. As recently as 2022 World Cup in Qatar, advocates have raised accusations of labor and human rights during the preparations of the World Cup. This is not the first time such allegations and concerns of human rights and labor rights violations as part of a FIFA World Cup have occurred. I definitely agree with Ige, the previous deputation, that has shared that the city should not wait for FIFA to set these standards, but really take the lead when thinking about what does a human rights approach look like for FIFA and what that means for Toronto and hosting the games. Also, I think a community benefits agreement can also align with a human rights approach, really looking at, what are the ways to protect workers and labor rights in the contracting, but also the supply chain. All contractors must have anti-racism plans and strategies in place. I know with TCBN, we did see on many projects in 2020 where there was nooses on construction sites with Black workers. We need to make sure there are protections in place for that workers who are actually working and participating in the contributions of the World Cup, that there are safety measures in place. Ensure decent work opportunities for local residents and equity-deserving groups through a living wage standard. We don't want just precarious work. I worked in the hospitality sector for many years, and it's very precarious, right? So really making sure that the workers who are involved have the living wages is really important. Also things like local and equity hiring, developing an employment labor market plan, whether it's apprenticeship hours in construction or employment training, co-op, internship opportunities in sectors like hospitality, where we know there's going to be a need for workers. And then, like I mentioned, small business opportunities through social procurement and supply chain diversity. And TCBN is really encouraged and would like to work with the city, the FIFA Secretariat, the Community Benefits Unit to really make this vision a reality, and that we can really, present FIFA as a really great opportunity for the city and sports, but also for some of the most vulnerable communities in actually being able to participate in meaningfully in this games, but also the prosperity that will come with it. Thank you.
Councillor Brafo and then Carol?
You're probably going to ask.
Yeah.
You two are going to ask the same question, aren't you?
Probably.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for reminding us of some of the commitments that have been made. In terms of developing a framework, but then making sure that any purchase of service or contractors that are hired and through the supply chain, can you give us an example of something that TCBN has worked on with the City of Toronto? I think, for example, the Woodbine Casino Agreement, and what are some of the features of that agreement that have allowed for realization of profound local economic and community benefits?
Yeah, I did have that in the letter as well, because I know this type of approach has been done before, both with the city, but also with things like the TO 2015 Pan Am Games, where there was, I think, 10% of procurement that went to minority-owned businesses, disability-owned businesses, LGBTQ-owned businesses, Indigenous-owned businesses, as well as women-owned businesses, and that totaled about 9.9 in purchasing through the supply chain diversity as part of the Pan Am Games. But also with Casino Woodbine, which was the City of Toronto's first ever community benefits agreement. And from that, there's included, to date, in terms of some of the outcomes that we've seen, 48% of the people who have been hired in the positions related to Casino Woodbine have been what's called social hires. So these are equity deserving groups. In addition, there's been 10% that have been also towards local residents in the Rexdale area. So really having the employment and labor market plan really has a local focus and really making sure that, whether it's training or removing barriers for local residents to be able to, get access to some of those different hospitality or construction pathways and jobs. That's also been something that we've seen some success on. And then with purchasing from diverse suppliers and local businesses, to date, they've spent over $80 million, so that money is recircling back into the local economy, really strengthening local businesses. And so I think having that type of approach, I think with FIFA will really maximize the investments the city is making, not just to be looked at as costs, but really reinvesting this money back into our communities and supporting residents and small businesses.
In terms of these large events, it's often argued by companies that they need temporary foreign workers to do the work. But those workers don't have any pathway to permanent residency or citizenship. Can you comment on some of this community or civil society capacity that already exists to be able to recruit and provide pathways into construction jobs, administrative design jobs, operational jobs?
Yeah, it's interesting because we continue to hear that there's labor shortages, there are skill shortages, but from our experience, that's not something that we're seeing. We actually hosted a Green Build Career Fair yesterday at the Learning Enrichment Foundation, and we had over 2,000 people that came to that event. And we had really, really long lineups, people who are very interested, who have the skills, who are eager to contribute to Toronto to help build our city. These are people who are, whether they're international students who have come, who are learning, who have the training, but not the Canadian experience. That's one thing that we always continue to hear, is that people don't have the Canadian experience. How can we maybe make sure that there are internship opportunities, co-op opportunities, apprenticeship training opportunities, so that people can actually get the training, get that experience, so that they can actually contribute to maybe the jobs that, middle income or even higher income jobs, and kind of be a step ladder. And so having an employment and labor market plan is really important. And, people are ready to work. We have a Next Gen Builders program for Black youth.
Yep.
And we had 200 Black youth that signed up for that construction program for Black youth, and we only had 20 spots.
Yeah.
So we had to tell 180 Black youth in our city that no, we don't have an opportunity to train you and support you into construction, and we are asking for government for more funding to increase spots and seats, because people do want to work. It's just
Before, I just want to ask one quick question before my time is up, and then how crucial, in your view, is it to be specific on a goal? I note that in the Metrolinx construction framework, it's 10%, but in other Woodbine, it's much higher. In the United States, the standard is around 25-30% of priority hires. As you say, what we need is the construction hours so that we can get people who are far from the labor market into the labor market, and in this area, we have real opportunity.
Do all the training, but if we don't have the pathway into a career, into a job, and well, from our experience, we know that targets are helpful in actually creating those measurements so that we can go back into our training programs, ensure that those people are ready to take on those opportunities on these different projects. And so that's really the best practice that we've seen, not only here in Toronto, but across Canada and North America. Yeah. When cities do have these community benefit agreements or policies around community benefits, it has specific targets around construction hours for local residents as well as equity deserving groups. And if you look at big cities like San Francisco, or Los Angeles, where they had these policies for many, many years, they've actually seen a much higher increase in outcomes of equitable participation, but also the participation of local residents in the construction sector. I think they started around 10 to 12%, and now some of them are already up to over 30% from years of policy development and implementation. And I think the city is in a really great position to continue that model and approach.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, Councilor Carl.
I like that idea of a labor market plan. You just not so much in your deputation, but in your answers to my colleague, Kuzma, you put the nail right on the head. This is what I'm experiencing in my community. We keep hearing or reading labor shortage in the newspaper, but the experience of people is that we're here, we're ready to work. But if it is a labor shortage, how come nothing has changed about your inaccessible human resources approach? The portals haven't changed. If they're so desperate for workers, why does this still take 90 days to get from application to interview. So I'm wondering, in the view of TCBN, could we take this temporary one special event and perhaps model? What does the labor market plan look like? How do we make HR practices more accessible and get people into the positions faster and more equitably? Is that the potential here?
Yeah, I think a labor market plan can really help to develop a projection in terms of, what are the different skills that are needed, for these positions that are going to be coming up, whether it's in the planning, but also the operations. And, also, how can you train up maybe some of the more vulnerable people in our communities to get access to those opportunities, right? And so that's where I think nonprofits and agencies like TCBN can come forward and bring programs and training to make sure that people can, those pathways into the opportunities and the skills that employers are looking for. And I think having that sort of robust plan, talking to, some of the organizations that do work in the hospitality sector around training and, also the employers in terms of what those needs are. And then from there doing pathways. And when you look at some of the two communities that are most impacted in that neighborhood, South Parkdale and Regent Park are within a 7-kilometer radius of BMO Field. And those are neighborhood improvement areas. When you look at the stats, their median income is $20,000 lower than the city average.
Yeah.
Right? And so when you think about, what is the impact that could have on local neighborhoods, whether it's in neighborhood improvement areas, but even beyond across the city, I think having an employment labor market plan can really make sure that those who are most maybe facing the most barriers to the labor market can actually have those supports and pathways and wraparound supports, and then also to be ready and prepared to meet the skills that employers are needing.
Right. Okay, and so one other question. Because we need agencies like TCBN and others to do that now. The province has sort of taken over employment services, and they don't want to take that approach. So we're going to have to find ways to build it in using partners like you. This is a tough question. You have a massive directory here. Pretty much every social enterprise and community agency in town. If we're going to sort of see you as a go-to organization, how current are you in terms of your outreach to all those organizations that are sitting in your directory? Are you sort of up to date on where they're at and what their capacity is to become a part of this?
Councillor Carroll, we have 3 minutes to 12:30. I can move.
That's my last question.
Okay, and
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think that's the strength of TCBN. We're a network, right? And so we do bring labor to the table. We bring community organizations to the table, and we have social enterprises at the table, and we all work together, right? And so I think we do have the capacity, I think, within TCBN, but also within our network to work collaboratively with the city and city staff in developing these approaches and having these commitments in the contracts. And we have a lot of experience doing this on much more massive projects like Eglinton Crosstown LRT, some of the big transit projects and other projects like the Casino Woodbine, in having these agreements and targets and labor market plans and oversight and tracking. So we can really bring the best of the expertise and our learning and best practices to what the city is going to be doing with FIFA 2026.
okay. Thank you. We will
Thank you.
take a lunch break. We'll come back. There are a few items that just have recommendations. We'll do quick release at the time, and we'll come back to this item. Okay? Thank you. See you back at 2 o'clock. 1:30, pardon me. 1:30, back at 1:30. How dare I? So let us just do a few things quickly. Item 4, there is a technical amendment. May I trouble the staff to put it on the screen? What this is this item is about bringing all the, list all the land that we have that are close to transit corridor. And what this is to make sure that there's whatever cost it might be, go to the capital budget process, and is a change of different deputy city manager so that the person that is in charge of growth, i.e. building housing, would have carriage of it. So staff recommendation is in front of you. Carried, all those in favor? Carried, thank you, thank you. Sorry? An item as amended, as the clerk said I need to do. All right, that deals with 4. I think item 3 will take a bit of time. Item 5 has a deputant. 12.6, the deputant is no longer interested in speaking. Deputy Mayor, you have a motion?
I'd like to release the item with a motion.
Go for it.
All right, the clerks have the motion.
Online, please.
This addresses the issue that being raised around a fair property tax system, including it in a comprehensive review, the structure of property tax valuations that we've also anticipated from the province, and directing it to the city manager for consideration.
Speaker?
So just
if not, carried.
Question.
Question,
so
yeah.
There was a deputant.
The deputant does not want to speak. He doesn't need to speak, it's fine.
Councillor Burnside wanted to, though. He's on his way.
He's on his way? Okay, I'll hold that down. Is he coming, or is he not speaking either? No? Councillor Burnside is still coming, right?
Yeah, he's on his
sorry,
way.
that wasn't his...
I think he thought it was coming in order, the thing, but he's on his way.
Yeah, I was trying to... item 7, there's speaker 8. Does the speaker still want to speak? Oh, Councillor Burnside is here. I believe you want to speak to item 6. Tax fairness are for all. A motion has been moved. Do you have any questions to the staff? Anyone have questions to the staff? Yeah, I know, you've moved a motion. Councillor Burnside, did you want to speak? Do you want to question Councillor Malik?
Do I have questions of staff or just speak? Whatever you like.
Sorry, we are releasing the item.
To do what?
Process of releasing the item, and
But there was no offer for hold. He has questions of staff, yeah.
So what's happening?
I'm releasing it with a motion.
Okay, all right. In the beginning, there was a deputant. The deputant didn't want to speak.
I'd like to speak.
So the item, yep, go for it. Here is the motion.
Thank you.
Very small.
Oh, that's... well, I can see, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Burnside.
So, thank you, Mayor Chow. So, this motion would effectively kill my motion, and you know, congratulations on that. But I just want to take a quote. Experience the serenity of rural life on Toronto Island while exploring the dynamic city centre without getting into a car. Our exclusive island home is quaintly tucked into a forest-lined street connected to pathways with easy access to all the activities the island has to offer. It's only a 3-minute walk towards beach, the most sought-after sandy beach in Toronto. Toronto Islands are only a 10-minute ferry ride to downtown Toronto. Switch from the hustle and bustle of the city to the tranquility of one of Toronto's most coveted parks. This car-free area boasts 6 kilometers of walking, Center Island amusement park, artistic exhibitions, and even a nude beach. Mayor Chow, those aren't my words. Those are the words of residents and their Airbnb listings. About 8 years ago, when I was on the infrastructure committee, I was asking, or questions were asked of Toronto Fire, the cost of responding to the average fire call in the city of Toronto on the mainland. It came in at about $3,000 per call. I was surprised to find out that the average call in the off-season on Toronto Island is $30,000. Overall, in the full year, it's about $11,000 a call, either 4 to 10 times what the response cost is on mainland. So I figured that property taxes would be astronomical on the island. Boy, was I surprised. I discovered the average resident only pays $1,550 per year. On the surface, this seems to be a huge inequity and apparent privilege of a select few. But I may be wrong, and that's why I put my motion forth at City Council as a member's motion, asking for an unbiased report from city staff. I think it's my job, and all politicians' jobs, to be curious. We know from the recent reports about operators of TPS vehicles possibly not paying for speeding tickets that they've incurred. This made the public angry, and rightfully so, because it smells of unfairness. The public wants fairness, equity, and the elimination of privilege. This motion protects privilege. We just raised property taxes by 9.5%, which makes it more important than ever that we have confidence in the tax system, that it's fair. I've heard residents don't own the land. That's why their taxes are so low, and that is true. But neither do apartment dwellers. Apartment dwellers don't own the land, they don't own the unit. Yet, in the area that I represent, Flemington Park, a neighborhood improvement area, someone living in a 1-bedroom apartment is paying $4,200 in property tax through their rent. A resident yesterday on Global News said, "We don't have the opportunity to make a windfall." I'm not sure how making a windfall on real estate is the job of municipalities. And property tax is about the delivery of service and charging for that service. I understand why people would want to make those arguments and why you'd want to live on the island. Heck, you actually have to put your name into a lottery. You actually have to win a lottery to live on the island. In reality, though, this motion isn't about the arguments. It's about asking the questions, about being curious, not afraid to ask the question, and asking for an unbiased report of staff. And I'm not sure why this motion from Deputy Malik is put forth when I'm just trying to get some answers and ensure that people have faith in the system. And if I'm wrong in my positions, then so be it. That's why I'm asking staff for an unbiased report.
Yeah, Councillor Malik?
Yes, thank you very much. And as mentioned, I do have a motion. And on the item that was put forward, the top line has been around fairness in Toronto's tax system. And in Toronto, a fair system for property taxes is obviously a priority. It's one that we share. And through a comprehensive review of how property taxes relate to the larger structure of property valuations, can we actually get the type of framework that we're looking for? And in my view, this submitted motion isn't the right path for that evaluation. And first of all, I do want to highlight some of the critical inaccuracies in the motion that relate to the valuations of the property on the islands. The summary stated that in error that island residences are on city land, where in fact the land is provincially owned and leased to a trust under provincial legislation, which leases the properties to residents. As far as I've seen, there is nothing that has shown the cost for municipal services are 3 times as much as on the island as they are on the mainland, and that they are squarely related to the residential community, as again was stated in the motion. Second, Everyone knows that Toronto Island is a destination park that receives more than 1.5 million visits annually that need to be serviced in a variety of ways. It's a site of businesses, a school that serves non-island residents, recreational facilities for boating, city facilities like the water filtration plant and more, and city services support a wide range of users on the island and benefit many in Toronto. A Toronto Island master plan is currently being finalized for the park that is looking at ways to guide the change and improvement for all users on the island on a year-round basis. And this motion is really narrowly focused that it doesn't look at what is needed to consider property tax fairness as part of a broad basis for the whole city. This fall, as we'll know, the province announced its own review of the property assessment system with a focus on accuracy and equity. This in-depth review is necessary to inform a further examination of property tax fairness in Toronto, and I support advancing the work of achieving property tax fairness that we all care about through a comprehensive review that includes the necessary work by the province around the property valuations that's the basis of the concern here.
Are there other speaker? No? All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Our next item, are we ready for the FIFA? Okay, born ready. All right. Prior to lunch, we heard deputations, we heard, and we had a presentation. I understand there might be some question to the staff. Councillor Matlow, any, Councillor Bravo, Malik, starting with you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor, when City Council supported bringing the games to Toronto, it resolved that staff would funding commitments by both the province and the federal government before any agreement would be executed. Why then was an agreement executed before we had the completion of and a commitment by the federal government? Well, I recognize that we may yet hear from them in the following weeks. Back when the council motion was approved, that was not done. If they could explain that.
So through the mayor, the people who actually signed the agreement aren't here to answer that question directly. But what I do know is that a report did come forward indicating that we were going to sign on to that, which changed what you are talking about. Absolutely, the original desire was that there be full commitments on funding. The reality is the way sports are funded in Canada is that that doesn't happen in time. It is a staged process, and that wouldn't have ever occurred before then. So the reason for the shift to bring forward a report that asks council to go ahead and sign without in advance of receiving those commitments from other levels of government, I can't answer why that shift in thinking occurred, but council was aware that we were going to sign on to the FIFA agreement in 2022, is my understanding.
But you do understand that the consequence of that is that the City of Toronto has been left with a far greater burden of responsibility to pay for the games than other levels of government will. And ultimately, the agreement was executed without that condition being met. So I would like to, although you aren't able to answer that in full today, I would like to understand better what happened. Like, for example, I don't know the answer to this question, but I've certainly heard things. Do you understand at that time what Mayor Tory and his team's involvement was with respect to asking staff to do, to take actions? Were they Were there, check-ins from time to time from staff to say, should we do this, should we do that? Was meritorious staff guiding staff? If you could just provide some insight.
Sure. So through the mayor, certainly there were briefings provided, but there were not directions provided in those meetings to me. So at one stage, then city manager Chris Murray asked for me to take some leadership on in this project, and actually at the time said it was going to flow through the deputy city manager of community and social services. So we executed on things and brought those reports to council, and that's the pieces that were there, including the sole source, single source piece, which is of concern. So yes, I was involved in briefings. I sat in on some of them, perhaps not all of the briefings, and at no time was I given instruction or direction by their staff or by the mayor directly to do things. It was an update on where things were at.
Given that the deal was signed and executed without those conditions being met, if we're saddled with that agreement, do you see opportunities to maximize the opportunity for revenue outside of the limited revenue tools we have that don't grow with the economy, like the provincial and federal governments have? So for example, having a more robust revenue plan, like the private sector, everyone out there is going to try to do, so that we can at least try to make taxpayers right to the best of our ability, given the delta between what we're investing and the $3 million or so that we expect to bring in through taxes.
So through the mayor, absolutely. Our goal would be that the property tax base, the levy, so to speak, would not be the source of any more resources than has already been committed by council. So I think two things need to happen. We need to understand and receive the full amount of the contribution from the federal government based on our eligible costs. We need to continue to cost control these games, which has been a force of myself and Sharon, both with FIFA, who continue to want more, and we continue to say no. The last piece is we now have what I think is a reasonable approach with the private sector in order to receive funds from the private sector. Prior to this, we just didn't have the expertise, and now I see projections which are better, and look forward to reporting more on that once we get into some more solid projections on that, which can come in the short order. I know it's not today, but it can come in short order. So to your question, yes, the answer is we want to look at all the revenue tools that are possible before we would ever think of going to the levy for this.
Thank you.
For question, Bravo Malik Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the city manager. There were some very interesting and useful deputations made about the kind of value that the people of Toronto might be able to realize out of this FIFA contract that has been signed, and the associated economic activity. In particular, do you see an opportunity going forward with the community benefits framework that was committed to in 2022 to create those opportunities, like the City of Toronto has done in a very systematic way in relation to Woodbine Casino and building on the Pan Am experience?
So through the mayor, the short answer is absolutely. And I think there are a couple of key areas that offer us those opportunities, some of which are yet to be fully defined, which is why we don't have that agreement in place. One of them is the significant amount of activity that will happen and action that will happen around what I'll consider to be hospitality. The Fan Festival is 39 days or so long. That means there are lots of opportunities for community organizations, for neighborhood groups, for cultural organizations to be involved in that work in a meaningful way. The second is we will be procuring small amounts of capital. So I think the important piece to realize is we're not building new capital here. So they will be small projects, but again, we can look at what those limited opportunities may be within the capital framework and continue to work through that. So I do see that. We have procured very little in this project to date. Much more of that is to come. So I don't see us having wasted opportunities right now. Those are in front of us.
Thank you. So there's about 2/3 is operational and 1/3 is capital. And so the question is, can there be sort of construction hours for limited capital and opportunities around the procurement of services? That's great to hear. The other question I had is in relation to something you've already raised, which is the kind of community level involvement. The kind of ground zero of World Cup activity is in Davenport and has been historically. And there are many kind of associated community-based activities. Do you see that being part of the fabric that could be what the city's kind of legacy and contribution is?
So through the mayor, yes. In fact, that, yes, there is all 16 cities will have this Fan Fest sort of FIFA program type thing, but it really is about how we support the activities and actions at the neighborhood level that I think will be a marker of whether we've succeeded or not. So there are some components that we're just delivering because the games are here. There are other pieces which we can help shape very much within the neighborhood level.
And in relation to the human rights framework that one of the deputants spoke about, this can become quite significant when we're talking about convening on this scale. Do you think that there will be, well, it's a requirement of FIFA that we have something. Is there an opportunity to take advantage of the expertise that we have with, for example, a foundation like Maytree housed in the City of Toronto?
Through the mayor, yes, there is, and we've also built on some of the knowledge and understanding we already have as a city. I'll use that in terms of our work with Indigenous communities. So we right away have invited within our governance structures Mississaugas of the Credit, and they've accepted to join our governance structure. So has the Aboriginal service organization called Task within Toronto. They will be part of our governance structure. So we're taking real steps on that. I will also say that working with police and other security folks, we are aware that when major events, major things happen, there is the potential for issues such as human trafficking, and that, again, we will leverage that expertise in order to deal with some of those. So those are some examples of where we're leveraging what we already know and what we're already working on. But I think the community can also help us expand that horizon as we go forward.
Yeah, my last question has to do with the limited tools that we have to compel the structuring of the procurement of services, for example, to facilitate bidding by a social enterprise. And in many ways, whether we're going to look at the request for qualification state. So before we're even talking about an RFP, we're setting out that there will be expectations about equitable economic opportunities. Is there a possibility for that?
Through the mayor, I think there are on a number of fronts, and I think there's ways we can just structure it as the way we're going to do business. You are quite right. There will be certain elements of this that will perhaps not lend itself to as much of an involvement there. But then when you look at the things that we will have control of shaping, we can just build it right into it. And I keep coming back to, only because it's a big part of this piece, the Fan Festival is one of those areas. We'll have to deliver a few things. We have to have a giant screen so people can watch the games, things like that. But how people experience and the other opportunities within that Fan Festival, those are all for us to determine, as they are in Los Angeles and Philadelphia and Seattle and Mexico City.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik, then Ainsley, Mantis, and Carroll.
Thank you very much. And just picking up on Councillor Bravo's question around community benefits and some of the choices that we have in front of us, I did want to hear a little bit more about how the city is doing in regards to the community benefits negotiations and, well, particularly around, I'll start with the requests for proposals that are going out and what the requirements for community benefits are in those and any status update.
I am very sorry, through the mayor. Our city solicitor was actually talking to me when the questions were being posed. Sorry, Ward. Would you mind repeating that?
How is the city currently doing in regards to community benefits as requests for proposals go out?
Through the mayor, we're actually if we're looking overall, we're actually doing fairly good. We currently have approximately 54 workforce development projects on the go. Again, you have to look at community benefits in total are a combination of workforce development as well as diversity. So workforce development, again, we're doing great. When it comes to supplier diversity, again, we have a number of endeavors that are already on the go. So we also have them involved in requests for proposals as a standard. And under threshold, we can also do reach out to diverse communities and diverse suppliers directly because of the low threshold. Does that?
Yeah, I guess, can you be a little bit more specific or comprehensive about that? What does that look like in the requests for proposals? What does that look like for below threshold contracts?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just pulling up my notes, one moment. So when we're looking at requests for proposals, when we're looking at the workforce development, we have an intake that we look at for projects above $5 million. That's where we kind of start looking at where projects can be applicable. Now, again, I'm answering on a generic basis, or are you looking more for FIFA related?
FIFA related, okay. And with as much specificity as you can provide.
Okay, so what we're following is basically the social procurement policy, which is what FIFA as well as MLSE have to follow, which does have, again, the supplier diversity as well as the workforce development. When we're talking about, again, workforce development, apologies, I'm just pulling up my notes. 5 activity areas. Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask my manager of policy to answer since she's the most.
Sure. Can we pause the time?
Expertise.
Sorry, yeah. So through the mayor, when we intake a project for workforce development through the social procurement program, there are 5 activity areas that are set out in the policy where we either set targets up front if the solicitation is not evaluated, and for evaluated solicitations, we ask suppliers to submit workforce development plans with their bids, and the targets are finalized post-award with the successful supplier. So that's gone into any procurement that is applicable, so that is procurement over $5 million, where there is meaningful employment opportunity.
Yeah, I trouble you to speak into the mic so I can hear better, but.
Apologies, okay, I'll repeat that.
Move the mic closer to you. Yeah, perfect.
Right, so in the application of the social procurement program, for solicitations over $5 million, where there is meaningful employment opportunity that can be created through the contract, we will set out 5 activity areas that are in the social procurement policy where suppliers are expected either to meet targets, so we set targets up front for procurements that are not evaluated, and for evaluated solicitations, we ask suppliers to submit a workforce development plan, and the targets are finalized post-award with the successful supplier.
And what's informing those targets?
We meet with the Purchasing Materials Management Division meets with the client division to speak with the project manager and identify opportunities, again, for solicitations that are not evaluated, so tenders and requests for proposals. And the supplier informs us of what is feasible in evaluated procurements.
The report, and it states, as per council directive through EX 34.8, a comprehensive community benefits plan will be shared in future FWC 26 status reports. This item, as was mentioned before in this discussion, was to be reported back in Q1 of 2023. I know we got a bit of a status update. What would support us to enable that reporting back in a more timely way?
So through the mayor, it's late. We'll try and bring it as soon as we possibly can. I think what you're looking at is the absolute outside date of that, but I take it that we need to do that faster. I think we can work with community to help us perhaps pull this together a little quicker. The Secretariat is not a large organization within our organization, and so I think we need to bring in some community resources potentially to help us develop that plan in as timely a fashion as we can.
So the next report on the FIFA update is expected before the end of the year. Is that when we're looking at it, or can something be shared sooner?
So through the mayor, I'll commit today that we will try our best. I think we would be providing another update in the summer. By then, we expect to have more on the revenue side that we would also, I know council would be very interested in. So if there's a way that we can provide, and even if it's an interim, but I don't mean interim in the terms of the very generic information you received today, but if we can provide some level of detail, we'll do that in our June or July update.
I just have one final question. I was really happy to see the green building requirements for FIFA construction. What other sustainability actions are we considering for the World Cup? And I'm sorry, there was a bit of back and forth.
Yes, fine.
Through the mayor, I can answer that one. So as described earlier in the presentation, we are setting up advisory bodies for each of the themes that I spoke about in terms of our community benefits and legacy themes. So sustainability and environmental sustainability is one of our themes, and so we are working on standing up a working group. We've developed a draft plan. We're working with our colleagues here at the city in climate and environment to develop that plan. And FIFA are also very engaged in the development of that plan. It's one of those 5 themes that I mentioned this morning are also FIFA's 5 legacy pillars for the entire tournament. So we've had a couple of workshops with FIFA around environment and sustainability. So I don't have specific details for you, but we are working on a plan, and that is required by FIFA as well. And we'll be putting that together and getting advice and being informed by, in fact, the young woman that spoke this morning would be a wonderful addition to our advisory body. And she would be keen to do that. So we need to get those experts around the table to help us develop that plan.
Sorry, and final, can we expect something like that in the potential summer update?
Definitely. We can definitely update on where we're at with the advisory bodies. We're just starting that work now. We really want to engage community in this work, so that's important for us. To not be going ahead developing plans without community engagement. So we definitely will have an update around the advisory bodies and hopefully, some work on the plans themselves by summer.
Okay. Your time's just way over. It's okay.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Ainsley, yeah, you also want a question?
Madam Mayor, Peruzza, I don't know how to get on your list. I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
I got it.
Okay,
so,
perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, Mentis, Carroll, and Peruzza. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Chow. My first question to the city manager. Mr. Johnson, I wanted to ask about our municipal tax structure. And as we're having this discussion with the provincial government and the federal government, is there an opportunity here to review our tax structure and the monies that are coming into the city? Because I can think, we have a lot of large sporting events in the city, whether it's sporting, Caravana, Carnival, TIFF, sporting events. And to the best of my knowledge, we don't see a lot of tax revenue from any of them. And I think at the very least, even, we need more HST or a piece of the HST. And is there an opportunity within the FIFA discussions to look at that?
So through the mayor, I think this offers yet another great test case or example of why exactly that conversation continues to be one we have with other orders of government. I used to just sit and enjoy and watch the Raptors game. Now I look at all the money we're not getting as I look at the folks that are sitting around me enjoying the game. And I say that with all respect to our sports teams. But as you know, those are there a lot longer than they've been around a while. They'll continue to be here. So I think it's a good comment that we need to make. We have so few tools. And the reality is that, for an equal partnership on this project, which is at the end of the day is what it's going to end up being, somewhere in an equal partnership, the benefits to it are deeply skewed towards those that receive consumption or income-related taxes.
Yep. And then, and following up on that, so the chart that you have, provincial governments cap their funding at $97 million. The federal government's still trying to figure out what they're doing, or they haven't put a dollar down. When it comes to the provincial government capping their 97 million, are there other powers or taxation tools or mechanisms we can get from them to supplement that 97 million, whether it's an increased, room accommodation tax, something on beer and alcohol, parking tax? Is there something that we could have put in place that would increase our revenue or recouping revenue that we've spent for those 40 days that the games are on?
So through the mayor, we can explore some of those. Some of the things you've mentioned are within the powers of the City of Toronto. So the municipal accommodation tax, for instance, is one of the tools that we are looking at. And while I understand that's a City of Toronto tool and a tax in one way, it really doesn't impact the residents of the City of Toronto much, as they are the least likely to be staying in hotels within the City of Toronto. But yes, we'll look at other things that the province may be able to do to assist us, either in an in-kind way to lower our costs or in a direct way with some of those things. I think you raised some interesting pieces around the 39 days of the competition and whether there might be something there that we could achieve.
Okay. All right. And then my next question was around some of the recommendations. I'm looking at 3 and 5 in particular, and I don't see, nothing against any of the civil servants that are listed there. But is there something, could we have the mayor included? I know that you talked about further in the report, there was a city councillor liaison group, but I'm a little worried about the spending and trying keeping costs, an overview of costs. Could we have the mayor listed in those recommendations?
So through the mayor, I think that we have done this from time to time in the City of Toronto around events or around major projects, but we put it forward for consideration. I think it's also quite fine for us to work within the processes that exist today. If at some point we really do feel we need some quicker authorities and the ability to handle things in a more timely fashion, we can always address that. Do we need that today? Could that be something that's considered at a future time? Certainly. So I think rather than it might be better to say what is the process that we can continue to use to bring things forward under the current processes. I do have, as do other staff members, we have delegated authority to a certain level now. We have procurement processes that work quite nicely to get things out now, and we know what we need to do. So I think rather than maybe trying to create a new system just for this FIFA project, it might be better to think of another way for us to continue to use the processes that exist. And then at a certain time, if I or Sharon feel that council needs to be aware of some need for us to move more swiftly, that we consider it at that time.
Okay. And then my last question, I just wanted to ask, there was discussion mentioned about a revenue plan and engaging the business community. Could you elaborate a little more on that? Because I know in we've looked at bidding on the Olympics, and we had the Pan Am Games. There's always seemed to be people in the business community, and we have some very deep-pocketed people and well-connected people in the business community that wanted to come out and support and help with sponsorship money. And what are we doing around that?
So through the mayor, 2 things. So we have a structured relationship around the commercial rights. So for the first time ever, FIFA has provided host cities with access to a commercial rights package as part of the World Cup 2026. This is in terms of a capped number of people that can be part of the commercial rights package, but it is very lucrative in terms of what they will achieve. They will essentially become sponsors of FIFA World Cup 2026, but at a local level. So that's one area that we're working on actively now and building up a call list, if you like. The broader, though, is an opportunity for more donors and sponsors to happen at a local level. They wouldn't be part of the commercial rights package per se, but they can contribute. And again, working with the mayor, I know that she has been very enthusiastic about how we pull together a private sector leadership table that would be able to reach out and find exactly those folks. Our goal, and I've been very clear on this, is that we must up the private sector contribution to FIFA World Cup 2026. And when I talked to the mayor, when she was elected, it was the same conversation with her. We need to do better by that. So we have I think, very soon we're going to get that committee together, get out with that Rolodex of those that have those types of resources, and again, attack it in two ways. One, through the very structured FIFA program of commercial rights. The second, through a more broad package of sponsorship and donor opportunities.
Thank
Okay, thank you very much.
you. Yeah, we may end up having a second round anyway. Councillor Mentis, and then Councillor Carroll and Perusa. Councillor Mentis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, first I'd like to commend everyone for the hard work that you all do and have done for the World Cup. We heard from the deputants, and the question is more of a reassurance that as a city that protects human rights but celebrates human rights, a city that is, we are the largest employer and an employer for equity in the employees, but also for wages. Can we have a reassurance that the city is going to not only uphold our own requirements, but if the FIFA requirements for labor are less than our own, that we are still going to be adhering to our requirements that, as we all know, are a lot stringent, as we are we have more strict rules when it comes to procurement and labor than any other some other industries in the country.
So through the mayor, we can be short with the answer. The answer is yes, we will have to comply with the FIFA requirements, but we would never comply downwards to those requirements. They would be then included in ours that may be above it.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Mentis? If not, Councillor Carroll.
That would be all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just looking for it in the report because I thought I read it in the report, but I think I read it somewhere else. One of the things that has to give us comfort in terms of the federal government's participation, quite apart from, they have a policy of if there's a major sport event, their commitment is 35%. But I read, they also have a policy, they are currently working on an initiative to improve their capacity to attract events of this type to Canada. So they're committed in sort of a dual policy sense.
So through the mayor, yes. I mean, they have a whole policy framework for how and what they attract, both international events, so one-off pieces that could be international, other types of international sporting activities. They work with national sport organizations all the time to say, how are we looking at whatever the international or national championship or level tournament is for various sports. So they happen at various levels. Obviously, the World Cup is at a whole other level. But yes, they both have the policy of that, how we attract things and what they attract. And then the second piece is once they commit, which they have obviously as a host country, then it's the framework for how they help fund the organizations and entities that deliver. The federal government is not the delivery agent of any games. The federal government is a supporter of those activities.
And so once we get started, for Canada, Vancouver will be working with the BC government, we'll be working with the Ontario government. Is there a body, though, that, we've read about the tables in the report. What I was looking for, is there a Canada table, per se, so that we can be collaborating on some of the things that really need to be consistent across Vancouver and Toronto for fairness sake, if anything else?
There is, and this is one of the things that keeps Sharon very busy. So she is on both the executive level committee, which is a national level committee of both the provinces, the cities,
oh, it is, because that isn't here. I didn't get that.
And then there's also a coordinating committee of some other staff who work on specific issues related to it. And to your point, it's not only to learn from each other, which is very valuable, and it's to be consistent with each other, because of course we may encounter similar things leading to the games, but also during the games that we would need to. How do we deal with incidents? How do we deal with communication issues that may affect both cities? So while we're solely focused, of course, on a day-to-day basis of making sure Toronto's bid is great and Toronto's effort is great, we are wanting to make sure that we're consistent with what's happening in the rest of Canada and, quite frankly, across the U.S. and Mexico.
And we were talking about this earlier offline, but I think it will give comfort to other councillors the way it did myself. This is a little different than our Pan Am, our TO 2015 experience, and were we to put on an Olympics, say, in the sense that, you know, we have a cost and it's gone up. It includes the 6 games and what we think is the true Fan Fest costs, et cetera, et cetera. But we're not, I should touch wood, of course, but we're not going to see that double or triple, because we're not dealing with new real estate here. You're not building a new stadium. You're enlarging the existing stadium. You're not building an entire housing village by a swamp, basically, by the waterfront. So a lot of the unknowns are now addressed in this report and in the work that's ongoing. Am I right about that?
So through the mayor, correct. I mean, what differentiates this from other types of activities is the fact that there's fairly limited capital investment. Now, those capital costs exceeded what were the original inflationary expectations.
Right.
But that's par for the post-pandemic world we're in. But yes, we are temporarily increasing the seating, so it's not also a permanent change to the stadium at BMO Field. It's a lot of temporary work, and the updates that are being done at BMO, most of which are going to be benefits to the City of Toronto's facility there and the people who use it for a variety of other activities. The other capital activity is, of course, putting in the training facilities at Centennial, but that's part of the legacy, because that's actually going to be part of the Centennial Park master planning that will have better community soccer fields as a legacy once the training facilities are no longer needed by FIFA.
And one last question, because I sort of heard it coming in others' questions. There is a little known piece of the City of Toronto Act list of tools that is tax on sports and entertainment tickets. But it was proposed during the dark days where we didn't think we'd make much money on it because Vince Carter had left town, but DeMar DeRozan had not yet arrived. And so we thought, we'll not make much money here. But and there was no Toronto FC at all at that point. But one of the factors that led us to say, let's set that one aside, was that it was enormously complicated to collect. And that was pre-HST. And now we have HST. Is the complication of collection still the issue there?
So through the mayor, yeah, there are some of those pieces, and you have to really, I think you'd have to get into it for not just an event. You'd have to get into it and be there for forever on those types of things. So yes, could it be something to explore? But my initial reaction is I don't know that we'd want to try and make the Herculean effort of administration for what essentially is 6 ticketed events for FIFA. And there may be the question of whether FIFA would actually allow that to occur, and I'd have to defer to Sharon on that. But I know you're not asking for that level of detail. We will look at all the ways that we can raise revenue that is creative in its endeavor, but some of these things just may be too complicated in their administration.
Okay.
But I do like all the basketball conversation today. This is great.
It's right up your alley, so to speak. It's right up your court. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question to the staff is, so a lot in here is really nebulous. So there's a council group, I don't know what we're called, or a council committee dealing with FIFA. And so how do you expect the relationship for that group to work with either you or Sharon in what's going to in this event that's going to be organized? Like what's that relationship going to look like?
So through the mayor, it's going to be a very close relationship that really kickstarts now that we have a framework for what's happening. So we did need to get a bit more clarity from FIFA, and the big piece of clarity happened on February the 4th. We now know the dates of the matches in Toronto. We now know how many, and we also know we've got a plan for the big Canadian celebration about Canada's first match. So that allows us to have that conversation. We're going to now get into much more detail with the Council Liaison Committee, or whatever it ends up being called, as well as striking working working group that's going to look at private sector opportunities. So to your question, Councillor, while it's been a bit of general updates to date, it's now going to start to get a bit more intensive at working directly with that council advisory group.
Okay, and so what's the expectation? Like we're going to meet like once a month, and what level of detail of information would you be providing to the group going forward?
So I think the expectation is that it wouldn't be more than once a month. So once a month, maybe once every 6 weeks or so, and the level of information would be quite detailed, as long as it isn't something that obviously we can't share, but I can't imagine what that would be. So much more detailed information, as we see you and your colleagues as very important pieces to not only advise us in certain areas, but to be champions for this, and you can only do that with proper information. Likewise, we do want to provide regular, it won't be monthly, but regular updates to all of council, and we're going to be having more information available on web pages and all the rest for the public as well.
Okay.
So is my time up?
No, keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I guess part of my nervousness around this is as I read this report, it's basically kind of like, we've got all this stuff we know we're going to need to do, but we really sort of haven't put the infrastructure in place to actually do it, and in terms of understanding what those details are. For example, I'm getting a lot of questions locally about, how do we get involved? How do we get kids involved? When is the Little Kids World Cup going to happen? Where's the excitement in the lead up to this big event? How is all of that going to take shape? And so. I don't know how that is going to be set up and what opportunities there are going to be for people to do that. Have you got any thoughts on that you can share at this time?
So through the mayor, Sharon has built out her team now. I think we're waiting for a last couple pieces staffing-wise to come into place in the Secretariat. We will have much more ability to engage the community. You and your colleagues will have the opportunity to share with us what are the questions that we need to go out and how we need to engage. So yes, that plan is coming together. We are on track overall, and I know the questions are now starting to come. We knew that. The minute those matches were released, the minute we now know the schedule, that we were going to be ramping up, and Sharon and her team are now ready to engage the community and start to nail down some of those pieces. They aren't here for you today. They're not finalized yet, but we start that work right away.
Okay, so and you're expecting that group will be meeting with either you or Sharon monthly, and we will be able to sort of get into some of the details of what it is that you're doing and how you're doing it.
Through the mayor, correct. Regular meetings, most likely with Sharon and her team, but I will never be far away from this, as you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. I see no other questions. Councillor Mentus to speak, since you're not from on this committee. Any other speaker? Councillor Matlow's interested in speaking. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik. Anyone else? And Perruzza. Anyone else? Councillor Mentus, for you to start, and then Councillor Perruzza. Oh, Perks, I'm sorry, okay. Councillor Mentus, for you to start. Councillor Mentus, are you there? If not, maybe I can start with Councillor Perruzza. Anthony, why don't you go for it?
Hey, happy to do that, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I understand the the logistics of this. I understand. So to try to simplify it, you know, for lack of a better analogy, you know, moving towards, you know, we've decided that we're going to have this big block party or big street party, and I understand that, you know, that there's a great deal of excitement on the street about the event itself, and there's obviously some trepidations about, you know, how the bill is going to be handled at the end of the day, because there will be a bill for it. But there's a great deal of excitement, and I know that in the organizing, you know, somebody has to kind of be put into the lead, and you know, sort of be given the reins and say, okay, look, you know what, you're going to you know, go out and rent the chairs, the tables, and organize the food and get the cake and the balloons and all of those other kinds of things. But there's an element of angst to some degree about that, and I understand that there's, in terms of the timelines and in terms of where we are, you know, there has to be some delegation of you know, sort of the event to somebody, and we're going to have to trust that somebody is up to the task, you know, of delivering a party that's simply going to smash it for all of us. You know, this is an event that's coming along. From my perspective, it couldn't have come along at a better time for the city of Toronto. You know, an event of this nature, where we as Torontonians, you know, get to come together, you know, from a variety of different communities, in a great deal of excitement, you know, headed towards an event that lifts the spirits of the city, lifts the spirits of neighborhoods, lifts the spirits of individuals. God knows we've been hunkered down in some terrible experience and some terrible time for quite some time. And we want this party to be absolutely magnificent. I know I want this party to be an absolutely magnificent one where people can come together and really celebrate their heritage, celebrate themselves, celebrate with others, and celebrate as a community and as a city. So we need to figure out how to do that. The one thing I do not want us to get into, and we've had this experience in the past, the most recent was the Pan Am Games. It strikes me as that the model that we're setting up here is very much like the one we set up during the Pan Am Games. And during the Pan Am Games, in my view, why some of the stadiums were you know, had very low attendance, why there was very little interest in that, was because the clock locked us into you know, an administrative process in delivering the games that really Torontonians and the different communities were excluded from, you know, doing their part to bring on the party and to be, you know, to take ownership of that party, and we can't get lost in that clock and in that administrative tunnel where, you know, just simply people are giving out tasks. And I remember during the Pan Am Games, you know, it was like, you know, oh, we have some money for community groups. Here, give this community group some money, let them do something. They did something and it was a bust, you know? And I remember going up to an event at the Reservoir. It was like no attendance, nobody there. Like it was like, and we contributed to something there, and it didn't work that way. And this is why I ask, you know, our city manager, you know, how it is that some of us can participate in that process, and then bring on the different communities that we need to bring on to make this a truly magnificent events. For example, on the question of sponsorships, you know, I don't know, do we have a list? Don't we have a list? And in with respect to a plan around kids and the excitement around soccer/football, I don't know what we're going to call it. Maybe we can invent a new word, typically Canadian, that is something in between that that will describe the sport in the beautiful context that it is. So, I mean, there's obviously a lot of questions, Madam Chair, but I think on this one here, what we also need to take is a moment and just reflect on the structure that we're going to set in place, on how all of these different elements, you know, the sort of the community, the sponsorships, the marketing, and all of those things are going to be delivered.
Wrapping up. Thank you so much. I feel the excitement. Thank you. Councillor Mentos, are you still there? Okay, I'm going to take this back to the committee and insert. Mentos are here. All right. Okay. 5 minutes to you.
Mayor, I have no other comments to make. You can go straight to the committee.
Oh, okay. Wow. You didn't want to do, oh, well, thank you. Yeah. I have, I'll just move my amendments to kick things off. May I trouble the team to post it? I will be more diligent with timing than I have previously, my apology. This is the motion. You can take a close look at it. Just to summarize what it does is that it take out the delegation of responsibility to our manager and bring it back to council, just the regular approval process. And it also, so it also, so any place where there's delegation, it's coming back to council, okay? So that's been deleted. And in terms of the limit there, for legal fees, there's an upper limit, and if we miss it, we will come back, and if we need to spend more, we'll come back to the process. And it would then also identify all the costs in preparation of the 2025 budget process. I just want to say that I can't help but notice Councillor Peruzza's excitement about block party, street party, and the spirit, and it's going to be magnificent. I'm just using his words. And I think there's a moment that we can capture. This moment actually tell a different story of this city. In the past many years, when I first came to Canada, I wanted to be Canadian. I wanted to feel I belong. What do? I watch hockey. Hockey is the definition of who we are. I did participate in a bit of basketball game. You know, I joined the basketball team when I was in grade 9, but then got too short, shrunk while everybody grew around me, so I stopped that very quickly. But football, soccer, tells a different story from people from a different place. And there is this moment that we could capture that imagination and get those stories, and it's going to be transformative. And that would be the task of the Council Liaison Committee. But in order to do that, we need to design the whole plan together in order for it to be transformative. If not, it would be just like I tell you what to do, is what Councilor Peruzza was saying. That's not satisfactory. So to be able to design together, have a say, and understand the significance from beginning to end, and be able to evaluate every step of the way, that's how we can plan together. In order for that to happen, it would be transparent. We need to share the information as much as we can. I understand that hadn't been the case, but in the past, it's because we didn't have the information, because we didn't know how many games, we didn't know which games, etc. There was just a lot of unknowns, so there was a reluctance to bring things to the public when you can't answer most of the questions. Now, we're at a stage that questions can be answered, so you would have my pledge for it to be as participatory, as transparent as possible. Which brings me, and that we could capture all the excitement that we have, because among our councillors themselves, we have councillors that coach football, but soccer, I need to stop calling it football, coach it's okay to call it from, no, coach soccer, play soccer, being referee. If they would love to play soccer, except their knees are not as good as it used to be, and then now their kids are playing soccer. So I'm hearing all the stories from councillors themselves. So being able to bring everybody together to create something that is lasting, that's transformational, it's exciting. It's worthy of all of us supporting. Having said that, we need to do it very responsibly. So on both the revenue plan, I think we need to have a comprehensive revenue plan. So we are setting up a champions table, people that can help us fundraise. Those of you that are a good fundraiser, join, okay? If you have good Rolodex of people that want to donate and want to join in this excitement, wonderful. That's the revenue side. There would be a plan, okay? But on the expenditure side, wow, 380 million, oh my God, that's a lot of money. Where can we find it? Well, we will put it in front of the budget committee. We'll go through the regular process, and we will do the line-by-line analysis to make sure funds can be trimmed if possible. If it needs to be expanded, we will do it. We'll come back to council if it's needed. However, some of you might say, wait, there's a deadline. Oh, 5:01. I'll just last minute, last point. But if timing is short, we will come to council and seek your advice and seek your approval to see if some of those smaller things can be delegated, okay? I will guarantee you that. We will make it responsible, we will make it transparent, we will not delegate and do as much as we can collectively. However, there are things that needs to be delegated, we would do so we don't micromanage. So I got it in, okay, 5:34. Other questions to speak? Did you, okay. Councillor Carroll, pardon me, Councillor Matlow, Carroll, Malik, Perks, and Braffo.
Okay, so I have a motion that Mayor Chow just alluded to, which is to ask for a comprehensive revenue plan to come forward, as staff has said that they support doing. And I'll speak to the substance of it in a moment, but just to step back for a moment. I, like most of us, continue to support the idea of bringing FIFA World Cup games to Toronto. I think it'll be a great celebration for Torontonians. We are the most, if not one of the most diverse and multicultural cities in the world, and there are so many people, whether they grew up here or they have family and friends in another country, want to be able to participate right here in our city firsthand in this wonderful celebration that can be fun, exciting, and full of pride. But it has to be done well, and I think that there could have been a better job done, admittedly, on ensuring that the commitments from the other levels of government were assured and that the amount of money that they provided were fair to the City of Toronto, which, unlike the province and the federal government, as you know, doesn't have the same revenue tools that grow with the economy as they have. So therefore, out of a $380 million bill, to simply gain roughly $3 million through taxes is not an example of a good deal. It's a bad deal, but it's what we were saddled with given the circumstances. Now, it's wrong. There can be upset about it, but pragmatically, we also need to address the fact that it is reality. So then what do we do about it? Well, we see the province being made right. The federal government, we do expect to make an announcement in their own time, but we want to see an investment come in from them because they will reap the benefits financially. We do recognize that the local economy could receive quite a boon. But every single, I mean, you name it, like whether it be an advertising company to an entrepreneurial kid probably opening up a lemonade stand near a stadium, there's going to be a lot of people looking to maximize this as an opportunity. We should be doing the same thing. In other words, as the city manager said, we need to be creative about how to see this as, yes, It could be a fiasco, but it also could be an opportunity if we choose to make it so. And I look forward to seeing a report come back from staff that shows how we can do that creatively, using the tools that we have in the toolbox, and perhaps in some cases, creating new ones wherever we can find them, using our assets, using what we have to maximize the moment. Ultimately, I would have liked to see the risk that we were facing and the exposure that we were facing as more of a focus of the debate and the discussion that we had. But that, again, is in retrospect. I want to acknowledge something that Mayor Chow has done as well. And may I acknowledge who you tapped to help you? Is that?
Oh, Sanaki?
Yeah, is that it? Okay, I didn't know if that was, okay. Okay, well, I mean, this is like a great demonstration of leadership. Mayor Chow is elected and is faced with a lot of difficult questions about the price tag on something that is important to some, but at the same time, like we have a subway system that is in need of repair. We have people living in our streets. We have services that have declined. And it's really hard to rationalize when you're raising taxes, you are dealing with all these unmet priorities, and then you spend $380 million on these games without bringing in enough revenue to be able to make taxpayers right. Mayor Chow understood that, and the first thing she did is that she tapped former budget chief, former councillor David Signacki, to provide advice, to go through the agreement once they were able to look at the agreement, and really provide the best advice on steps forward. And that's leadership. I think I commend Mayor Chow for doing that. And moving forward, rather than delegating more authority, to actually provide more accountability and more oversight over the coming months, I think is the right thing to do. So, I've expressed my concerns quite clearly. But I also want to express my support for the mayor and for this city manager and your staff for doing what needs to be done now, which is to make taxpayers right, make the city proud, and fulfill these games in a way that still allows us to focus on our priorities and meet them financially. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question of the mover?
Yep.
I don't disagree with this at all. We definitely need to do this and sooner rather than later. But I wonder if I could question your timing. You have it coming in the fourth quarter of 2024. And to me, to some people, that's going to look like, oh, it's coming now because we want it to get mixed up in the budget process. So my first instinct was move it further out. But in fact, what we really ought to do is move it up. If this was third quarter 2024, then we would go out, test the market, find out what sort of relationships we're going to be able to establish and develop in the private sector sooner rather than later, so that if we need to do something more robust and help Ms. Ballenbach with this, we would know earlier on. So I'm wondering how you feel about changing it to third quarter 2024.
I'm personally agnostic to the exact timing of it. Perhaps if I could sort of indulge the mayor, AKA chair of this meeting, to vary the procedure a little bit, if I could sort of look to the city manager and ask, if I may, like, as far as, the steering committee working with, private sector voices, working on this plan, what is reasonable to be able to bring it back?
So in terms of the question of whether it's third quarter, fourth quarter, I think late third quarter, early fourth quarter is basically the same time. So, I think that I have no trouble, not trying to put it into the budget cycle for sure, but bringing it forward just in advance of that. We're going to know something by then.
Not that different if you're down 0-1, right?
Yeah.
We won't take it into extra time, but what I will say, and certainly not penalty kicks, but what we can say is let's make sure, but just from an expectation point, it would be later into the third quarter, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. Then we know early fall. Thank you. Thanks for that friendly amendment.
That's very friendly. Councillor Carroll, you are next.
Yes, mostly I just wanted to thank Sharon Bollenbach and the city manager for this report, because we need this kind of thorough update. And, you know, the timing of it is such that, you know, they plan to come now. So while we don't have the confirmation from the federal government, all the signs are 100% there, and their agreement their agreement that they are a host nation is public. And so here we are. But I have to say I really like where this is going. And I was a World Cup skeptic at the beginning. It almost became grounds for divorce at my house with my Premier League fan. But I like where this is going. And I also think we have to think big in terms of the ancillary events that we really learned about in large part today, and all of the programs around it, having a human rights-based approach to it, the pillars that are both FIFA-based and ourselves. FIFA is an organization that's trying really hard to improve its own reputation, and North America can give them a chance to do that. One of the things that I think we forget about is not just their events and what we can produce, but I experienced it at the NBA All-Star Weekend. We forget all the time, and we had this happening during Pan Am as well. Something happens to the whole sports infrastructure and recreation infrastructure as soon as you have one of these events in town. So there's a FIFA youth program. There's also every soccer league that exists now, and they suddenly feel ignited, and suddenly opportunities are abounding all over. Some of the things that we should be prepared to do, along with employing people, is making sure that no child is left out of one of those programs because they can't pay the entrance fee. There are all those things that we're going to figure out between 24 and 25, but that really do ignite the whole city. And those things all need to be woven in, and they need to be not just for the 2 weeks of the 6 games, but for the whole month of the World Cup, because we know that the World Cup does animate the city of Toronto every single time. We are one of those cities where it doesn't matter who ends up in the quarterfinals and on. There's huge enthusiasm in Toronto. We went berserkers in my family the year that Ghana almost made it to the top, and that we went out to a bar where that would be celebrated the most, and it was in the northwest of Toronto, where they hadn't had a celebration like that in a very long time. And so we know that that's going to happen, but when you're actually the host, that's when it gets beyond just what happens on television or what happens across the city in bars, and it actually starts to engage every part of the sports, right down to the 4-year-olds that are engaging in probably their first season of footy. And so I think we've got our first taste of what is possible within this price tag, but I really am confident that we're not going to get some of the last minute surprises we got at Pan Am, because we're not going out to do brownfield development in the middle of nowhere trying to dig a swimming pool. It's very different, and that's one of the things that enabled us in the first place to say, let's make this proposal, even though we don't quite know where the economy's going. Even in 2020 and as early as 2015, people were looking at the cycle and saying, if we make this application, what sort of economic environment will we be in 2026? Well, as it turns out, it will be challenging, but we have a bid here and a resulting host commitment that took that into account a long time ago and scoped itself. You know, the North America approach was scoped to exactly the futurist knowledge that might be the case. And now here we are. And thus far, I'm seeing a lot of comfort in the reports that are coming forward to us. So I hope that continues to be the case. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, point of privilege from Councillor Ainsley.
Yes. Go for it.
Point of privilege. I just wanted to, I don't know whether to remind Councillor Carroll that the Pan Am Centre was not a hole dug in the ground in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, Madam Chair, I'll rescind that remark if he wants, but the day I found out it was going to cost $40 million extra because it was a brownfield is indelibly etched in my memory.
Focusing on FIFA. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want to echo the thanks to the city manager, the mayor's office, and to the FIFA secretariat, and Sharon Ballenbach for your leadership and the work of your team. As has been mentioned here, and I echo it, hosting the World Cup is such an exciting opportunity to welcome fans from around the world, and of course, to celebrate how proud we are of our city and to make sure that that reaches communities in every single part of Toronto. And with the addition of a sixth game, we've added the opportunity to showcase the welcoming, diverse, and supportive city that we are in whatever way you get to enjoy the tournament even more. And as a local councillor for the home venue of the World Cup in Toronto, I'm committed to working hard with city staff, organizing bodies, and local and citywide stakeholders to ensure our communities benefit from the tournament. And as was mentioned by many of the speakers today, before, during, and far into the future, far after the 39 days have wrapped up. We have to work together to make the best of this, even with, as we've heard, the constraints and limitations of the agreements that have passed now and the ones that are in front of us to make some choices and for us to negotiate even better. We must ensure that our investments do double and triple duty, investing in our community and our city infrastructure, creating opportunities for local and equity-deserving residents, workers, and businesses, and demonstrating our climate leadership. Together, we must maximize the potential of this investment through those important legacy projects, through those exciting places where we can create the best fan culture that supports our neighborhoods, our small businesses, and our local businesses, and our communities, the ones that are contributing to neighborhood improvements. We have to be creating work opportunities for local and equity-seeking workers and communities that, of course, are going to deliver a successful tournament and are going to continue to show the benefits for years and generations to come. And finally, to be able to showcase our efforts for sustainability and climate leadership right across the city. We want to and we need to be ambitious about how we set our community benefits targets, while we can look at examples of how we have done that in the past through large-scale projects. This is not your typical public infrastructure project. This is not a typical opportunity, and we can't limit ourselves by looking at it that way. We must build upon the legacy and the potential of what we have in front of us, and to ensure the benefits we create will have a lasting economic, social, and environmental impact that will continue to benefit the City of Toronto and everyone who visits here, and especially for those of us who call it home far beyond the games. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks and Councillor Bethel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been a very painful conversation for me to listen to. We heard some absolutely wonderful ideas from deputants this morning about the kind of Toronto we could be in a moment like this. We heard about how this could be a moment for really building sustainability into the City of Toronto, about getting good jobs and fair wages to make a real advance in the City of Toronto. We had some very good advice on how this could have been a moment to promote human rights. We also have had ideas about how this could have been a revenue opportunity for us. And sadly, we're only going to make token progress in any of those areas. And that's because we've done this backwards. The time to cement those guarantees, to build that stuff in, is before you sign the contract, before you make the deal. But we didn't. We don't have those guarantees in place. We're not going to build out a real community benefits framework between now and when this happens. We just don't have the infrastructure, and we didn't build it sufficiently well into the agreement. The revenue sharing, Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment's already got a sweetheart deal there. We won't get much out of that at all. The environmental stuff, it's not built in. It's all stuff we're trying to tack on at the end. And in terms of human rights, I just, you know, in an already constrained housing market, all these people arriving here to watch the games and participate in them, and all the additional security, which group of Torontonians' human rights should we be concerned about? It's going to be the most vulnerable people in our city who won't be housed and who will be subject to additional security and scrutiny. We could have had a win here, but we didn't because we did it backwards. The City of Toronto needs to build in to its policy infrastructure when big events like this, big shiny objects like the Sidewalk Lab proposal or the Ontario Place proposal, we have to have it built in ahead of any of this, what our bottom line is. And we need to have the discipline that if our bottom lines aren't met, we don't make the agreement. One day, not today, one day we will have a Toronto where the values we talk about are bottom line that have to be met before we make a deal, instead of where we are now with empty civic boosterism chasing a shining object.
Okay. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that the time to generate the policies that ensure equitable economic development and respect for human rights are realized is in advance of even contemplating taking on an undertaking like FIFA. This is where we are now, and we have a responsibility to do the best that we can within the limits of what has been handed to us. To me, I have to say that sport is culture, and culture is a way to define ourselves, to meet each other on common ground, to build relationships, and that's pretty exciting. So on a positive note, I'll say that I think the deputants really highlighted some important pieces of what we're already doing that we can do more of. Number one is the excellent advice that we accelerate policies that are already in place in relation to waste diversion and reuse. It's terrible to go to the stadium and to buy a beer in a giant plastic sippy cup and then have to throw it out. Those are things, the kinds of very practical things. The rapid TO acceleration on Dufferin makes so much sense. Not just because it takes you directly to the stadium, but also because the heart, the center of football culture in the city is actually in Davenport. And I'll come back to that. But in terms of inclusive local economic development, there are things that the city's already committed to repeatedly. We have a community benefits framework at the city. We have social procurement statements. I think this is an opportunity, however minimal, to put into practice and to make plain the expectations, not just of the work that we undertake to do, whether it's procuring services or purchasing services for construction, but also the people that we do business with. That's why Toronto is host to Anchor TO, which recognizes that this is an anchor institution along with other anchor institutions that can actually incentivize inclusive local economic development. And we owe it to the people of Toronto. In lots of ways, what we've been doing is spot policy creation. Framework here for this, framework there. Wouldn't it be great if we just changed the way we do business across the board, thinking about every dollar that we spend, every service that we purchase, everything that we buy as an opportunity to expand economic opportunities for people that are being left out of the labor market, and for small businesses, priority businesses who need those relationships to prosper in a way that respects rights for workers. Going back to the question of like ground zero of football love, in 1982, Toronto experienced the first ever spontaneous street shutdown. That was when Italy won the World Cup. I had just come back from Chile, and it was one of the most important events for me of feeling like, wow, this is really gonna be my home again. That was wonderful. Somebody pulled out a donkey. There was a giant flag draped all over St. Clair Church. Fast forward to 2006, I helped to organize with my neighbors St. Clair Kick It. It was a community festival for the World Cup. We did a collaboration with Context. We did art gallery installations. We ran a free summer camp for kids who were in an underserved area of our ward. We did a street shutdown, and then we started that year hosting a pickup game at Oakwood Collegiate, which lasted 5 years. In 2010, we hosted the largest ever pickup game the city has ever seen, all genders, all ages. These are really good community building opportunities, and I hope we can really lean into that, because what we're gonna build is relationships, and we're gonna activate this residents' sense of belonging, and you know, it's amazing to see the kids that live in the apartments above the stores on St. Clair look up the window and yell, "It's time for community soccer." Going back to the question of human rights, whether it was the G20 or even the Under 20 World Cup in 2007, there were incidents where convening actually resulted in a violation of people's rights. And I think we have to anticipate that there has to be a robust examination of how the Charter of Rights is going to be the primary guidepost, because we can expect when we convene that people will protest, that they will use their opportunity to communicate to the world whatever position they have, and that's a right that people have as residents. So I really think it's also really crucial that we walk away with this thinking about human rights as foundational, and listen to the debutant today who gave us some advice.
Okay, thank you. I see no other speaker. Oh, Councillor Cole. Can't miss you.
Yes, Councillor Bravo
Four footies.
reminded me of 1982. You know, I can't remember where there were over 1 million people spontaneously on the street, no organization, no police. Well, the police are part of the get-together anyway. But it just shows the potential of how the people of Toronto can all come together. And believe me, there's people of all descriptions there doing all kinds of wild and wonderful things. Again, it happened, and it just didn't happen one day. That was the final day. But for every game that Italy won anyways, it was just wild on St. Clair. And the restaurants were packed, the stores were packed, kids were out, seniors were out. And there was no trouble, really. I can't remember. There was trucks going up and down Dufferin, and all the Mushpuka came down from Woodbridge with their trucks and everything, and it was just wild for weeks, it seemed. That was 82. Then it repeated itself in 2006.
It tried to.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as spontaneous. But anyways, it was just and I know Gord was talking about the reality of all this, and we can't deny that. There is a reality here that, you know, there are some real downsides to all this, that's for darn sure. And the challenges we have, some of the presenters talked about the challenges in human rights and people participating in this in an economic way and a cultural way. And that's the challenge we have before us. It's not going to be easy, because if you look at the challenges soccer has all over the world, and a lot of the racism that exists in some of the venues in different countries is pretty appalling, and they try to deal with it, and we're going to have to be very careful with this type of very, very frightening activity that sometimes occurs when you get people together, and we don't want to talk about what happens sometimes with some of the soccer hooliganism that's been plaguing football and soccer for generations. So I just think that we can't expect this to be solving all of our problems, okay? Not going to do it. Not going to solve all of our challenges and problems. But at least we, I think, have the approach of trying to do our very, very best to do something. And I think I like what Councillor Madlow said about the lemonade stand approach. We've got to allow some spontaneity out there. There'll be guys and girls selling T-shirts and hats, and we can't be too let's say, perspective or prescriptive
You got it.
in trying to control all these things. We've got to allow some spontaneity out there. And I think we've got to also remember the children and the youth. Get them enthused, get them involved, and they will, because soccer is so popular because it's cheap. All you need is a ball, and in some parts of the world, they play barefoot. So it's really a equal opportunity sport. And that's why it's so popular in every country in the world. So let's think of the kids, the youth. Let's try and get them enthused, get them to be part of it, and they will remember this for the rest of their lives. So I think we've got to focus on the children. We've got to focus on neighborhoods. And I'll just, one last thing. I was talking to Mayor Chow about this. There's an incredible, it's a 120-year-old athletic event which occurs in Siena every year, the Palio. What the Palio does, it's a horse race in the middle of Siena that occurs every year. It's like having one here at Nathan Phillips Square where they would do a horse race. But what they do with that is they get every neighborhood in Siena to basically be the sponsor of one of the horses. So each neighborhood has shirts, banners, flags, and they have activities in each neighborhood which connects to the race. So every part of Siena is associated with one of the horses. And so if you want to see an athletic event that's pretty rough in terms of the horses in the middle of town, but anyways, so we got to engage our neighborhoods in Toronto. It just can't be a downtown thing. We've got to get the Rouge River people involved. We've got to get people all over Toronto engaged in this, and because if you look at whether it's Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke, there's all kinds of communities that are very based in soccer, and we've got to invite them to be part of it. Whether the games are at BMO Field, they've got to feel that they're part of it and include all of Toronto in it. And I'll end at that.
All right. Councillor Matlow's motion. Can we put it on the screen? Oh, almost there. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The main motion as amended by me. Those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. The main motion as amended. Carry. Thank you. Wow. Quite a conversation. We have a few more items left. And let me. Commercial parking levy. Whoa. Is the speaker still here? Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Michael Brooks, Gregory. Anyone? Sebastian?
I'm here.
Oh, sorry.
Michael Brooks is here.
Pardon me. This is Michael Brooks, Real Pack.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. I'm not sure if my video is working or not, but
We can hear you. We can hear
okay, that's good.
This is commercial parking levy.
Yes, I've got a good face for radio. Good afternoon, everyone. Really enjoyed the conversations today. I've been listening since the start. Again, my name's Michael Brooks. I'm the CEO of RealPAC. We're a national institutional owners organization, and I'm here representing a coalition including the Financial District BIA, NAOP, Greater Toronto, BOMA Toronto, Toronto Region Board of Trade, and the Retail Council of Canada, although I think I have a colleague here. Look, we recognize the city's financial challenges and understand the need for sustainable revenue sources. We've been positively engaged with the city since last summer, including meetings with staff and Councillor Carroll. We commend the city's new deal with the province and the feds and support your ongoing negotiations with them. We're obviously concerned about the harmful economic impact of a commercial parking levy on Toronto businesses, residents, and employees. And this would be the third time over the past decade that we've resisted this tax, but now for slightly different and additional reasons today. We commissioned a report with Altus Economic Consultants to do an analysis for us last summer, shared it with staff, and we've updated it since the Access report and the February the 14th staff report, and we've shared it with staff yesterday. So Altus has studied the recommendations in the February the 14th staff report and concluded that a parking levy will be equivalent to a property tax increase on non-residential properties of between 3.6 and 5.4%. Assessed values would decline between 4.3 billion and 6.6 billion. They believe it will only generate $10 to $15 million in net revenues after accounting for reduced investment in the city and lower assessed property values. And interestingly, they believe that the number of jobs in the city lost over the next 10 years to be between 38,000 and 58,000 people. And these aren't speculations. These are based on StatCan's input-output econometric models and the work of the Altus economists. And look, it'll have little impact on driving preferences because it's a tax on land, not actual usage by drivers. And if drivers can still drive with no direct extra cost, how are they disincented? And because under net leases, property taxes like these flow through to the tenants, it's just the retailers and the office occupants, et cetera, who we all want to visit will be hit by this. And it may increase your grocery or restaurant prices, even if you bicycle or TTC there. I think on the speaker list, we have a number of the TTC rider friends, and I support a better TTC too. But there will be little free money here. It's not anti-car, and it won't incent TTC ridership. It's just another property tax. It's a private asphalt levy, less the driver lanes, if you want to look at it that way. It's got nothing to do with who is parking there from time to time. I would say and ask you all to consider that perhaps it's tone deaf. Retail is still recovering from the pandemic in this city, and office vacancy is at a 30-year high at around 20% vacancy. And most businesses are struggling under a much higher debt load with higher interest rates these days. Downtown offices are still only at, 60%-ish occupancy. And you know, people are only downtown in them 3 days-ish a week. And many of the downtown businesses are suffering. Many have closed. And yet under the system, that higher prices proposed downtown. I don't get this. It's not the time to do this. We've read the city staff report and the supplementary report by Access, and they acknowledge these potential negative outcomes. So let me quote parts of it. A levy may, quote, a levy may result in the increased cost of property owners to operate. Of course it will. Quote, increased costs of the parking levy may be passed on to the consumer. Close quote. Of course it will, including at grocery stores. Quote, the levy may cause consumers to shift their shopping or business activities outside of Toronto. If I was living near a border and things were cheaper across the border, of course that's where I'm going to go shop or eat. Quote, businesses may look to move their operations to a nearby municipality where the cost to operate may be lower, which may impact Toronto's competitiveness. Of course, they should consider that. And quote, property owners may opt to convert their parking options, which might have particularly negative impact in areas where transit is underserved if no alternative travel modes exist. And so the report concludes the recommendations in this report are based on strategic level policy analysis, a detailed assessment of quantitative impacts of a levy on travel demand, land development, equity, and economic development is outside the Access study's scope. Exactly.
Thank
I'd ask you all to
your
read.
final point?
Okay, you want businesses to come and stay in Toronto, you need to make it work for them. And we don't think it's advisable to proceed with the parking levy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering whether you looked at the potential beneficial impacts of creating a more level playing field for Main Street businesses who rely on people taking transit and also on paid parking, on-street parking or in Green P parking?
I think that's covered. The Main Street businesses are the ones who are going to pay more. This is, if there's parking around them, I know there's an exemption for the first 10 spaces, but if they rely on parking, then they'll be paying more as a result of the tax.
Sorry,
The non-Main Street.
Sorry, I'm talking
the
about, for
non-Main Street-
example, on a street like St. Clair or College, where people have to pay to park to go to a store. Aren't they already it's a disincentive when you have to stay within neighborhoods to purchase your goods if you're driving for whatever reason, when you can go down the road to say the stockyards and find unlimited free parking. So I would say that perhaps it's worth mentioning that there's a potential benefit here for those kinds of Main Street businesses, like in my ward. And this is a conversation I've had with BIAs in my area who see the advantage.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good point. It's clearly this will hurt the shopping malls and the big box stores and small businesses who have their own parking, like funeral parlors and the like, or standalone grocery stores. So I do take your point. But for those who do have a parking lot, it'll be an additional tax.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the speaker? All right, seeing no more questions, thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Gregory Karasturgis. Thank you. Yep, Gregory, you have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting close to the time.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Gregory Karasturgis. I am a student at Seneca Polytechnic Newnham, studying to be a chartered professional accountant. Like many other students, I rely on the TTC to get to where I need to go. And if the TTC wasn't reliable, then I, along with thousands of other riders, would be forced to take the car, which would only add to the city's worsening traffic congestion. Today, I would like to express my support for the proposed commercial parking levy. Over the past decade, the City of Toronto has dealt with numerous funding gaps for its critical infrastructure. In particular, the TTC has had numerous issues related to the reliability and state of good repair. Many shortfalls in the budget have led to serious issues and even critical failures in the TTC's infrastructure. Few examples of this would be the Line 1 stations, which opened in 2017, having crumbling concrete walls, slow zones having to be implemented along parts of Line 2 due to poor maintenance of the tracks, the derailment that happened on Line 3, which happened in July of 2023, and the numerous frequency cuts that have happened to local routes over the past few years. For a world-class city like Toronto, this is not ideal. In this situation, it is important that the city uses the revenue tools available to it in order to fill these budget shortfalls. And one of those tools is the commercial parking levy, which is a very small fee that would be paid for by commercial landlords on non-residential parking lots. So for example, like on malls and big box stores. This system has already been used in many other cities such as Montreal, New York City, Los Angeles, Sydney, and others. In terms of Toronto, the proposed levy would generate upwards of $150 million of revenue every year. For perspective, this amount could be used to build the Scarborough Busway twice over. This will also not affect small businesses, which generally do not have their own parking lot and therefore will not be paying this tax. Furthermore, Toronto has 30 million square meters of parking space, which is an excess amount. For comparison, the entirety of downtown Toronto is 16 million square meters. And this land could be
put to much better use than just simply parking. It could be used for mixed-use development with affordable housing, which is very important to me and other youth, as the current housing market, the prices in the current housing market are extremely high. They're at the highest they've ever been in history. Not only would that make it easier to buy a home, but the properties built on what is now just parking, surface parking, would generate more revenue for the city through property taxes as opposed to just being parking lots. The TTC is a very critical service that has faced numerous issues due to budget shortfalls, which is a very serious problem. Therefore, it is important that the city implements this proposed commercial parking levy to provide the much needed funding to the TTC.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much for coming in today.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Sebastian Prince from the Retail Council of Canada, who's online.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Executive Committee for allowing the Retail Council of Canada to depute on this item. The Retail Council is a nonprofit industry-funded association that represents small and medium-sized and large retail businesses in every community across the country. We proudly represent more than 54,000 storefronts in retail formats, including department stores, grocery stores, specialty, discount, independent retailers, and online merchants. In terms of StatsCan's retail sales, RCC represents about 65% of industry sales nationwide. More in some sectors like grocery, we represent over 95% of sales. As a trade association, we want to speak today's motion because we view it as an unfair new property tax, which would disproportionately be borne by retailers. This isn't hyperbole. I want to take a moment to direct your attention to one of the tables provided by staff for your consideration. Table 4 provides council with several illustrative examples of what a new parking property tax could look like. In that table, you'll see that large shopping centers would see a 19.6% increase on top of their commercial property tax in Zone A, or a 9.8% increase in Zone B. A neighborhood shopping center would see a 54% increase on top of their commercial property tax in Zone A, or a 27% increase in Zone B. By comparison, a large office tower in that same table only sees a 1.3% increase in Zone A, or a 0.6% increase in Zone B. That's an astronomical increase. For that neighborhood shopping center in Zone A example, that's effectively 12 times the increase that council just approved to commercial property tax only a few weeks ago. It's so high that RCC wants to remind council that Ontario Regulation 12107 under the City of Toronto Act puts in place ratios so that various property types are not overly taxed relative to others. Given that parking lot size is directly linked to building square footage in city bylaw, RCC views this as effectively a tax on the size of retail floor space. I just want to reiterate that the parking lot size is linked to building square footage. Elements of the staff report seem to imply that retailers have the flexibility to reduce the size of their parking lots, and that there might be some environmental outcomes related to that. Reducing parking lot size is not an option for retailers because of some of those bylaws today. Without that ability to change parking lot size, environmental outcomes are somewhat questionable. The presumed effects without being able to kind of pass along, to change parking spaces would be to pass along those costs directly. Retailers generally have parking spaces that are free or with a redemption to encourage customer traffic. So it won't matter if a Torontonian walks, bikes, takes transit, or drives to the retail store, that property tax is going to be inflating the price of goods. The parking property tax will become kind of yet another overhead expense passed on to struggling Ontarians, pushing up inflation. To walk councillors through that inflation example a bit, a neighborhood B, a neighborhood shopping center in Zone B had that 27% increase. If that was across the board, our estimate would be that retail costs would inflate between 0.1% and 0.3%. Based on the Canada Food Price Report, that would see the average family of four paying $15 to $43 more as a direct result of this tax increase. Just to kind of wrap up my deputation, I wanted to say that RCC understands and acknowledges that the city has revenue problems, that the city has been extremely active in exploring solutions, including this parking property tax. When you debate this item, RCC would ask for your consideration to kind of further study the impacts of a parking property tax, and that the study could include in its scope an alternative approach here. It's in our opinion that a best practice from other North American jurisdictions is a parking sales tax. In other words, a direct tax on paid parking, which would be directly borne by drivers. This is a revenue tool used in cities like Vancouver, Pittsburgh, Miami, Seattle, Los Angeles, and New York. Because a parking sales tax is directly allocated to drivers, we believe that it's not only a revenue tool, but it supports the public policy outcome of reducing GHG emissions from drivers. I understand that a parking sales tax is beyond the scope of the city's existing powers today. Should the city consider a parking sales tax instead of a parking property tax, RCC would be happy to indicate the retail community's support for such an item, and including to the province. Thanks for your time on this, and happy to speak to any questions you might have.
Questions to the deputant? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I'm wondering, because you're Retail Council of Canada, you may have looked into this. I did some looking around. The idea of the parking sales tax is actually quite high in Vancouver now. Is there data to show? I mean, my knee-jerk reaction was, well, I guess if I'm going to spend $200 on a meal, if my bill that used to be $8 is now $12, I'm probably still going to park. But is the Retail Council gathering data year over year? Because I noted in this article they have been raising the fees on the parking sales tax. Does it affect consumer behavior?
Yeah, so a parking sales tax is thankfully, it's focused on paid parking spaces. So an unpaid parking space kind of wouldn't see that. It's something that we haven't personally kind of been collecting data on, but we can perhaps reach out to our members and try to see if we can answer that question further for the council.
Thank you. I'll follow up.
Any other questions? No. Thank you so much for your deputation. Our next speaker is Sebastian. That was Sebastian, sorry. Hafiz. Hafiz? No? Debbie Solar, TDC writer? Ali Mini? Online? Are you there, Ali?
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you?
I could hear you.
Do you hear me?
Yep.
Good, thank you. Thank you, the mayor. Thank you for letting us talk about this. I'm talking on the behalf of TTC Riders and Acorn organization. You know, my case is kind of different. Listen, I would like to express my support for the proposed commercial parking levy. Over the past decade, the City of Toronto has dealt with major funding gaps for crucial infrastructure. In particular, TCC has had numerous issues related to reliability and the state of good and repair. Many shortfalls in the budget have led to serious issues and even critical failures with the TTC infrastructure. Toronto is a world-class city, and like many other cities, Montreal, as mentioned, the previous speaker, Montreal, New York, Sydney, and this and that, they have been using this commercial parking levy revenue to provide enough budget for the city. And this is a very small fee that should be paid by large commercial landlords, not small businesses. As the previous speaker mentioned, small businesses, they have their own parking place and they don't have any problem. Now, let me refer to the problem of TTC. My special concern is about how to move around the city is door-to-door service or wheel-trans for the elderly or disabled people like myself. Recently, TTC has said it plans to cut wheel-trans services for many previous wheel-trans riders. Why? Because the city and the TTC are short of budget. Okay, solutions? Parking levy revenues, like many other cities, can provide that budget. So simple. So instead of cutting the budget for Wheel-Trans and TTC and forcing some elderly and disabled persons to use the buses and subway lines, especially during the rush hour, which are very busy, and sometimes some of my friends who have been using the TTC or subway during the rush hours, they were actually putting in so difficult situations, and somehow they were shamed because of the situation they caused on the bus with the wheelchair, walker, and things like that. I'm on a walker too. I cannot imagine, getting my walker on the bus so crowded and people looking at me in a kind of difficult way. So instead of cutting the vital services like Wheel-Trans or TTC, we should provide more budgets to the city. And as the other people mentioned, this commercial levy, parking levy, is one of the things. And I think this will have tremendous effect in the city because TTC can provide better services to the Wheel-Trans riders. And finally, I would like to thank Nick Mantes, the councillor that I voted for some time ago. And I think he can put forward some advocacy for parking levy in Scarborough. Thank you. I'm ready for the questions.
Well, questions to the deputants, anyone? No? Thank you for your input.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Subata? Subata here, online. Okay. August. There you are.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and councilors, for having me here today.
You may have to project a bit so I can hear you better. Okay,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, lean into a mic. Yeah, go for it. Thanks.
Hello, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for having me here today. And I am August Purnot. I am a transit rider and a student in the city. And today I'm speaking on behalf of TTC riders. And just to get it out of the way, earlier we were hearing about how proposed parking levy could cause losses to business. And I do want to emphasize a wider context here. What do we lose if we don't actually fund transit? What do we lose if we don't look towards funding projects that meet our climate goals? That will lose a lot more business in this city than a commercial parking levy that can support projects that actually build a more sustainable city. And just to set the context, over a year ago, Toronto was dealing with the fallout of a massive budget shortfall. And what did we do? We ended up raising the fares by 10 cents. We ended up cutting TTC service across the city. Recently, we saw a small service increase, and we're really happy to see that. However, it's not enough. And I want to share a story from someone who couldn't make it here today. Terry Lynn Langdon was about to speak here today, but couldn't make it because of commitments. And she is a wheelchair user who relies on the TTC. She says that the city needs this parking levy to maintain, repair, and expand transit for everyone. She says we really need it to fund adequate, timely, and responsive Wheel-Trans service, as other deputants have spoken about today. This is to reduce wait times and the number of ride requests that go unmet. We need funds to make the conventional TTC system more accessible, because currently there are still 16 subway stations that are inaccessible, and there are many routes that have inaccessible stops, such as bus stops and streetcar stops, and shelters that aren't even there. Terry has often waited for up to 7 streetcars in inclement weather because it's too crowded to board with her mobility device. Crowding anywhere on the TTC impacts anyone with reduced mobility or a medical need very differently. Terry Lynn has tried taking the conventional TTC, the buses and streetcars and subways, and several times she's simply given up, turned around, and rolled back home. She says that isn't inclusion, and this is one of the failings of transit in the city, especially when it's not funded properly through a parking levy, for example. And this goes back to the issue with the TTC. It's over-reliant on fares, and what it isn't reliant on, it gets its funding made up from property taxes, and we have to raise that. So having a commercial parking levy to support the TTC helps diversify that revenue for the TTC. Some of the ways it can actually make the TTC better is, we've heard it, people want to see door-to-door Wheel-Trans service protected. People can also desire more service. Lots of people are suffering from long waits on the TTC, and it's affecting their ability to get to work, get to school, and anywhere in between. We can see projects funded like the Scarborough Busway every single year twice, with the proposed $150 million a year that the parking levy could bring in. That's just to provide context of how much money that is. It could expand the TTC's low-income discount, the fare pass, to its for its final phase, and include free transit for all youth in the city with just $150 million a year. So it's a really big benefit to the city to have it proposed. And yeah, this levy can fund better transit and help meet our climate goals, but it can also tackle congestion and move our city into the future. As other deputants have mentioned, it's already in existence in Montreal, Vancouver, DC, New York, and others. And has business died in these cities? No. These cities are doing great. We will be just fine here in Toronto as well. It's a fair and greener way to raise funding for the city. I do want to note, big shopping malls like Yorkdale make billions in sales every year. And while shopping malls make record sales, they don't pay their fair share towards our transit system. I've talked to transit riders at places like Yorkdale. I talked about the levy. People are upset at the state of our transit system, and they do want to see malls and big box stores pay their fair share. This includes shoppers, this includes people who even work at these malls. So we want to level the playing field. To conclude, TTC Riders urges City Council to advance the parking levy and start consultations. I do want to note that this vote right now isn't about approving it. It's to simply consult and investigate and investigate how to properly implement it. Look at the impacts, look at how it can benefit the city. So not voting yes would in some ways be fiscally irresponsible, because we are missing out on looking over this potential tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? If not, thank you again. Elton, there you are. Remembered you from the other conversation.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Chow and the City Councillors of Toronto. Good afternoon, everyone. When you hear the names of these TTC subway stations, what comes to your mind? Dunmill Station, Dundas Station, Yorkdale Station. Option 1, almost endless commercial parking lots. Option 2, a convenient portal to several malls, such as Fairview Mall, the Toronto Eaton Centre, and Yorkdale Mall via the TTC subway. Option 3, both options 1 and 2. Whichever of these options that came to mind indicates that a commercial parking levy in Toronto is a wise decision to increase TTC revenue by $150 million each year. Though plagued with maintenance challenges and being stuck in traffic, the TTC usually gets us all over Toronto, super late many times. Montreal has a commercial parking lot levy enforced. So why is Canada's leading public transit system lagging behind? This estimated $150 million can drastically transform the TTC by building the Scarborough Busway, build and maintain new transit, make transit free for youths, and employ safety ambassadors. Imposing a commercial parking levy in Toronto is not a war on cars. It's not a war on cars and large corporations. It is a step towards making Toronto the greenest city in Canada. Have you experienced the TTC Green initiatives, which involves green and cool roofs, hybrid and electric buses? Amazing, right? These initiatives are triumphant moves in the right direction, but are very counterproductive since these buses are usually stuck in traffic. TTC is doing their part, but corporations are merely offering support. Corporations, it's not about discontinuing the use of plastic bags and plastic straws. You have a social responsibility to genuinely help Toronto meet its net zero 2040 goals. Recently, I accompanied my cousins from York Region Municipality to an auto show in Toronto. We parked at the Vaughan Metropolitan Center and took the TTC to the show. Imposing a commercial parking levy in Toronto is not a war on cars and large corporations. We are not anti-car. We are not anti-car people. We believe cars have a time and place and should be utilized smartly and responsibly and not as gridlock machines. Why are we prioritizing parking lots over the people who work at malls? Imposing a commercial parking levy in Toronto is not a war on cars and large corporations. It is a step forward to ensure equitable and dignified transit service in Toronto. When I was an employee at Dufferin Mall, often I was chronically late because of unreliable TTC bus services. Workers are the heartbeat of big malls, not parking spots. Let's fund a better transit through a commercial parking levy in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Questions to deputant? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alton. Hamish Wilson.
And good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Hopefully we can get this up at some point, and I should know how to work this, of course. This is something, and it's something good, and it's probably overdue, but it's not ideal in some ways because it's tending to miss the main problem of just too many cars. So I think we really need a vehicle registration tax, as that's a possibility within the City of Toronto Act, even though I know the Conservatives at Queen's Park would probably not like it and may overrule us, and there are the politics of all of that. But there's another option as well. So yeah, cars are subsidized pretty big time. And it's amazing when some councillors go really keen on, oh, look at the shiny penny, tax dollar, that we are not really focused on some of the other things about how costly the servicing of automobility is for the property tax. Something old, hasn't been replicated, but one study indicated quite a few years ago that you could have a very significant 40% decrease in residential property taxes if you had the full user pay for the automobiles. So yes, commercial parking tax levy is a good start, but also please consider, can we think about doing a stormwater levy, an asphalt hard surfaces levy. And I came across something, financing urban infrastructure in Canada, who should pay the Institute on Municipal Finance and Governance from the Monk School of Global Affairs by Enid Slack and Almos Tassoni. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing his name right, page 10. Stormwater is one area where a few Canadian municipalities have introduced better pricing mechanisms. For example, the City of Kitchener, Ontario, applies a tiered, flat-fee stormwater rate to properties based on their impervious area. The City of Edmonton levies a monthly stormwater utility charge calculated on the basis of the area of the property, development intensity, and a runoff coefficient that is related to the permeability of the surface of the lot. In 2016, Mississauga introduced a stormwater levy that is based on the impervious area of the property, and different assessment methods are used for residential and non-residential properties. And in a footnote, it explains that in Ontario, Mississauga, Waterloo, and Richmond Hill are also levy stormwater levies. Toronto is in the process of considering such a levy. However, the current staff proposal was rejected by the Executive Committee of Council in 2017. So oops, in some ways, but maybe a stormwater levy is a much fairer way to go. And is there any way as we proceed with this initiative, since it seems to be on the table and what's going ahead, that we can actually, as we survey how many parking spots there actually are, that we make a note of what the condition of the parking surface is. Because for some owners that haven't upgraded and have a mere gravel and dust producing lot, they don't have the same demands on the stormwater drainage system as others, and other parking lot owners have invested in a gravel-filled permeable setup so that there is a certain amount of stormwater drainage through to the soil. So that's an important thing. Please, can there be a distinction made somehow and reinforce that with price? And there's having a minimum 30 by 10 meter starting point, there's still like having a threshold of exemption to start with. There's an awful lot of land still that's being allowed to be supportive of having free parking. And it's an astounding fact within the access report that there's 30 square kilometers of parking land in Toronto, service land, costly service land. This is not greenfield. This is not not necessarily brownfield. So that's a huge amount of housing potential. And so there are 126 parking spots for each 100 vehicles, not including the residential. And we do tend to house cars better than people. I would also suggest that in Montreal, they've had a third zone or more multiplicity of zones. So you have the very core, you have a larger sort of older core, and then the more suburban areas. I think we could use with a larger core division as well, something that would actually begin to reflect what might get to a proper congestion charge zone of bounded by High Park and the Don Valley Parkway and south of the rail tracks. So yes, go ahead, it's not ideal. We do need the money. The money should be directed to transit and many other things. Thank you.
Thank you. See no questions. Terry Ann Langdon. Are you here? Not here. Okay. Lynn Adamson, I see, is here. Lynn is here. Lynn Adamson, you're next. And then after that is Ann Carey and Hao San Chong, which I see.
Okay, can you, is that the one? It's on the other side. Go on the other side, okay. Sorry. Okay, so. Okay, we're just making home. Thank you. So I'm just gonna show a few slides before I give my my comments. That's great. So this is background because I'm going to take a climate perspective in my comments today. I'm a member of the Climate Advisory Group, is also co-chair of Climate Fast and other climate groups. And we've just been following the city's progress and lack of progress around cutting emissions. So I just wanted to give some background about why it's really important to take any steps we can to act on reducing our emissions. So this is ocean's surface temperatures. They're the highest on record. And you can see at the 21 Celsius at the top of the screen on the left, that's 2024 that we're looking at there. And then you can see 2023, it's the full line, way high above all the previous lines. So the Earth's ability and the ocean's ability to absorb heat is over capacity. Most of the heating of the planet goes to the ocean, and it's over capacity. We have been told that we need to cut our emissions in half by 2030. That is what scientists, that's what the International Energy Agency says, that we need to do that. So how are we doing? Okay, so this is last year, the City of Toronto's, not last year, sorry, this is 2020. And we had reduced 43% since 1990, and that is primarily due to the coal phase out, which is where you can see the big reductions at the beginning of that chart. And then it kind of comes down a bit as we go through all the other years there. And it dipped a bit at 2020 down to 43%. So it looked like maybe we're on target to do 45% below by 2025. From there, we have to go a 65% below by 2030. That's a huge jump. And then net zero by 2040. You can see in the yellow lines what that means. So that's 2020 figures, and 2021 just came out. And as you can see at the end of those bars, we're going back up, wrong direction. Okay, I just want to turn this off now and just read from my computer. So end of slideshow, that might help. Let's see.
You can just proceed in speaking, don't.
Yeah, I'm just looking for how to bring up my.
Don't worry about.
Okay.
The screen.
All right. So that's the background. As I said, I'm co-chair of Climate Fast. We're a volunteer climate advocacy initiative with members living across the city. I live in Toronto, St. Paul's, and I'm here to support the implementation of the commercial parking levy. Climate Fast has supported the development of Transform TO all along, since 2015 when it was first consultation, since 2017 when it was adopted. It's in 2019 when tens of thousands of people flooded Toronto streets, inspired by Fridays for Future and Greta Thunberg climate emergency. City passed that motion and sent staff away to accelerate our climate plan. So instead of 80% by 2050, we're now aiming for 65% by 2030. So we have a very ambitious plan, and it's an award-winning plan. But we cannot achieve that target without shifting the balance in terms of emissions reductions across all cities, departments, and all of our activities. And so we've made the decision, the city has, to review all decisions through a climate lens, and this is a moment to apply that lens. So we have to implement the plan to reach the targets. The parking levy will use a modest fee for parking to help keep transit affordable. The cost is low, the benefit is significant. to provide additional transit lines and also to support active transportation. When people take transit, congestion is reduced, and we will have taken a step along the path to a more sustainable future. I want to refer you to, and in your letter, it has the link to the Atmospheric Fund's 2022 inventory. The city's at 2021, we're just a year behind. TAF has 2022 inventory emissions, and the bad news is emissions are increasing, 8% rise in 2022, and our climate plan requires we cut emissions 9% annually. There's a large gap that can only be made up by actual steps to reduce emissions. Last week, my son said to me, "Mom, the world is not going in a very good direction these days, is it?" I had to agree with his concern, but I added, a lot of good people are working hard to make things better. I would very much like to count all of you among the good people that are making things better. We have a direction we can be proud of. Let's take the next step forward by implementing the commercial parking levy. Give the youth of our city hope for a sustainable future. And there's a couple more links on the page that I sent you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Questions? No? Yes, Councillor Matlow.
Lynn, first of all, thank you for your relentless and important advocacy for good reason. So, do you think it's fair to say that the goals of Transform TO, the City of Toronto's Climate Crisis Action Plan, are worthwhile and critical, but they'd be more successful if there was more dedicated funding sources coming forward to actually implement them and make them real?
Yeah. You know what, I hesitate to say this, but we need more money for climate action, much more money than the police budget. So I don't think we have in our city yet necessarily the will to invest that amount of money. We need the money from all levels of government, private, and business. We need a lot of money to realize that the Transform TO plan. It's actually $10 billion a year to 2040 from all sources. So it is a huge amount of money, and we haven't dealt with it. The city's been in a funding crisis, which we recognize, and we appreciate doing what we can in the budget, which I think is what you've done, but we have to do much more. So here's a source of funding that we can access. Now, we also need sales tax. We also need a percentage of income tax. We need some other bigger sources to come in to help us do this. So this is just, for now, here's one little thing. We can do it. It will shift things in a good direction. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Any other questions? No? Okay. Ann Carey by video. Ann, are you there?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Chow and councillors, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Ann Carey. I'm a resident in Ward 11, a parent and an active member of a number of climate-focused organisations, including For Our Kids Toronto. I'm on the TDSB Environment Committee, and I'm currently co-chair of Toronto Climate Action Network. So I'm here today to add my voice to those calling on you to support the proposed commercial parking levy and to use it to fund the TTC and ensure we reach our climate targets. This proposal makes economic sense. As the staff report indicates, it would bring in up to $150 million a year. These are funds the TTC and the city very much needs. Up to $150 million for transit every year could significantly expand and improve transit service, benefiting all of us who depend on the TTC to get to work, to school, and to get about the city. This means less wait time at transit stops, less stress for families, more access and opportunity for young people and all who rely on our TTC. This proposal also makes climate sense. With funds raised from a commercial parking levy, an improved TTC would get more people out of cars and onto transit, thereby cutting harmful carbon emissions and helping us reach our emission reduction targets. In addition, shifting more people onto transit would improve our air quality and our health, reduce congestion, and free up space in paved over parking lots for other uses, such as affordable housing or green space, as others have mentioned. Better transit is a climate solution that is a win-win-win-win. I would also like to note here that large commercial parking lots are a climate problem. Large paved surfaces that cannot absorb rain create runoff that pollutes our waterways, overwhelms our stormwater system, and significantly increases urban flood risk. As climate change increases the intensity of downpours, the dangers these floods pose to infrastructure, lives, and livelihoods will also increase. Meanwhile, on hot days, these same parking lots absorb and radiate heat, keeping temperatures high at night. This, in turn, increases heat-related illness and mortality during extreme heat events, which we can, again, expect more of. In short, large parking lots are a climate problem that we all pay for. It is only fair that their owners contribute to climate solutions through a commercial parking levy. Lastly, the city is also facing a climate problem, as Lynn demonstrated just before me. Our carbon emissions are going up, not down, and we are not on track to meet our climate target of cutting emissions by 65% from 1990 levels by 2030 and reaching net zero by 2040. We need to get back on track, and we need to do our part to address the climate emergency. We've just had an extraordinarily warm winter, and we can be expecting to look forward to a summer of record-breaking heat yet again, and all the wildfire and floods and devastation that will bring with it. Our young people are despairing. I was just listening to a doctor the other day telling me about young people that she had known since they were infants, telling her, she was relating that they are experiencing rates of anxiety and depression at a level she had never seen before. And she said that many of them were telling her that they did not see a future for themselves, which is devastating. But it doesn't have to be like that. Toronto has one of the most ambitious climate plans in North America. You voted for it. We need to support it. And transit is central to that plan. To paraphrase the former mayor of Bogota, a prosperous, climate-resilient city, he said a developed city, and I'm taking prosperous and climate-resilient to mean developed, is not one where the poor drive cars, but where the rich use public transport. So I urge you to support the commercial parking levy and direct the funding to the TTC. With this measure, we can improve the lives of the thousands of us who depend on transit, help get our climate plan back on track, and build a more prosperous, climate-resilient Toronto for our kids and for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, are you still there? You want to ask the question? I have one more deputant. Oh, Councillor Sachs, you're trying to, we have one more deputant. You had a question to her? Oh, go ahead, to Ann Carey.
Hello, Anne. Thanks for coming. So I certainly heard loud and clear, and I completely agree with your point about the urgent need of funds for the TTC. You're aware, I presume, however, that what staff have proposed is that all of the money that would come from this fund, at least for the next few years, just go into the balancing accounts with no extra money for new things. What do you think that we should be raising the parking levy further so that we can create extra money, new money for the TTC? And how much do you think we should be trying to raise?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Sachs. At this point, I would, obviously this proposal before you is to undertake a study that would show us how much money could be raised. I would like to see this money going toward the TTC, and more generally, it is clear, as Lynn also mentioned, that we need a lot more money going toward climate action initiatives that can have so many co-benefits that would improve the lives of many in this city. So I am not the person to give a number on how much more the commercial parking levy would be raised, but I think that that would be an issue worth exploring. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
We have one more speaker, two more speaker. Hao Sang Chong and John Carew.
Hello, how's it going? My name's Hao Sen. I'm the climate campaigner at Toronto Environmental Alliance. I will be using this contraption in a bit, so if somebody could give me a hand on turning that on. Oh, look at that. I could put my own hand there. Great, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Hao Sen. I'm the climate campaigner at Toronto Environmental Alliance. I was born and raised in Etobicoke. I also am a car owner and a transit user, and I'm here today to endorse the implementation of the commercial parking levy plan that you have in front of you today. Along with TTC riders, we've also submitted a backgrounder with sources and references that we encourage you to review on TIMIS. Just basically, a parking levy on private commercial parking spaces is a very commonly used revenue tool in municipalities around the world. New York, Chicago, LA, Montreal, Vancouver, Sydney, Melbourne, Philadelphia, DC, Seattle, San Francisco. These are all cities that have some sort of additional tax on private commercial parking spaces, and we think Toronto is very far behind. And so our belief is that those cities seem to be doing quite well in terms of their retail, and so perhaps things will be okay here as well. We are pleased to see that city staff have reviewed many of these other parking levy systems, and in our opinion, that the staff's proposed design takes most of the best aspects of those systems into account in terms of its design. For example, we strongly support the automatic 300 square meter exemption from the levy, which is equivalent to 10 parking spots for small businesses at this point in time. There's also some other reasons we have for supporting this parking levy. For the first part, obviously, a commercial parking levy would bring in desperately needed new revenue into the city right in time for budget 2025. The city's budget projections for future years have already incorporated this revenue, which means that if the city does not proceed with this revenue tool, it would leave a significant fiscal hole in those models. The staff estimate is that this tool could bring in about $150 million. That's equivalent to a 2.4 to a 3.5% increase in the residential property tax. That's how big of a hole it potentially could be. The staff report in front of you also proposes a levy equivalent to 49 cents per spot downtown and 25 cents per spot throughout the rest of the city. That, if you look to the right of my little chart here, is equivalent to 1 to 2 cents per spot per hour. Now, it may seem kind of weird that like a parking levy of 1 to 2 cents per spot per hour could bring in $150 million, but that's because if we look at this next one on the right here, the report says there may be as much as 30 million square meters of parking in the city. 30 million square meters is 30 square kilometers. All of downtown, if you were to go to Bathurst to the Don River, to Bloor down to the lake, that's 16 square kilometers. So if we were to pave over all of that and double it, that potentially is the amount of parking that we have in the city, and 85% of it is currently free. So another reason why we support this is it could actually help significantly with Toronto's housing crisis. The city's report says that there could be, because there's 30 square kilometers of parking, if you were to just build single-story, one-bedroom apartments of 640 square feet, which is about kind of what you get right now, that's 500,000 units we could build if we were to just build single unit one bedroom apartments at 640 square feet. It is an enormous amount of land. Finally, we want to provide more fairness for small businesses and workers. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of small businesses in Toronto that do not have any on-site parking whatsoever. And their workers and their employees and their customers all rely on transit and sometimes street parking to get to the stores. For those workers and for those customers, they have to pay minimum Green P parking $1 per hour, while a TTC fare is $3.35. So we think it's very, very fair for large, big box owners and for large parking lot owners and also for large shopping malls to pay 1 to 2 cents per spot per hour in order to fund the services that we have in the city. We feel that's more than fair, especially since, for example, if you were to look at Yorkville, Yorkville makes about $2,000 revenue per square foot per year, which means that for 30 square feet, which is the spot of one parking lot, Yorkdale Mall makes revenue of about $700,000 a year. So we're thinking that asking them to pay 1 to 2 cents out of that revenue might not be an unfair proposition. So in conclusion, the Toronto Environment Alliance, we strongly support the implementation of the proposed commercial parking levy. We hope that the Executive Council will pass this item today, and we hope that City Council will move forward with implementing this new tool in the March sitting of Council.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting all afternoon. Any questions?
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carew.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll make this quick. I've sat here most of the day just tracking this item amongst other things. I know some of us have a 5 o'clock or thereafter at the Toronto Board of Trade dinner this evening that we got to get to, so quick. We've submitted a letter in our position on behalf of the BIAs. My name is John Carew. I'm the Executive Director of Toronto Association of BIAs, 84 BIAs in the City of Toronto, some 90,000 businesses. As I sit here and you look at these numbers, estimates and stuff, and we're tossing numbers, some of our deputants and Glob, I think from the environmental perspective, we're all supportive of those initiatives, but do you know that over 1,000 people drown in the Mississippi River every year, and yet the average depth of the Mississippi River is 12 inches? How does that compute? And that's where these numbers are, and what I'm trying to do is circle this back to who's actually paying for this. It's not those drivers that choose to come into the city. It's those small business people, the business operators, the employers that are actually going to be paying for this thing. This is not a consumer tax. This is not a car tax that's out there. It will trickle down. It's a property tax. It will trickle down to those small businesses who I don't think anybody has any qualm with the fact that we're still struggling. We are nowhere near out of what was played out to us through the COVID initiative, etc. It's a time that is not right to saddle small business with additional costs. We're working towards death by 1,000 cuts. It seems like not a lot, but collectively, all these taxes will impact our local businesses. In fact, this is a tax on tax because MPAC has in its calculus an allocation for a parking space within a property as a part of their assessment, which is foundationally a part of how taxes are calculated. I support and concur with Mr. Brooks, who was your first speaker, as well as my friend from the CFIB. This is definitely going to have an impact on small businesses. It's going to have an impact on the Toronto business ecosystem where we all feed off of each other. Think of the vacancies that are happening downtown in the towers, 63% occupancy right now. Those people that come downtown feed the restaurants, feed the retail that is around not only the downtown, but the nodes, Young Shepherd, Young Finch, etc. All these areas or partly thereof, and parking is out there. The parking is not, again, for those that choose to drive their car where they'll pay extra to park out there and that money could go out there. A lot of these spaces in the downtown towers are for their employees, those same people that we're trying to attract to come back. And were we gonna ask them to pay more to come to work to start reinvigorating our downtown and our nodes? So while it might appear that this cake is baked and all we're doing is choosing the flavor and the color of the icing that we're gonna put onto this thing, I would suggest that the small business community on this issue, and as we have been very active over the years and supportive of council decisions, we want to be at the table, not on the menu. Please reconsider this. Let's work this out. Let's find other ways to generate that revenue that is needed. That is a bit of a shortfall out here, and we'll work with you as best as we can, because there is a better way to generate this revenue, including dealing with those parcels that are delivered in hundreds of trucks that are having an impact on the quality of our roads on a daily basis. Millions and millions of parcels are delivered. A single dollar or a $50 on each parcel that's delivered in this city would yield hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars. And that is where our congestion source is. That is a way of helping the congestion that happens in the city and investing dollars in our transit, investing dollars in our environmental issues. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? I just want to note, Councillor Bravo and Carol, it is...
Yeah, I'll be very quick.
Yep. Go for it.
You referenced what Mr. Brooks said at the beginning. I asked whether he'd taken into account how, for example, in Davenport, where I have 13 BIAs, none of them have big box stores. These BIAs are actually looking forward to this because it levels the playing field. People come by transit, they walk there, and when they drive, they pay on-street parking or Green P parking. Have you taken that into account?
Absolutely. We've discussed this, etc. Those same neighborhoods you refer to have funeral homes where 20, 40, possibly even more parking spaces are out there. These are the types of businesses that are going to be impacted. And when you do a daily calculation, those funeral homes, fortunately, aren't busy every day.
Right.
So effectively, they'll be paying this tax or levy on empty parking spaces most of the time.
So it's actually the scale of it's where the limit, the number of spaces is a factor in what you're saying then, because those funeral homes do not have the number of spaces that a Walmart does.
Yeah, there is a scale, but at the same time, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that some of these parking spaces in the downtown core are for the employees that work there, the bank employees, people like that. You know, in an ideal world, we'd all have transit, we'd all be coming down in transit, but that's not the case. So are we, in fact, charging a levy on ability for people to come to work and park? If it was for a parking spot and there was a 5% increase in the cost of parking, where the consumer, the user, the automobile pays for it, I don't think you'd have a pushback. But when the businesses are effectively having to pay for it, I think that's where the issue is.
Those are my questions.
You, Councillor Carroll. You got it? Okay. I'm going to, seeing no other speaker, I'm going to take the item. Councillor Carroll, you had a question to staff?
I do. I just wanted to ask if we're I want to cut right to the chase. If we're looking through the recommendations that we have before us, there's two different kinds here, but what I'm focused on is you still have a lot of, well, I guess we just heard it in a way from Mr. Carew. You still have a lot of stakeholder engagement to do. We've never had a general, even by online survey, we haven't yet surveyed the public on this. Is it easier to do that before council starts to mess around with this neatly written out design principle document? Is this the best juncture to get out there and consult so that we can get on with finding out what the stakeholder community needs in the way of exemptions, how the community feels about their impacts, et cetera?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The intent of the report was essentially to ensure we had done the work necessary to put forward design principles that enabled us to then carry out further consultation with industry stakeholders.
Right. And so, and the recommendations have you reporting back to us in time for the 2025 budget process anyway. If we were to say, proceed within your envelope and tell us later, either through an item, whether or not in fact you need to draw on the stabilization reserve or not, at a later date, you could begin that work right now. You have the design principles here. You have what you need to consult on to hear from stakeholders already. Would that be a friendly motion to simply proceed now and report back later if you need additional spending authorities?
Through the chair, I would have no issues with that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Question?
Your worship. Mr. Carew reminded me that we should be calling you your worship.
I said, yeah. It's okay. Don't. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Conforti, first of all, have you considered the delivery levy that Mr. Carew suggested? Mr. Carew suggested that we charge a $1 levy on every parcel delivered.
Through the mayor, there was comprehensive work that was done as part of the LTFP. As part of the LTFP, what we reviewed was all of the options that are available for us that are within City of Toronto authority. It also considered ease of implementation, especially as we looked at it through the lens of the enhanced multi-year budgeting plan. So while we did look at all considerations, a key factor was obviously that is within our authority, but also to implement.
Now, we heard a lot of people talking about how urgently the TTC needs this money, and the proposal to adopt a parking levy came in order to provide support to the TTC. But your proposal is that there's no new money for the TTC, that this parking levy is simply going to help you balance the existing books. What would we have to change in order to be able to generate, say, $150 million of new money for the TTC?
So the design principles that are in front of us today are expected to generate between $100 and $150 million. I would note that the 2024 budget itself had an opening pressure of nearly $1.8 billion. 65% of that was attributed to the TTC and our shelter impacts. The final budget that was approved included $272 million in additional funding for the TTC alone, and it was predicated on bridging strategies that would be offset through the implementation of LTFP actions, with commercial parking levy being one of the most substantial or material amounts of revenues that would be generated over that 3-year enhanced multi-year plan.
What I'm hearing from you is you've worked really hard to find a way to pay for what's already in the budget. My question is, in order to provide new money to the TTC, what would have to change about this proposal?
So again, the design as it stands now is expected to generate 100 to 150. To go above that, you would need to look at the considerations that are as part of the design principle, and including the rates that are being proposed.
Right. And one of the big reasons that you're not expecting to earn very much money from this levy is that you said it's going to take 12 to 18 months to do an inventory before you start. Couldn't you start much more quickly than that with a very small number of very large lots? There's roughly 24 lots with more than 1,000 spots in them. Most of them you can see from space. Why do we have to wait 18 months to have an inventory of every parking lot in the city before you start with the levy on the giant lots?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the intent is, so there's multiple streams that are going to come into play to be able to implement a commercial parking levy. One is the inventory, and it is likely the most critical. We've also brought forward design principles. The intent is to now go and consult with our stakeholders on those design principles and to come back with council with an implementation plan. That implementation plan, assuming the levy can be completed prior to the issuance of next year's tax roll, could be in effect for the 2025 budget process across all properties. To be able to advance the work on a particular segment causes issues as it relates to implementation prior to 2025. There could also be concerns as it relates to fairness in terms of how it would be applied.
All right, well, will you in your report and your work review the possibility of starting with the very large lots of whom there are few?
Happy to take that back. I would caution being able to advance prior to 2025 would be incredibly challenging.
I didn't ask you to do before 2025, but January 1st, 2025 is going to be here very soon. Will you in your report evaluate the option of starting then with a levy for the giant lots?
Through the chair, the intent is to have a levy in place for 2025, and we will look at all possibilities as part of that work.
Okay, so you will include in your report considering the option of starting January 1st with the very large lots?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. All right.
Any other questions?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks have questions? And then we have two speakers, Councillor Carroll and Matlow. Is question? Okay. Councillor Perks and Molly.
Oh, I did have one other question. Oh, well. Missed it.
Thank you. There are a number of issues around this where I was looking for some clarity in this report and I didn't see it in terms of the design. My understanding is where a tax on property is levied across many different property owners, there's generally some kind of a procedure for an appeal to make sure that that assessment was done fairly. I don't see any description here of how an appeal mechanism would work. Have you given that any thought?
Through the chair, yes. So what is in front of us today is the design principles themselves. As part of the implementation, we are looking at an implementation that would leverage work that is done as part of essentially the MPAC work that is carried out today, which that would then leverage the appeal process that exists to be able to ensure that that availability is still there.
So you're going to be relying on the provincial entity to manage appeals. Have they said they'll do that?
Through the chair, no. The appeal process would be administered through the city itself. It would leverage the work that is done, or we intend to consider leveraging the work that is done as part of the province to be able to capture that inventory. And then we would put in place an appeal process in time for implementation in 2025 to be able to consider any appeals that may come forward. As we do for the vacant home tax today.
Okay. So MPAC has agreed to share all the necessary data with you?
No, we're in consultation today, so there's work that is still being done on that as we speak.
So there's a piece of provincial permission that we haven't achieved
yet. Sorry, Councillor, I didn't quite catch that question.
So you're in conversation with MPAC, so I'm just asking, so there's a form of provincial approval you haven't received?
No, not at this time. Again, this would be as part of the implementation approach, leveraging the services that are provided.
No, okay, the no is sufficient. One of the deputants from one of the big business coalitions, I forget which one, raised the issue of this being considered a commercial property tax. And I'm curious that there's nothing in the report, because I've mentioned this to you before, about the relationship between this tax and our statutory obligations on the ratios between different tax categories. I've raised this with you before, and I was hoping to see something in this report. Have you settled your mind on that question?
I can try to answer that. This proposed tax is relying on an entirely different statutory authority than the traditional property tax, and therefore the traditional property tax ratios as prescribed under the City of Toronto Act do not apply to this tax.
And you've got firm legal grounds that's been checked carefully.
That is our opinion, yes.
It's your opinion. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Two other questioners, Deputy Mayor Morley and then Malik. And we are going to lose quorum at 6 o'clock. I want to at least finish this item. And there are 8 other deputants. And we will have no quorum after 6.
6 o'clock. Okay, just a quick one for staff. Developing the comprehensive parking inventory is, of course, a really important step in this process. I'm just wondering if once that work is done, whether the inventory can be made publicly available, similar to our short-term rental data and the open data dashboards that we have at the city. Is this something staff have intention to do or are able to undertake?
Through the mayor, short answer, yes.
Great. That's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Councillor, sorry, Deputy Mayor Malik, sorry, I'm just getting a bit tired.
Thank you very much. Many of my questions were already raised, but I just wanted to know if you have any information on the number of businesses who have no on-site parking or will fall within the 10-space exemption.
Through the mayor, that will come out as part of the inventory work that will be completed.
There's no sense of what that is?
So as of now, we've got estimates in terms of the total spaces that we have in the city. We've also done some analysis across the types of businesses and looking at the amount of spaces that types of businesses might have. And what you would see is that generally smaller businesses would have around 10 to 15 spaces, I believe, is our original estimate. So those businesses, for the most part, would see about 2/3 of their spaces at most, or at least, exempt.
Do you have an answer, Steve?
And I'll turn to our Director of Revenue Services for more information.
Through you, Madam Chair, the number of total commercial properties is 45,000. The number of properties that would be subject to a parking levy is about 23,000. So just almost half is the numbers that we have based on estimates.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak, and then Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question as well?
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. I didn't see that. My apology. Councillor Mantis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess the question would go to Mr. Brandon or to Mr. Confronting. From the 23,000 businesses that this would affect, how many are small to medium business owners?
Through you, Madam Chair, we would be guessing, but most would likely be smaller business owners. Any larger commercial property would likely have parking. So I would estimate that up to 80% of that 23,000 would be small businesses.
I mean, seeing all the small businesses in my ward and knowing that the plazas have more than 10 spaces, what's the financial implication for all these businesses, especially after COVID?
Through the chair, so there is a table in the report that identifies different property types or commercial property types ranging from large shopping centers down to small medical legal office buildings, noting the average amount of spaces that each type would have and depending on which zone they are in the city, what the implications would be. A small medical legal office building that is in the downtown core would see roughly about $360 a year in charge. If they're outside of the downtown core, they would be paying about $180 a year is what we're seeing. And then if it's a business that has about 40 spaces, you'd be seeing a charge of about $5,400 a year. If they're outside of the downtown core, it'd be about $2,700 and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Councillor Carroll to speak, and then Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to move a referral motion if clerks want to put it up. And people say referral, are you trying to make this go away? No, I'm actually trying to get this going. What I'm proposing here, refer the item back to the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer. If you read the rest of the motion, you'll find that what I'm asking them to do is get on with what the report says they're going to do. But start today. Because I'm very concerned, and I am wearing two hats right now. I've got my budget hat on. I too would love to have revenue to spend on our budget, but I am also wearing my economic development hat. And I want to thank Deputy Mayor McKelvey for actually contributing a very key piece to this motion, that we want to report back with the results of engagement and consultation on this, because we're getting awfully far down the road. We have a design program here, a delivery method, and a lot of details, but we haven't really had deep and out in the open air engagement. And we do have to have it, because like it or not, we know our colleagues, we all want to support the businesses within our wards, so the exemptions are going to come from this engagement and consultation. And there will be exemptions. Some of them will be good exemptions. Some are about disability parking spots. Does the exemption of meterages right now cover that? Some will be about, what if we want to incentivize EV charging in shopping malls? Will that be included in the exemption? Those conversations need to happen now, not after the fact, and not as a result of a catch-all conversation in the council chamber. We need to have those conversations. So this says get started on that. But the other thing that the deputy mayor reminded me should be in there is when they report back, it needs to be in the context of impacts here of all of the ways in which we are consulting with businesses right now. We're about to consult with some of our biggest commercial property owners on stormwater surcharging. And we just gave them a whopping big property tax increase. There are small businesses, and we all care about our small businesses. But large businesses and large employers in this city do matter. Some of them are desperately trying to get their workers to come back to work. God forbid we should ask them to come 4 days a week. But we're asking that so that they will revitalize our downtown core and save our darn city. And yet we're saying, you know, some of you are going to have stormwater surcharges, some of you are going to pay parking levies, and we expect to see that first property tax increase bill in July. There's a lot going on here that we haven't talked to them about yet. And so what I'm saying is, go ahead and start right now. And if you need to come back to us for authorities and the further funds, the reserve draw that's contemplated in this report, you can come back at a later day, but scope that item to those finances and authorities needed. So that the work of making sure in the stakeholder community and amongst the consumer community even, that this actually is holding water. I want to do that now, because I don't want to spend a year on this, have it sort of fall apart at the end of the year because we didn't do this work up front, and waste a whole year when never once were we talking about the very thing it talks about on page 5 of the long-term financial plan. What we really need is a revenue tool that is geared to the economy, because this isn't one of those. This isn't that. It not only doesn't create the quantum that can create, it isn't by definition that. And so we know from every economist and every city manager for the last 5, that's what we need. I don't want to spend a year on the thing that's not that without getting the upfront exemptions worked out with the stakeholder community. So I hope that I have the support of my councillors on this motion, so that the long debate, the real councillor imprint on it, can come later in 2024 when we have all the knowledge that will come from the engagement in this motion. Thank you, Mayor Chow.
Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. So I'll begin with saying certainly Councillor Carroll's motion has my support, and I think it's a really thoughtful and prudent way forward to make sure that just as much as we want to do something, we also make sure that we do it well, and we do it with people rather than at people who will be so important to be part of the success of this initiative. You know, there are many reasons why a commercial parking levy is a good idea itself. I mean, certainly facing the climate crisis in an earnest way and ensuring that we, take steps to address the amount of hard surfacing we have in the city, to take steps to, open up lands to housing and, in particular, affordable housing, to do something that I think alone is a good idea, is important for the city to act on. But I would suggest to even those who may have a concern about this specific revenue tool or tax, or levy really, I think we can all agree on this. It's not acceptable that we're all put in a position where we have such limited opportunities to bring in revenue for our city's priorities. That affects every single Toronto resident, including small and medium-sized business owners and their employees. We're all affected by the lack of a city's ability in Ontario to be able to fix its problems, to actually address its priorities, and to ensure that our transit system is in a state of good repair and isn't the only transit system that we know of in the world that is so reliant on the fare box to be able to meet every and all of its needs. That's unsustainable and that needs to change. So I hope that all of us, however you feel about this specific initiative, would agree that the status quo isn't good enough and we need to take bold and courageous steps, sometimes even unpopular with some, to correct the problem. And I'm grateful that this mayor is willing to take that step and this council is willing to take that step. Now, what really is being proposed is only 2 cents an hour downtown, 1 cent an hour in the rest of the city. And yeah, I hear the Mississippi analogy. However, that all being said, the more people that, the more ability that the city has to bring in revenue with the limited tools that we have, then the better off we're going to be as a whole, as a city, not having to face every budget with a massive, and in this case, a $1.8 billion shortfall, struggling to meet the needs of Torontonians. That's just not acceptable anymore. And so I also know, and this is just to those on council who, in their hearts, I get why they will say to us, move faster, do more now. Because you're right, we should. And if there's a way to do that, where we're going to be able to involve the business community in a successful initiative so that we're not in conflict with each other, but we're actually able to arrive at the finish line sooner than later, then so be it. But I actually think that we'll be able to implement this quicker, fairer, and more successfully if we go through this consultation, we do it well. And that's why Councillor Carroll's motion, I think, is really smart and will have my support.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Carroll, on your motion, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Okay, excellent. Let's get the rest of the prioritization of planned higher order transit projects. It's important. We're going to lose quorum. Can I? You're going to move the motion, and the two speaker. Can I ask you to maybe do a 2-minute? Sorry, because I don't want this item to be deferred. Oh, you come all the way from Scarborough. Okay. Rhonda Porter. I'm just mindful that I don't want this item to not pass.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Rhoda Potter. I'm president of Agincourt Village Community Association and involved with many associations in Scarborough. For 38 years of my 47 years as a Scarborough resident, I've experienced an on-again, off-again, on-again, off-again transit on Shepherd Avenue. How much longer does Scarborough need to wait? Residents in this part of the city have long been severely underserviced and desperate for an alternative to driving in gridlock and suffering long bus rides on increasingly congested roadways. I've read this report before you, and I'm very pleased that direction is being given to staff to work to engage with Metrolinx in their work on the initial business case for the Shepherd subway. We've been here before. The city has already prioritized Shepherd by approving massive developments all along Shepherd corridor that will only be viable if there is a Shepherd subway. I recognize that the city's own evaluation framework stresses the importance of using less expensive technology and focuses on limited funds on state of good repair. Scarborough knows about that. We know about it extensively. Most of Scarborough is still going to be relegated to bus-only transit for many, many years. Fortunately, it is the provincial government that has stepped up to build subways, and the city should take advantage of the opportunity provided by their commitment to Shepherd Avenue. We encourage the city to work with and press the province to follow through to connect Downsview to McCowan, because that east-west corridor is desperately needed. The completion of this transit network will help achieve what you've been talking about: housing targets, reduce dependence on the vehicle, meet climate change objectives, and improve the quality of life for many people. Both the city and the province have been talking about transit-oriented communities to justify the significance of the transit that's going on. I want to highlight for you what is happening right now on Shepherd Avenue. I want to talk about the high density, the population within 8 meters of each of these intersections. Right now at Yonge and Shepherd, there's about 30,000 to be 33,000. At Bayview, 17,000 to be almost 24,000. At Bessarion, 15,000 to be 23,000 and above. At Don Mills, 24,000 to be 37,000. At Victoria Park, 10,000 to be almost 18,000. At Warden, 10,000 now to be 13,000. At Birchmount, 15,000 to be 26, almost 27,000 in population. At Agincourt Go, right now, 13,000 people to be almost 29,000. At McCowan, 5,000 to be 6,000. But remember that the McCowan station will also take in a busway that will bring in people from Durham and from York region and will be intensified. I want to leave you with one comment and one caution about intensification. Right now, Metrogate is a community at Kennedy 401 that was approved for high-density neighborhood because it was to have a subway. It was in the Agincourt plan. Those people bought those homes. There are now approximately 10,000 people living in those high-rise towers with only one exit to Kennedy Road, right at the on and off ramp to the 401. You can imagine what they experience. These people are trapped without the services, amenities, and the mix of uses that they need. It's a neighborhood that was intensified for a subway that never came. Please don't make this mistake when you're looking at the Shepherd Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. No question, Mr. Wilson? Thank you. And we will lose quorum shortly.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand.
I heard 6 o'clock rather than 5. It's been all day.
Okay.
Yeah. So our transit is transic or worse. We tend to need triage, not the mega projects that are underway. We're not in good enough value for the big buck projects. I guess I'll put that in writing. Yeah, it'd be really nice if we had a motion to actually ask the provincial government to defer their major projects until Eglinton was actually up and running safely for 3 months. That's so overdue. We are not doing a good job on these mega projects. if you haven't noticed. Very nice to see that maintenance is stressed as an investment, because yes, it is and it should be, and we should be doing more of it. The subways can leak. The DuPont station, for instance, is showing some cracks. The gutter seal of the viaduct with the subway underneath is a problem. The rubble of the margins of the streetcar tracks are dangerous to cyclists. We need less salt application, maybe spray the interior of the tunnels to get the asbestos and the grit sealed in. Where's the second exit for the Dundas station? There'll be going a lot more financial trouble lurking, but we do like to bury the billions in the wrong places. I do like the keep it simply surface idea, but there is the conservative put it underground first. We need triage relief in the Don Valley, I think, because when Eglinton does come online, it's going to be bringing people into Yonge, even though we've been lucky to have the pandemic in some ways. Triage relief by using the half-mile bridge from the Leaside area down to Gerrard. Gerrard streetcars could then feed into King. That would be quick and cheap and easy. There's a busway idea for the Gatineau Hydro Corridor. I think that would have been a far better investment than the Scarborough subway. Maybe it's too late. Going back decades, we need a Front Street Transit Way, something that feeds in the Queensway car directly, please. It was evaluated. Front Street was better than other things. So it's in a mess. Obviously, we have issues with the provincial government that aren't financially conservative, at least when it comes to burying the billions, and that's a shame. It's a mess.
Thank you for noticing it and pointing it out. Councillor Carroll, do you have any, does anyone have any motions on this item? I see no motion. Anyone speaking? It's just moving the staff recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. This is EX 12.5. There's one item I need to reopen because the staff, the clerks missed the second part of the recommendations, which was originally, this is EX 12.4, and it is, sorry, say that again? We need to reconsider the can I have a motion to reopen? Councillor Bravo, all those in favor, opposed, carry. The staff also have asked, can you put that in? You only saw number 1. We didn't do number 2, apparently. And so we spoke about it, but we just didn't have the actual words done properly. The second recommendation is asking all these folks to look at different opportunities and report back by first quarter of 2025 in ways that would address priority sites for potential housing opportunities and resource requirement. Basically, it's asking, what do we need in order to build on these lands that are close to, they are on transit corridors, on parking lots, city lands, transit stations. So I see no question. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. Item as amended, all those opposed, carried. There's one item that does not have speaker, which is 12.9, which is the vacancy tax and extending the deadlines so that no one would get penalized. All, moved by Councillor Matlow. All those in favor, opposed, carry. That's 12.9. We are now back to 12.7, which is the new gas pipelines. And then the next item after that is Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee on various names that needs to be included next time we consider name changes. Okay, so Dawn Booth, are you there online? Yes, he's on. He's not there, okay? Ken Elson, are you there? Okay. He's there. He is, okay. Ken Elson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chow. Do you want me to finish in 3 minutes, or do you actually have till 6? I
5 is
wasn't clear.
okay. I've gotten some promise people are gonna stay past 5.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you. My name is Kent Elson, and I represent environmental defense in hearings at the Ontario Energy Board. I'm also a Torontonian living in Ward 9 Davenport, and I've been deeply involved in this case and in this issue, and I'd like to provide some background and explain why it's important for the city to speak up in support of the recent Ontario Energy Board decision. So on December 21st, the Energy Board issued a decision that did 2 very important things. First, it ended a subsidy for the cost of methane gas pipelines to new developments. And second, it reduced the spending on other fossil fuel infrastructure that Enbridge wanted to incur and pass along to gas customers. Now, unfortunately, the Ontario government is planning to overturn the decision with legislation, regulations, and a new pro-fossil gas policy, which would be terrible for Torontonians and for Ontarians more generally for 3 reasons. First, it would raise energy bills for all of Ontario's 3.8 million gas customers, including a lot of Torontonians. The OEB decision would have cut capital costs by over $2 billion over 5 years. That comes to about $600 per customer. And overturning that decision, like the province plans to do, would bring all those costs back and increase gas bills for customers. Secondly, the legislation would be a disaster for our climate goals because most developers would continue to pay nothing for methane gas pipelines to their developments, removing any incentives to move away from fossil fuel heating. Now, if we build 1.5 million homes like the province wants, and they're heated by methane gas, they would produce over 100 megatons of carbon pollution over the life of those furnaces. That's equivalent to driving about 22 million cars for a year. And this would be new carbon pollution on top of what we're creating now. Now, what we often call natural gas is actually methane gas, which is a potent greenhouse gas. And burning methane gas causes approximately 1/3 of our carbon pollution here in Ontario. And that doesn't even include the additional emissions that happen in the fracking process and leaks throughout the system before they get to your furnace. We have to be reducing this huge source of carbon pollution, not increasing it by subsidizing methane gas in new construction. And so one of the third impacts is that new home buyers will end up paying more if the provincial legislation passes, because gas heating is more expensive than heating with a heat pump. And because they will need to pay more down the road to move off fossil fuels in the future, rather than building right in the first place. Now, Enbridge wrote the city, after this came up the first time, refuting the existence of the subsidy. But there is obviously a subsidy here. Most developers pay nothing to get pipelines built up to and throughout their developments. And new customers don't pay any sort of surcharge or low installments over time. The new customers pay the same rates as anyone else. All gas customers cover the cost of this new fossil fuel infrastructure, which raises bills for all customers while also incentivizing the expansion of fossil fuel heating. And for the details of this and other points, you can see some letters from Environmental Defense in the communications file for this item. But you don't need to work out the details. You can rely on the Ontario Energy Board, which already did that. And they did that based on their independent mandate and their extensive review of thousands and thousands of pages of evidence and days of hearings. And they came to this conclusion. And Enbridge is now trying to undo that with backroom lobbying. You might ask why. And it's because they would stand to earn over $2 billion in additional profits from this provincial legislation over time, and perhaps even more if these bad policies stay in place. So Enbridge has been asking municipalities to ask the province to overturn this, and Toronto should do the opposite and ask the province to let the OEB decision stand. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much for joining us today. Is Don here now? Don Booth?
He says he is. He said he texted you.
Virtually?
Yes, virtually.
Okay, great. Don, you have 5 minutes to speak, and please begin when you're ready. And I'll let you know when you're getting to your time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello,
hear you, Don. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Your Worship and members of the Executive Committee, thank you for this opportunity. I'm a member of the Toronto East End Climate Collective. We're currently holding a series of seminars on geothermal and district heating and cooling. I've read the Ontario Energy Board's decision. I support their decision, and I support the city's letter to the Premier and the Minister, and also the previous speaker was absolutely right. The board ruled that Enbridge is to lose the 40-year amortization on new gas connections. Enbridge is losing a powerful tool, but we can pick it up. The Ontario Energy Board can repurpose that tool to help finance the transition from gas to renewables. I should add that even if Enbridge does not lose the tool, we can still use it. Enbridge's amortization applies only to small and medium-sized new builds. New builds are special because it's easier to do things right the first time when you don't have to worry about the mess that construction makes. No roads, no neighbors. Interveners supporting the board's decision compared the cost of heat pumps with gas and came out with a draw. The cost to operate's about the same. However, they compared to air source heat pumps, which is what almost everyone is installing these days. But new builds give us a special opportunity. We can do better, and we should do better, all courtesy of 40 years of amortization. We can leap right over the common air source heat pump to district heating and cooling or to geothermal systems. These cost even less to operate because they use less electricity. Air source heat pumps are great for existing buildings, but the colder it gets, the more power they need. So they spike on the coldest days. Toronto Hydro has to build enough transmission capacity for those spikes, even if they only happen a couple days each year. District heating and cooling or geothermal aren't so spiky. They remain equally efficient regardless of the outdoor temperature. The trouble is that they're expensive to install, and so that's why we need to amortize the cost. The IESO, Ontario's independent electricity system operator, excuse me, estimates that by 2050, we will need to spend $400 billion to upgrade the grid. It's important to look at the potential savings. Last year, a major US government study compared the cost of geothermal or district energy with air source heat pumps. They estimated a savings of 11 to 13% on electrical generation and a 33% reduction in transmission costs. We can't apply US results directly to Canada, but even a fraction of that savings is significant. $1 billion here, $1 billion there, eventually you're talking real money. I would be remiss if I did not mention also that Toronto's Boltzmann Institute is conducting similar research, and they're coming to similar results. So if we skip over air-source heat pumps and go right to district heating and cooling or to geothermal, then owners of these new buildings will pay less. But they are not the only beneficiaries. Every single person who pays a hydro bill will pay less. The OEB does not have a strategy to phase out gas and to manage the transition. In their ruling, they expressed an interest in a generic hearing, which is where you could discuss a policy for both gas and electric utilities. I asked Council to link arms with Toronto Hydro, request a generic hearing, and while you're there, get the OEB to pivot long-term amortization from gas to renewables. And I can think of two ways to implement the change. First, ask the Ontario Energy Board to grant the amortization to Toronto Hydro and other electricity distributors. They can raise the money with the regular bond issues, and they're already set up to handle the billing. Or private companies can offer heating as a service. That is a company that does design, build, and maintain, and the building owner receives a monthly bill. The core of my ask.
So do you want to just wrap up with your last point? We're
Yes, this is the very end. Is to pivot this tool from installing gas to installing the most efficient and the least expensive systems for heating and cooling new buildings. If we're just a little bit creative, we can save money, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and save the planet. It won't hurt a bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much for joining us, Don. And next we have Keith Brooks, Program Director at Environmental Defense. Are you with us? Yep. Okay, great. Keith is joining us online. Keith, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. You have 5 minutes, and when you're getting close to the end of your time, I'll let you know. And begin whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the 5 minutes. You received correspondence from me, and you heard from Ken Elson, who is our representative of the Ontario Energy Board. You know, we support the motion from Councillors Sachs and Councillors Bravo. I just want to say one thing, which is that, you know, Enbridge is behaving as though this is a ban on gas, which it is not. It is merely taking away the subsidy that makes gas the default in all new homes. And if we allow that to be the default, if all new homes get gas, there is a real risk, well, this is that they're going to get gas furnaces, that this is going to increase climate change. This will take Toronto further away from its climate targets. You know, other jurisdictions are banning gas hookups into new homes, like Montreal is doing this, Victoria, Nanaimo, in New York State as well. This decision from the OEB is not that, it's far cry from that, but I would urge Toronto City Council and the mayor to consider actually banning gas going further than what the OEB has ruled today, but that's a conversation for another time. For now, I hope that the committee here and councillors and the mayor, you can support the motion from Councillor Sachs and Councillors Bravo to uphold the OEB decision. I'll stop there, and I'm open to any questions you may have for me. I know you've had a long meeting already.
Thank you very much, Keith. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing no questions, our final speaker on the item is Lynn Adamson from Climate Fast. Hi, Lynn. Is your microphone on? You have 5 minutes, and we'll let you know when your time is getting close.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. In our view, it is urgent and essential that the City of Toronto send a strong message to the Government of Ontario in support of the recent OEB decision to stop subsidizing Enbridge pipeline expansion program. A transition is underway to electrification of heating systems throughout the province and globally, and this transition needs to be implemented as soon as possible. I covered all the climate stuff earlier, right? Electrification is key to meeting those climate targets. In 2021, City Council adopted the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which requires 3 steps to be taken. 1, stop building new fossil fuel infrastructure. 2, transition away from existing fossil fuel use. 3, fast-track the adoption of renewable energy. Toronto is one of 103 cities across the globe who have adopted the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and in 2021, the city manager wrote to Prime Minister Trudeau in support of the Fossil Fuel Treaty. It is now time to urge the Premier of Ontario to participate in achieving these 3 essential steps of the treaty. Developers may wish to build suburbs as they always have, but many municipalities, including Toronto, are working hard to change the way housing is built. Municipalities are working hard to keep urban boundaries intact and to build within these boundaries. We need housing to be built in cities and near transit in order to support the reduction of car dependence, which will lower emissions. And we need this housing to be sustainable, built to the best green standards. The subsidy that Enbridge currently provides to pipe gas into new homes undercuts the transition that we need developers to make to building homes that are heated and cooled without fossil fuels. It's no surprise Enbridge does not want to transition. Its business plan is built on expanding sales of fossil gas. Providing that subsidy tilts the playing field toward continued fossil fuel use. I'm a member of the Climate Advisory Group with the responsibility of working with Transform TO staff to achieve the climate targets, and unfortunately we are not succeeding in keeping on track with our targets. Toronto has good strategies, but we need to see support for those plans from other levels of government, not obstacles to the transition. We need to support the OEB decision which moves us forward and not let the province take us backward. We have spoken up before, Toronto has, joining 38 municipalities in the province to call for an end to construction of gas plants and a phase down and out of fossil gas use in the province for electricity generation. We have the Portland's plant here, and this council has voted that it should not be expanded. I think this council understands that we have to triple renewables, we have to change the way we are providing energy to homes and for transportation. So now is the moment for Toronto to stand up and push back against the Premier, who plans, with Bill 165, to overturn the OEB's decision. Doug Ford is out of touch with the climate reality and is in need of a wake-up call. That call can come from municipalities, and Toronto can be in the lead. Just this week, on Monday, I heard Dr. Jane Pritchard speak. We were up at the province lobbying with MPPs on this very issue, and the gas plants and the OEB decision. And she spoke about the youth climate anxiety and the importance of youth seeing the government taking action to protect their future. Youth hear the dire news of melting ice caps, rising sea levels, drought and floods, and the temperature now rising more than 1.5 Celsius, the limit that was set as our goal in Paris COP. They know we are losing the race and that we need to accelerate action. Let's show them that government is taking them seriously and is standing up for their future. Let's support the OEB. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing no questions, that's our final speaker, and then we'll go to speakers from the committee.
If you have time to look at it.
Thank you very much. And I have Deputy Mayor McKelvey. Oh, sorry. Councillor Sachs, did you want to speak?
The cost, what the province is doing is, again, picking the pockets of the people of Toronto in order to subsidize sprawl, which damages all of us. So there's no guarantee, of course, that the province will listen, but we have seen that this Premier does change his mind if he encounters enough opposition. If everybody just rolls over and says nothing, then he does terrible things. This is a terrible thing. It's bad for the people of Toronto. It does us no harm to send a letter saying this is a bad idea, we oppose it. And it is a really, really bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sachs. Deputy Mayor McKelvey?
Thank you. I have a motion. So this is referring it to the city manager, and that's to streamline this with item IE 12.7 that we passed a couple days ago, which recognizes that in response to the OEB's decision, Premier Ford brought in Bill 165, Keeping Energy Costs Down Act. And so what we passed 2 days ago was three things. So the first, asking the Executive Director of Energy and Environment to have a look at the partnerships that we have with oil and gas companies, including our renewable natural gas facilities, looking at use of public property, short and long-term costs, looking at a jurisdictional scan of fees paid by other municipalities and other provinces, and a recommendation for fair fees and the amount of services that should provide. So that was dealing with the item, but then we tagged onto there as well that City Council requests the city manager to report on May 28th, 2024 to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee on the potential impacts of the province's Bill 165, Keeping Energy Costs Down Act. So that would include obviously de facto this decision because the province brought in Bill 165 in response. And the third was designating that the city manager and their designate could at their discretion also submit comments to the province of Ontario regarding the impacts of Bill 165 on the City of Toronto, including written deputations and attending standing committees. So we're giving staff authority to attend committee as well and to depute or whatever they call it at that level on behalf of the city.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matlow?
I'd like to actually move to support the recommendations that Councillor Sachs wrote in her letter. And I would disagree with referring to this to the city manager just for this reason. I don't see why we can't take positions on other matters, even pertaining to this or related to this in one way or another. And also, if we agree with the intent of Councillor Sachs's letter, supported it as well. To be really upfront with you, I don't know how material it will be to Premier Ford's consideration of anything that we write to him on this matter. But I think, Councillor Sachs has put in a lot of effort to champion this cause. I think there is something to be said that council or, councillors are taking a position on this rather than asking simply the city manager to sort of do something with it. And I think it does make more sense to support the intention of the letter by executive committee.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Chair. I did second the motion, but I understand that since then, there has been an item that has gone through Infrastructure and Environment that will go to council. And I do think that it's worthwhile to have the deliberation that Councillor McKelvey has indicated so that when it comes to council, we can deliberate it with relying on that information. So for my purposes, I don't think that these two pieces, Councillor Sachs's letter and Councillor McKelvey's motion, are not in contradiction with each other. They're essentially going to allow us to deliberate this. As I understand it, perhaps I didn't get a chance to ask Councillor McKelvey the question, but that's how I understand it, that we'll be able to consider them as two pieces together.
I know it's kind of awkward because you're sitting right next to me, but is that the...
Well, this refers this one to the city manager, and then it's debated as one item. You could reintroduce it, Council. Yeah.
Once the legislation is passed.
Do you have a question for the mover of the motion?
I'll respond. I'll respond pretending that was a question. But I mean that was important to understand. I get that, and I respect that, and I understand the intent of Deputy Mayor McKelvey, and the intent is good. I think what Councillor Sachs is saying, and if I infer you correctly, and please sort of nod or do something else if you disagree, but ultimately you want to make sure that council actually takes a position on this before the legislation is passed. And if we refer to the city manager, that won't happen within the time frame that's necessary. So that's why I would suggest we move forward.
All right.
And I don't see any harm that it does.
I have Councillor Perks on the speakers list. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the item? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Deputy Mayor Malik, I'm wondering if we can just vary the proceedings for a moment. I'm hearing two contradictory things, and I'd like to get some staff advice.
Yes,
And
please.
do that at committee.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not sure which staff are in the room who can answer this, but I've heard that at the IEC committee, staff were given some directions that would allow City Council and Toronto City staff to weigh in on the proposed legislation. Is that correct?
Who can answer that, clerks or James?
Through the chair at IEC, the direction provided or delegated the city manager or designate to provide comments to the standing committee or depute at the standing committee. So that authority, if council was to approve it, we would then move forward with developing a deputation that we would bring to the province. So we would not be coming back to council in advance. We would report back in May on the outcome of that submission or deputation. Anticipating it'll happen before May, the environmental registry posting for the legislation, I think, closes on April 7th, though standing committee timing is still to be determined.
Okay, that's very helpful. I have enough information now. I'll speak.
Go ahead.
Okay, so initially I was concerned at Deputy Mayor McKelvey's motion, but now with that answer from staff, I see that it's actually helpful because it gives additional information to the city manager and city staff in developing the city's formal response at the standing committee hearings on the legislation. And frankly, from experience, I can tell you a staff presentation at a standing committee at the legislature is vastly more powerful than the clerk's forwarding a letter. It just goes into a pile when the clerk forwards a letter. So given that I understand that now, I think the most powerful way to influence the province is to vote for Deputy Mayor McKelvey's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Matlow.
Point of withdrawing a motion. Now that I understand the context and I understand sort of what it actually arrives at, I'm very happy to withdraw the motion and have confidence in Deputy Mayor McKelvey's motion.
Okay, and the clerks have confirmed it's withdrawn. Okay. Oh, all in favor of withdrawal? Any opposed? Thank you, that carries. Final call for any speakers on this item. Okay, we'll vote on the item or on the amendment. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And on the full item? Oh, that's it. Okay, thank you very much. And now we're on to the final item, EX 12.8. Yes, we have 2 speakers. Okay, we have 2 speakers on EX 12.8. Recommendations from the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee on inclusion of names for consideration when renaming. The first person is Miguel Avila Velarde. He's online. Miguel, you can hear us?
Can you hear me?
All right, you have 5 minutes.
Hello?
Begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting close to your time.
All right, thank you. I had the pleasure and privilege to know personally the 2 gentlemen recommended by the Anti-Black Racism Strategy, Mr. Laws and Mr. Roach. Back when I started my activism for police accountability in 2010. So I don't know the other 2 members recommended for this proposal. I certainly support the motion to add those 4 individuals for future consideration and renaming of the removal of the Dundas name on the streets of Toronto. Last Thursday, January the 22nd, February 22nd, 2024, there was a TTC board meeting I understand it went kind of overboard, and I trying to get a hold of the YouTube video. The TTC has posted that the video is unavailable to watch because I believe the issue of the cost of renaming Dundas Street is beyond my impression. I think there is something else, but I cannot comment on that because of the absence of the video of the TTC board. So I can get give a better perspective as to what transpired at this meeting, which really was, like I said again, very heated. So in conclusion, I support Black Lives Matters since the year 2012. I have always supporting the improvements on our human rights in the city of Toronto. And as an Indigenous people, I support the renaming of Sankofa Square because it's the right thing to do moving forward. And I want to appreciate the work of my local councilor, Chris Moyes, for doing this work with the support of Mayor Chow. So that's it for me. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Very much, Miguel. And our final speaker is Derek Moran.
Just so everyone knows, I was told that the Board of Trade dinner tonight starts exactly at 6:50. I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied, and doing so is fraud. God bless His Majesty the King, and long live His Majesty the King. And let the record show I do not consent to the warrantless searches taking place downstairs here at Toronto City Hall. So, Deputy Mayor Malik or Mayor Chow, who's over in the corner there, I just wanted to point something out because I am not too happy with the way I was spoken to by Councillor Myers for the second meeting in a row at the TTC board meeting. I was interrupted, and you'll have to take my word for it because, as Miguel pointed out, I believe the TTC board has deliberately
How is this relevant to the item? Please.
I invoke my right to freedom of expression, barring any objections. So. I just wanted to point out, since I was, again, rudely...
Speak to the item that's in front of us.
Excuse me. Freedom of expression means, and I was actually going to get to this, freedom of expression means you can talk about whatever you want. Hate speech is covered by freedom of expression. Threats of violence is, and you know what, R versus Sharp, the Supreme Court of Canada says that even as creepy as this sounds, child pornography, the possession of it, is covered by freedom of expression. But the idea you keep coming to these meetings and you're told by a public servant to stick to the topic, would you guys like to take this to an equity court? Let's take this to court one day. So I'm so sick and tired of being interrupted. I wanted to point out that at the old Public Works Committee meeting in 2017, this lawyer here has Giorgio Mammoliti get into it with him. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but what the lawyer tells Giorgio Mammoliti is, well, it's entirely appropriate for any deputant to say whatever they basically want to say. It doesn't have to relate directly to the recommendations in the report. It's entirely appropriate to have the deputant speak as on whatever she wishes to speak to in relation. And respectfully, Mayor Chow, if you guys really feel that strongly about it, like, your sergeant at arms know I will patiently, peacefully wait for the Toronto Police to show up. But don't call security on me unless you guys are prepared to call the Toronto Police. And I know Chief Demke will blow a gasket at the police board when I tell him 2 of his officers had to show up here because I didn't stick to the topic. Okay, so now that that's out of the way.
Keep going.
So in this report, it mentions the transatlantic slave trade, renaming civic assets bearing the Henry Dundas name by Councillor Moy, seconded by Mayor Levy Chow. Because slavery doesn't come up all the time at the executive committee here. I just wanted to point out Article 4 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says that no one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. So I have an objection to this item. This is like the Mayor Ford investigation. At this point, it's become too emotional. It should be passed off to the province because there's a historical aspect of slavery most people don't realize that I think makes the City of Toronto disqualified from making an impartial decision on this. And where it comes from is Article 42 of the Lieber Code. It's considered to be the founding documents for international law today. It says, slavery, complicating and confounding the ideas of property and of personality, exists according to municipal or local law only. The law of nature and nations has never acknowledged it. The digest of the Roman law enacts the early dictum of the pagan jurist that so far as the law of nature is concerned, all men are equal. Fugitives escaping from a country in which they were slaves, villains, or serfs into another country have for centuries past been held free and acknowledged free by judicial decisions of European countries, even though the municipal law of the country in which the slave had taken refuge acknowledged slavery within its own dominions. And this is from Dred Scott versus Sanford, 1856, where the US Supreme Court said, slavery, being contrary to natural right, is created only by municipal law. This is not only plain in itself and agreed by all writers on the subject, but is inferable from the Constitution as being explicitly declared by this court. The Constitution refers to slaves as persons held in service to one state under the laws thereof. Nothing can be more clearly describe a status created by municipal law. In Prigg versus Pennsylvania, this court said, the state of slavery is deemed to be a mere municipal regulation founded on and limited to the range of territorial laws. In Rankin versus Lydia, the Supreme Court of Appeals of Kentucky said, slavery is sanctioned by the laws of the state, and the right to hold them under our municipal regulations is unquestionable, but we view this as a right existing by positive law of municipal character without foundation in the law of nature or the unwritten common law.
Thank you for your informed reading of that materials. Your time's up, then thank you for your time.
I won't put it past you if you call.
No, your time's up. It's, you don't see any police here. Thank you so much for your time. On that item, those of you that are moving the recommendations, okay, all those in favor? 100%. Thank you so much. That's right. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. I think we've done with all the items. Thank you for staying, councillors and deputy mayors. Have a fabulous evening. And we did not lose quorum. Well done.